Chapter 441. To the Black King. 2. Tomorrow? Why don't you spend more time with my daughter? Mother, am I still a child? Why do you keep saying such weird things? Talaris coughed lightly as Cirrus shot her a sharp look. It was unusual for Cirrus to speak so brusquely. It was just a suggestion. You shouldn't talk to your mother like that, you know? And to avoid situations like today, we should get reinforcements as soon as possible. You can't always protect Tychon, mother. You're absolutely right, Cirrus Nim. When Jean replied, Cirrus's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. It's not that I dislike it. Since we are allies, it's natural that we protect each other. But that doesn't mean my mother or I will always be waiting in the hidden palace. So we need alternative options. Cirrus spoke, making it even more apparent that they needed to gather forces to protect Tychon as soon as possible. I can't always rely on luck like this. The fact that there were no casualties other than damage to the team and facilities during Luton and the Exiles' attack was almost like divine intervention. Of course, it was also the result of Jean and his comrades constantly being on guard against enemy invasions. If Talaris had arrived a little late or had been absent, they wouldn't have been able to defend Tychon so flawlessly. In the future, enemies would surely come prepared, calculating even the possibility of the transfer gate as Luton did. Runcandle still can't attack directly, but there will be those, like the Elder Council, trying to bring external forces to attack us. Furthermore, Kinslow, Zippel, and Vermont. At least Kinslow still maintained a somewhat friendly stance toward Jean, so the possibility of him suddenly turning hostile was low. I don't like this fact, but it's not bad in terms of the security of my colleagues. On the other hand, Zippel and Vermont were completely different. They could attack Tychon at any time without warning. Tychon, under the name of the Free City, had essentially given up the neutrality it had maintained for a long time. It's likely that, especially Vermont, sees Tychon as a thorn in the side. Jean recalled the unpleasant encounter with the Emperor. The Emperor hinted at having hidden forces and proposed an alliance, but Jean had firmly rejected it. Moreover, as Tychon was also the city of the exiled Prince Kashmir, so the Emperor might attack this place at any time. My enemies within Runcandle and the Emperor might form a temporary alliance. It had only been a few days since the exile's death, and there had been no significant changes between the Elder Council, Rosa, and Joshua. Mother is the one holding the reins in the family. There might be some kind of deal between Mother and the Elder Council, or Mother might be unable to decide what action to take against the Elder Council. It was a dilemma for Rosa. If she attacked the Elder Council, she would, in fact, acknowledge that she had purged the Execution Knights long ago. Of course, she could bring up the pretext that the Black Sword Association had not properly punished the knights who had committed treason years ago, but it was difficult to cover it up given the atmosphere of the family. However, letting it go without any action was too important a matter. Whether it was an unjustified purge or not, it still meant that the Elder Council had not properly carried out the orders of the acting matriarch years ago. In the end, Rosa had to impose some kind of punishment on the Elder Council. If the punishment was too severe, there would be strong opposition, and if it was too lenient, the authority of the acting matriarch would weaken. The former could lead to a complete split between the Elder Council and Joshua's faction, while the latter could be a violation of the family's law. Jordan had his ambitions, but outwardly he seemed closer to Joshua's faction. And Rosa was pushing an image of Joshua as a prominent next patriarch who had already taken control of the Black Knights and the Elder Council simultaneously. Meanwhile, threatening competitors like the 12th Flagbearer and the 3rd Flagbearer had emerged, so if the Elder Council turned completely against Joshua, it would be a painful blow to that image. Although Mother holds the reins, the Elder Council has more options. The Elders could align with older brother Dyphus or Sister Mary, or even betray Runcandle and align with external forces. In other words, the Garden of Swords had entered a new phase due to this incident. In other words, amid the rapidly changing situation, what mattered most was victory. And for victory, the safety of allies always took priority. I'll have 2 of the 7 swords from the Hidden Palace, Ryu and He-Ten, stationed here from now on. Talaris's pupils dilated. She didn't expect Cirrus to come up with such a radical suggestion. Clap, clap. Talaris clapped to celebrate the progress they had made, and even Luton joined in, following the cues. The small beast men also joined the applause, and even Murakin got involved, but only Jean and Cirrus didn't understand the reason. Cirrus Nim, thank you for considering this. Sure. I think I need to rest for now. Cirrus stood up from her seat, and Talaris poked Murakin in the side. Ahem. What do you think, handsome brother? It would be a big problem if my future son-in-law marries someone else later. Don't you think? Are you threatening the kid? Not necessarily. Anyway, about tomorrow. The Black King said he would meet with you, right? I plan to go see him. There's also someone peculiar I need to investigate in the Black King's mercenaries. Someone peculiar? A rookie mercenary named Zephyrin, but Murakin and Quicantelnim believe there's a high probability she's a demon dragon. The presumed Kinzalo demon leader and the legend's golems, the sealed Sumerian proc under the Phantom Fortress and the demon dragon, following the demon men and the emperor who proposed an alliance. Indeed, times have changed. In my younger days, such strange things didn't roam like this. And your greatest enemy, the second flag-bearer, seems to have someone like the prophet, right? These are dangerous times. Talaris shrugged, weary. She was aware of most of the information Jean had recently acquired. Among them, there's something I can guess about Sumerian proc. What is it? The power of chaos. What is that? Jin's pupils narrowed. It's a strange power that occasionally appears in the world, like the one your younger sister, Yona Runcandle, carries within. Have you ever thought it's unfair? What? Was I the only one looking out for you? I told you before, when you bathe or do things like that. Not that. You've been treated like a killer doll all along, since you were so young. It was terrible and absurd, even considering you're a pure-blood Runcandle. Is that bad? It's bad. Have you never committed murder, younger brother? That's not the point. I was born this way from the beginning, so there's no need to be sad. Born this way, what does that mean? Jean recalled the conversation he had with Yona in the past. Since then, she hadn't sincerely told him what kind of power she was born with. Not only older sister Yona, but even Bouvard and Margiela Ivlianos from Kinzalo have special powers. Does that mean it's the power of chaos? Yes, can be innate or acquired. I don't know the details, but one thing for sure is that the owner of that power can be consumed by chaos at any time. Consumed, you mean? Jean remembered the sealed Sumerian proc. It means turning into a monster like Sumerian proc. I've also faced people who changed after being contaminated by chaos in my younger days. Talaris paused for a moment. Unwanted memories that she didn't want to recall resurfaced. Talaris suppressed the bitter and painful memories that arose for a while and then spoke. On the other hand, I've seen people who ended their lives with elegance, without letting themselves be consumed by chaos. Based on my experience, it seems that transforming into a monster is related to the owner's will and the size of the chaos they possess. Talaris Nim, speak. Could it be that my father is also related to that power called chaos? That was a secret known only to a few. Talaris had no intention of revealing so much at first, but now that it had come to this, she saw no need to deny it. Yes, Siren has also been fighting against that power for a long time. How did you find out? Latanim told me about a conversation between my father and Sumerian proc. I deduced it from that conversation. Jean couldn't help but feel deeply disturbed. The idea that Siren and Sumerian shared the same matter had been a foreseeable problem from the moment he first encountered Sumerian in the Phantom Fortress. But could it be that the issue wasn't exclusive to Siren and Sumerian? Older sister Yona and my father too. Could they suddenly turn into monsters at some point? Just imagining such a scenario tore at his heart. Given the immense power they possessed, it seemed unlikely that the size of the chaos they harbored was small. Jean thought it must be different from people like Bouvard and Margiela. Siren acquired it and Yona's is innate. That's what I heard directly from your father. So that's why my father is obsessed with the Black Sea. Yes, but even though I'm an intimate friend of his, Siren didn't tell me everything about his chaos, so I have nothing more to say. Just this is enough. The important thing is that Sumerian proc must be eliminated. Once chaos consumes a person, it only grows stronger over time. The power of the sealed Sumerian was getting stronger. It needed to be eliminated before it became something unmanageable. By the way, handsome brother, it seems you have no idea about the power of chaos. It seems like something you should know more about, right? Why this power disrupts the balance of the world, what its foundation is. You don't know anything about it. All eyes turned to Murakin. He shook his head as if he didn't know. I don't know. Maybe it disappeared from my memory. I don't even know if I never knew it in the first place. I hate to admit it, but it seems like a question worth asking when I meet my sister. Sigh. Murakin let out a frustrated sigh, and then added, Kid, before you meet the Black King's mercenaries, let's make a brief stop at that place. Chapter 442. To the Black King, 3. The next day, Luton headed to the Holy Kingdom, while Jean and Murakin went to the Mila Kingdom. They were going to visit Grace Shields, Misha, ultra-secret tavern known as the Tabernacle. The bartender recognized the two immediately but gave them the same response as the last time they visited. The mistress is not here at the moment. She wasn't here even when we came a few months ago. When will she be back? The mistress hasn't returned since you two last visited. It was customary for Misha to be absent for a month or two. She not only represented Sadaret but also had many hideouts besides the Tabernacle. However, it was almost unheard of for her not to visit the Tabernacle, even when the seasons changed. Did she leave a separate message for us? No. It's been a long time since we had a case like this, so we're also worried about the mistress. When she returns, please let her know to contact us here. Jean handed a paper with the address and a small purse with gold coins, and the bartender nodded with a dignified attitude. Until dusk, the two crossed through various transfer gates, visiting the other hideouts Misha had informed them about. Once again, they couldn't find her anywhere. Haha. They say there's nothing as useless as dog poop when it comes to medicine. Murakin seemed satisfied with not having to meet her. Aren't you too happy? There might be reasons to worry a bit, you know? What's there to worry about? It's not a big deal if a dragon leaves her post for a few months. It's not like it's been decades. She's probably snooping around somewhere. I have a strange feeling about this, said Jean, and Murakin snorted. A strange feeling? Well, it might not be so bad if some powerful human beats her to death. But the problem is, there probably aren't many people in the world who can defeat her like that. As Murakin said, it was safe to say that there was no one who could catch Misha. During the 1,000 years Murakin had been asleep, Misha had never been caught, even while fighting the Spectre Corps. You're right, but Jean had so many things he wanted to know from Misha as soon as possible. Things like Timar's tomb, Kinzelo's leader, the demon dragon, Chaos, Valeria, and more. Even if Misha couldn't explain everything clearly, she could provide some clues. Especially when it came to Valeria and her record device restoration, only she could give the most appropriate explanations. Don't worry. Let's go look for the Black King's mercenaries. The Black King's hideout was in the Bice Kingdom, an unprotected territory in the central continent. The Bice Kingdom was a minor country that didn't belong to any of the three prominent factions. Now 4, Zippel, Runcandle, Vermont, Kinzelo. Although the royal family and the army were maintained, no one actually considered the ruler of the Bice Kingdom to be the royal family. It was a common belief that the Black King's mercenaries and their leader were the true rulers of the Bice Kingdom. It was a natural consensus. The Black King's mercenaries had enough power to destroy the Bice Kingdom with just a portion of their 3rd division. It was widely believed that the Black King's mercenaries didn't take over the kingdom just to maintain their identity as a mercenary force. Well, these guys are something. What do you mean? Normally, when a military organization like this is established in a small country, they tend to take control of the royal family and exploit and oppress civilians. The Black King's mercenaries were far from that. They provided substantial support to both the royal family and civilians, to the point where it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were actually nurturing the Bice Kingdom. As a result, the Bice Kingdom was perceived as a pleasant place to live, and immigration requests never ceased. It was a place bustling with the footsteps of academy professors, scholars, and students due to well-preserved ancient ruins and artifacts. It goes against the typical image associated with mercenaries obsessed with money. These seemingly kind and cute guys, indeed. If they become uncooperative, we can persuade them kindly. Kindly, huh? We'll see about that. Jean responded with a mocking smile. Why? Is there a problem? The fact that the Black King's mercenaries manage and take responsibility for the Bice Kingdom isn't because they're kind-hearted philanthropists. This Bice Kingdom is a hostage warehouse for the Black King's mercenaries. As Jean said, the Black King's mercenaries were using the Bice Kingdom as a hostage warehouse and the ultimate shield to maintain neutrality. For any major faction to forcibly subjugate and absorb the Black King's mercenaries, they would have to trample the Bice Kingdom. It would lead to the deaths of numerous residents, and the destruction of ancient ruins would be inevitable. When Jean explained this, Murakan's eyes widened. I see. They are really clever and cunning. Although I don't particularly like the name Black King. Of course, the Black King's mercenaries could maintain their neutrality without the Bice Kingdom, but having more options at their disposal was always preferable. Well, no hostage has been killed since I was born. We're almost there. You should transform. Murakan transformed into a cat and landed on Jin's shoulder. Jean had altered his face and dyed it red using cosmetics from the Golden Snow tribe, making him unrecognizable to the guardians and civilians of the Bice Kingdom. However, Jean was convinced that someone from the Black King's mercenaries would recognize him if he moved through the Bice Kingdom in this form. Morka and the members of the 3rd Division couldn't forget this appearance. When it was revealed that the black cat Jean had when he departed for the Storm Castle was actually Murakan, the story became a topic of discussion among the Black King's mercenaries. For quite some time, after all, they couldn't believe that the young emperor carried just an ordinary cat with him. The city was frequented by outsiders, so Jean and Murakan didn't attract too much attention. Jean wandered around the bustling city while observing billboards and bulletins hanging around. He subtly emitted an aura that those below 6 stars couldn't perceive. Before long, as expected, Jean felt a mercenary approaching him. That cat. Don't tell me it's you. He seemed unsure, but the mercenary soon convinced himself that the feline in front of him was none other than Jean Runcandle, whom he had directly escorted on a protection mission some time ago. Mr. Lat M. Jean spoke before the mercenary could say more. The mercenary seemed surprised and could only look at Jean in astonishment. He didn't expect Jean to remember his name. I didn't know you remembered my name. I'm ashamed of myself for not recognizing you right away. Lat M hurriedly responded with a silent bow. I remember you as the one who was often by Murkanim's side back then. It's good to see you. As they shook hands, Lat M realized the truth of the rumors circulating about Jean in recent times. He also felt secretly impressed by the immense power emanating from Jin's grip. You haven't come here for nothing, have you? Do you have business with our leader? Lat M explicitly mentioned the leader without referring to any other superior, showing how he assessed Jin's stature. Yes. Fortunately, the leader is in the mountain fort. I will personally guide you there. However, please understand that there is another guest who arrived before you. The 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle is in a position where he can meet the leader at any time without prior notice. However, Jean couldn't meet the leader without considering another guest. Jean deduced information from Lat M's words. The other guest is someone of higher rank than me. And he was right. At that moment, there was a guest of higher rank than Jean in the Black King's Mountain. Therefore, Jean had to wait until that person's affairs concluded. Who could it be? There weren't many people who immediately came to Jin's mind. Jean didn't care about this peculiar guest as long as it wasn't someone meddling in his affairs. Of course, I understand. Thank you, please follow me. Following Lat M, Jean arrived at the Black King's Mountain and it was close to midnight. Although it didn't exude an overwhelmingly powerful aura like the Phantom Fortress, There was a unique energy in the rugged mountain range where the fortress was located. Visitors coming to the Black King's Mountain were neither guided nor escorted. If you couldn't traverse the mountains on your own, you'd have to be transported by someone. Looking quite pitiful. Traveling on a dragon or airship was the only way to maintain dignity. However, there were only a handful of people in the world capable of soaring the skies of the Black King's Mountain hideout. Finally, when Jean beheld the spectacular view of the Black King's Mountain, he couldn't help but be impressed. The deeply carved mountain slopes gave the impression of being excavated by giants, and towering over them were huge and dark castles. There also seemed to be fortified walls. It looked as if they were prepared for a dragon invasion. Rows of massive mana cannons pointed towards the sky, and various magical devices and traps twisted like serpents. The Garden of Swords seems quite straightforward when I see something like this, Jean thought as he marveled at the formidable defenses of the Black King's Mountain. Entering the central castle, a row of mercenaries in formation saluted. The news of Jin's visit had already spread throughout the mountain hideout even before he began to climb. "Welcome, Jean Runcandle Nim. I'm glad to see you again," Morka greeted Jean. As they headed to the reception room, Jean occasionally searched for that girl, Zephyrin. Just when Jean was curious, he heard Zephyrин's unique and lively voice coming from ahead. She was right in front of the reception room of the Black King's leader. "I'm sorry, second captain." "Sorry? Is that all? Do you know how much trouble you'll be in when the third captain finds out? What were you thinking, showing such disrespect in front of the leader's guests?" "I didn't know." "No, and the leader didn't even call you, so why did you come to greet the guest? Are you shameless? Also, why the hell do you want to meet the first flag-bearer of Runcandle? Don't hit me, please. Oh, my head. Can someone please move her out of my sight?" Just like the first time he saw her at the Sword Emperor Castle, Zephyrin was causing trouble again and was visibly agitated. "Oh, I'm sorry, Jean. I'm showing such rudeness again. It's okay. What do you think you're doing, huh? Zephyrin, come here right now." Zephyrin ran over in a hurry, and Jean couldn't help but smile. Jean and Murakan couldn't take their eyes off the enormous sword axe strapped to her back, which seemed larger than her body. Chapter 443. To the Black King. 4. Thuck. The thick handle of the axe sword struck Zephyrin on the back of the head. It wasn't done by someone else. It was an incident that occurred when she bowed before Morka. Ugh! Watching Zephyrin clutch her neck, Morka ended up hitting her chest with frustration. It was not at all clear where these kinds of problems disrupting the discipline of the 3rd Division were coming from. "Sorry, Captain. If you're sorry, your mercenary career is over." "Oh, but you're Jean Runcandle Nim." Zephyrin looked at Jean with sparkling eyes. To Jean and Murakan, it seemed strange that this foolish-looking girl could be a demon dragon. However, Murakan carefully sniffed the scent emanating from her. "Murakan, why are you so absent-minded? Oh, you've always been a carefree guy, haven't you? I don't expect to hear those kinds of words from you. Didn't you smell something off about that human?" A conversation between Murakan and Quicantle in the banquet hall of Sword Emperor Castle. Zephyrin had a strong and dreadful dragon blood, scent that human senses couldn't recognize. And it was a dense and horrifying dragon blood scent. It was an odor that came from various types of mixed blood. Yeah. Suddenly, Murakan emitted a threatening sound and bristled his fur. He had smelled something he didn't recognize in the banquet hall. Therefore, Murakan was ready to scratch Zephyrин's face with his sharp claws at any moment. "Wow!" Zephyrin jumped back in surprise. Morka understood that Murakan was showing his displeasure with Zephyrин's appearance. "I'm sorry, Jean Nim. Murakan Nim. The leader is still busy with the previous guest and his affairs. My subordinates will inform you when it's your turn." Morka spoke and tried to suppress his boiling anger as much as possible. Shortly after, he took Zephyrin and disappeared somewhere, leaving only the mercenaries, Jean, and Murakan in the empty hallway of the reception room. "Why did you just do that? Did you smell what Quicantle Nim mentioned last time?" "Nya. Transform and speak like a person." "Puff. Yes, it was that scent. If Quicantle hadn't mentioned it, maybe I wouldn't have noticed it again because of the fragrance. What do you think? I think that woman might be a demon dragon. Yes. Well, it could just be the scent of the weapon, as Quicantle suggested. If Zephyrin was a demon dragon, then the two previous encounters might not have been mere coincidences. In that case, Zephyrin's only reason for approaching might be the Rontelgius magic tome. I heard something like she wants to meet the first flag bearer. According to Murka, the reason Zephyrin carried a battle axe she couldn't even use properly was her admiration for Luna. If she were a simple human, one might think she's a bit eccentric. But suddenly, Jean remembered how Luna obtained the Orgel pendant. My sister said she got the pendant by defeating a demon in the past. A pendant obtained by defeating a demon, a magic tome obtained by killing a demon, and a demon dragon. They were puzzle pieces that seemed to fit perfectly. If Zephyrin is a demon dragon, then the three encounters may not have been mere coincidences. In that case, Jean thought that Zephyrin might intentionally approach them just to get the magic tome. Let's ask her directly if she's a demon dragon when we finish our business with the Black King leader. I didn't ask her at the banquet because it would be awkward then. Yes, that's better. But she may not tell us directly. Don't worry. There's a way to confirm it. And if she turns out to be a demon dragon, we might also find out about your brother's connection to Rontelgius. We'll squeeze out all the information we can. And what if she's stronger than us? There's no dragon stronger than this Murakan in the world. Well, yes. I haven't fully recovered my powers yet, so I guess it's possible. Anyway, if things end up like that, we'll escape. Jean shrugged. By the way, the guy inside seems to be Runcandle, considering what Zephyrin said about wanting to meet the first flag bearer. He's probably one of the main flag bearers or his representative. I think he's from the second flag bearer. Joshua needed a force to replenish what he lacked after the recent conflicts within the Elder Council. He also needed to demonstrate his ability to recruit and unite neutral forces as the next patriarch. But the Black King's mercenaries have maintained neutrality for a long time, so recruiting them without substantial compensation is almost impossible. Regardless of who the person meeting with the Black King leader was, if they had come not for a simple contract but for recruitment, there was a possibility that they were well prepared for negotiations. The servants brought a simple refreshment and tea. The two enjoyed it quietly while waiting for the meeting to begin. The door to the reception room opened around 3 in the morning. We will meet again tomorrow morning, Black King leader. Understood. Voices of the Black King leader and the guest were heard. It seemed they planned to continue the conversation tomorrow. The person who exited the reception room was wearing a robe and a hood that covered their entire body. Jean immediately recognized it wasn't one of the flag bearers but their representative. The man also noticed Jean and Murakan. He tried to pass by them without a word, but Jean called out to him. Hey! The hooded man stopped and turned to look at Jean. You're the guy from earlier, right? The guy from earlier. The Black Knight who had tried to kidnap Dante at the Emperor's Sword Banquet. Jean was sure the person in the robe was the same. I was a bit confused, but now that you're approaching, I'm sure. Claw users usually have a distinctive way of walking. Should I say they have a unique posture? Claws were not commonly used weapons, but Jean had spent a lot of time with Gilly and was familiar with their characteristics. It seems like the second flag bearer had something very important to discuss if he sent a Black Knight. Tell me what happened inside. I also need to meet the Black King leader. You're still as bold as ever. You're not afraid. Probably because you have a black dragon by your side. Well, I think I'm the same whether I'm alone or accompanied. Could you have come here alive if things had gone like back then? The man turned away without answering. He judged that he might get involved with Murakan if he kept talking to Jean. Tell that to the Black Knights. I'm always open. The black helmets will never become your sword. Keep that in mind. After the Black Knight left, the mercenaries signaled Jean to enter the Black King leader's reception room. Please, come in. Just in case, Murakan. What's wrong? Even if the Black King leader isn't as courteous as you expect, don't scowl at him or try to hit him. Am I a fool? I'm just concerned. TCH. The fact that such a grand space unfolded at the end of a not-so-wide hallway was astonishing. The reception room was impressively grand, with large windows letting in moonlight and starlight from the imposing ceiling. It was a surreal sight that didn't seem to fit with the dark profession of mercenaries. Below it, the Black King leader, Valkas Kron, sat at his desk, welcoming the two men. Amila, the great mercenary from the Gaifa Islands, Valkas Kron, the Black King leader, and Lotta Proc, the leader of the Phantom Legion. Among the 3 top mercenaries in the world, Amila and Valkas competed for the top spot. Certainly, he emits a much more powerful vibe compared to Lotanim. The first impression Jean had of Valkas was that he seemed taller even when sitting. Jean didn't know much about him beyond the fact that he had achieved some legendary feats before becoming the leader and had built an impressive reputation as a mercenary. He had a rough idea of his personality, but that was about it. Both in his past life and the current one, Jean had never encountered Valkas, so he didn't have much information about him. Valkas wasn't a public figure with much known information. Valkas Kron. It's more romantic than I thought. Really? Should I say he cares a lot about his family? That's why the Black King's mercenaries are generally friendly, despite being the best mercenaries in the world. I see. The problem is that, aside from his family, he treats the rest of humans as clients who only serve to pay money or living meatballs. Before reaching Black King Mountain, Talaris had said that about Valkas. Although Zephyrin makes those mistakes, it usually ends with a sermon. Is it because he values his subordinates so much? Or maybe Valkas also has suspicions about Zephyrin and ordered to keep a close watch on her. The latter seemed more likely. As much as he valued his subordinates, the Black King's mercenaries were known for being a disciplined and sharp organization. Valkas raised his hand and began to speak. Welcome, 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle. It's an honor to meet you, Valkas Nim. Thank you for the hospitality. Hospitality might be an exaggeration. And the one beside you, is that the great black dragon? Murakin nodded, despite his somewhat disrespectful tone. Fortunately, Valkas didn't go beyond that level of rudeness. My subordinates have been talking quite a bit about you. It seems escorting you when you were young is still a fond memory for the 3rd Division. Is that so? And the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle is probably the hottest topic in the world right now, not only for my subordinates. It's impossible for stories not to circulate everywhere. I was also curious and wanted to meet you at least once. Jean and Valkas smiled, and their gazes met. Somehow, Jean felt as if Valkas was looking through him, trying to figure out why he had come and what kind of request he might have. And that feeling turned out to be true in a few seconds. You've come to me most likely to entrust me with the task of protecting the Tychon Free City, haven't you? Or am I wrong? Jean was internally surprised but nodded without showing it. It seems I accidentally sent a letter with the details of the request in advance. Yes, you're right, Valkas Nim. The need for Tychon protection measures was a matter that most powerful figures in the world knew to some extent. Valkas couldn't ignore it either. Above all, Valkas was currently more aware of the matter, given that Joshua's representative had just visited him. Unfortunately, it seems difficult to accept that request. But you haven't even heard the conditions. It's true, but I mean to say you came a step too late. Joshua hadn't sent the Black Knight to hire the Black King's mercenaries for a mission, etc. He had sent the Black Knight to prevent the Black King's mercenaries from accepting Jin's request. Chapter 444. To the Black King, 5. Jin reminded the Black Knight he had encountered in the hallway. He decided to meet with the Black King leader again in the morning when he left the reception room. In typical cases, one would think of the process of drafting a contract and then spend some social time before proceeding. However, the other person was not just anyone, he was a Black Knight. A person like a Black Knight wouldn't be here chatting if the deal had already been closed. This wasn't that kind of place. Jean could be sure of it. Valkas had not yet accepted the request from the Black Knight on behalf of Joshua. However, there were many reasons why the Black King's mercenaries might not accept Jin's request. In the current world situation, an individual like Jean Runcandle was like a poison chalice. If you drank from it thoughtlessly, it was very likely that you would clash with the true maximal authorities of the world. Although Jean was one of the superior beings among the supernovas, it was still uncertain whether he could break through the solid defenses of the world rulers. No one thought so unless someone was close to Jean or knew him well. As remarkable as his achievements and successes were, miracles always came to an end someday. Most of the world's population couldn't imagine or believe that miracles would continue. Most still considered Joshua Runcandle the next master of the Garden of Swords, and this perception even extended to figures like Valkas Kron. It seems he doesn't want to incur Joshua's resentment by accepting my request. It wasn't just Joshua. Jean had left an indelible mark on Zippel after the incident of the Holy Kingdom. Recently, there were rumors that his relationship with the imperial family was not good either. This was because the only thing the emperor granted Jean after the meeting was the Golden Crown. Moreover, the emperor had even ordered that his encounter with Jean should not appear on the front pages of the Vermont Bulletin. It was not considered a significant event. In other words, Jean had poor relations not only with the future patriarch of the Runcandle and Zippel family but also with the imperial family, to the point where it wouldn't be surprising if he found himself in a dangerous situation. Valkas expressed all these reasons in one sentence. "You're too late." He conveyed his clear intention to decline without hurting the other party's feelings. Joshua also made a direct request: don't help Jean, without diminishing Valkas's pride. He subtly warned Valkas by merely sending the Black Knight. Both showed a stance befitting strong and experienced players in power. However, I can't stand idly by in this situation. Although Jean felt a little irritated, he had to seize the opportunity. In moments like this, denying their rejection is a poor method and only has negative effects. Jean needed a sure card to change Valkas's mind. He had to make the other side willing to become a temporary ally of Jean despite all the risks. Because the protection of Tychon was not just any request. But at this moment, Jean didn't have that card. Jean didn't know much about Valkas Kron, and he wasn't particularly cooperative, so the possibility of creating such a card in the near future was slim. Zephyrin. There was information suggesting that the troublemaker of the Black King's mercenaries could be a demon dragon, but it wasn't especially valuable. If he accused her without any evidence and later she was declared innocent, it could have serious repercussions. Should I try to recruit Black King's mercenaries after Joshua and Zippel's true nature is fully exposed? Jean quickly reached a conclusion. To begin with, he hadn't come with high expectations. Of course, Jean was confident. In the not-too-distant future, either the Black King's mercenaries would come to him first, or Valkas would regret not advancing the conversation today. I should go visit Amila, the great mercenary of Gaifa Island. Seeing that the Black Knight is here, Joshua might have already sent someone to Amila. For Joshua, it was undoubtedly a rare opportunity to deal Jean a significant blow. It wasn't a mortal blow, but it was annoying enough, like a small thorn stuck in the foot. If both the Black King and the great mercenaries didn't help, then the task of protecting Tychon would overly depend on the hidden palace. I can't do anything if I arrive a step too late, Jean spoke calmly, and Valkas narrowed his eyes. Well, surprisingly, you're willing to back down. It seems the rumors about me haven't been very favorable if you add the word surprising. Well, it's not exactly like that. It's just that I hear many stories about you achieving what you want. It seems you're especially liked by the 3rd Division. Valkas poured himself a drink from a drawer as he spoke, indicating that they could have something light since there was no need to talk about work between them. Valkas showed his gratitude in his own way. Although he couldn't accept the request, Jean wasn't displeasing to him as a person. In fact, Valkas thought that if Jean were the 2nd flag-bearer instead of the 12th, they could have joined forces at any time. Thank you, Valkas Nim. Do you want a drink? Black Dragon? It's good liquor. Sure, pour me one. The 3 glasses clinked lightly, creating a pleasant sound. Jean didn't believe the situation was so bad. The request had already taken a wrong turn before being raised, so it wouldn't be surprising if he couldn't exchange a single word and had to leave. The dragons that have some history with us say that you were the strongest being in the past, Mirakanim. Although holding the position of Black King leader, Valkas never forgot simple ways to please those of higher status. He intentionally started the conversation with a somewhat disrespectful tone at first, sometimes lowering expectations at the beginning could make the conversation even more enjoyable. It's true if you mean the sky. I am the strongest and the best in history. Oh, so the dragon stories were true. But it seems like you speak as if you had rivals on Earth. There were some who could be called nemeses. There were some who could be considered equals, but no one could clearly determine who was stronger. I think I would have won if we had fought to the end. I would have challenged you even now if I were in my prime, Murakanim. Facing a strong and historic figure is not an easy thing. Well, even in my time you would have been quite impressive. Haha, you're too kind. Valkas refilled Murakan's empty glass. He didn't lower himself excessively but satisfied the opponent's sense of superiority. Among all the humans I've met who are closest to being the strongest, you have the most exceptional awareness of the situation. In terms of individual power, Valkas had reached the level of 5 stars long ago. Such transcendent individuals were hard to find displaying this kind of behavior. It was due to the confidence they had, not having to worry about anyone's feelings or even stronger individuals or factions that couldn't touch them carelessly. Because if they did, they could only expect death. Valkas had something different from other 5 stars beings. He continued to act cautiously as a neutral party between the giant factions. He had his reasons despite being in a position where he could do as much as any other transcendent. The reason was simple. Valkas Kron, the Black King leader, cared deeply for his subordinates. In Valkas's opinion, there was no need for his subordinates to be senselessly sacrificed in conflicts between giant factions if he put in a little effort. Jean could see through Valkas's feelings. It wasn't difficult. Valkas wouldn't have shown such behavior if it weren't for his subordinates. I see why he initiated this drinking session with us. Jean kept understanding the meaning of this gathering. Clearly, this drinking session would continue until dawn, until Joshua's Black Knight returned to this reception room. Just as Joshua had subtly told Valkas not to get involved with Jean, Valkas also intended to express his intentions by deliberately showing the Black Knight that they were drinking together. He wouldn't openly challenge his request, but he would watch the growth of the 12th flag-bearer. That was the message Valkas wanted to convey to Joshua. Jean nodded to himself. I've learned something from this person, even if it was just a one-night encounter. Jean smoothly joined the conversation and started drinking. Murakan led the conversation, with Jean and Valkas intervening occasionally. Murakan discussed various topics, such as the greatest warriors and mages in history, the most prosperous era, the most peaceful one, the biggest differences between dragons and humans, life and death, apples and watermelons, the most beautiful women, and many more. Only after 10 in the morning did the topic shift to Zephyrin. How the hell did that weird creature join you? The brat says the Black King's mercenaries are the best in the world, but she seems a bit strange. She may seem eccentric, but she's a top-notch swordsman. She even claims to be self-taught, so I think she's a genius. What? Good with a sword? And she's a genius on top of that. She doesn't fully demonstrate her destructive power due to the lack of aura. She seems to have a condition where aura doesn't accumulate well from birth. I also consider her quite a rare and unusual individual. Shriek. Coincidentally, Zephyrin entered the reception room at that moment. She carried the same combat sword axe on her back that Jean had seen the night before. Next to her was the Black Knight. They were supposed to meet again in the morning. Although his face was hidden under the hood, he couldn't help but show a displeased expression at the scene with drinks. He hadn't anticipated that things would turn out like this. Leader, I brought the guest. Yes, Zephyrin, but I heard that today, the second captain would personally bring the guest. Why are you here? Oh, well, you see. Zephyrin shrugged with her characteristic lively and exaggerated gestures. And Jean, Murakan, and Valkas couldn't help but believe what they saw in the scene that followed. Kak. Suddenly, Zephyrin's hand pierced through the Black Knight's side. Originally aimed at his chest, thanks to the Black Knight's reaction, he was stabbed in the side. Zephyrin's purplish nails, which had grown significantly since the night before, now looked like poison-coated daggers, and the Black Knight desperately retreated, spitting blood. Ugh! Cough! Do you really need to know? You're about to meet death anyway. Leader. Chapter 445. Zephyrin 1. The hood of the Black Knight's robe was soaked in blood as it spilled outward. The poison from his nails was so potent that the wound on his side was already turning black. The Black Knight was no ordinary warrior despite his carelessness. Among the countless guardian knights of Runcandle, only 10 were allowed to wear the black helmet, and he retaliated immediately even in his wounded state. However, his claws, protruding from the sleeves of his robe, did not reach Zephyrin. He lunged for Zephyrин's throat, but the claws only left an empty trail in the air. Sakak! Once again, the Black Knight's claws clashed with Zephyrин's nails as she lunged. The Black Knight's body, weakened by the extreme poison, did not respond as it normally would. The Black Knight staggered backward after just one strike, then spat blood again as he retreated further. If the Black Knight had been alone, the battle would have been decided in that very moment. He was already severely injured, so he had no chance of withstanding Zephyrин's next assault. But Jean, Murakin, and Valkaz stepped forward simultaneously. What's going on? Their reactions were incredibly fast, but the three were confused. Most surprising to Jean was that the Black Knight had been defeated in a single blow. This is impossible even if he was careless. Unless she has skills comparable to Sister Yona or the Nameless King, or a battle prowess that surpasses the Black Knight. Skill and strength. Zephyrin might have only one of the two, or she might possess both. One thing was certain. She was a formidable adversary they had to face. Oh my, the Black Knight of Runcandle is quite remarkable. I had no idea he could avoid this. The lips of the Black Knight were turning pale blue, and he could only lick them and offer no response. He had no time to respond as he struggled to suppress the extreme poison coursing through his body. Zephyrin, you? Don't tell me you've done the same to the second captain. Originally, the second captain had decided to bring the Black Knight. Valkaz was primarily concerned for himself and his subordinates. The concern stemmed from the opinion that with the strength Zephyrin had just demonstrated, it was very possible for her to assassinate them before reaching here. Valkaz shot her a piercing look and Zephyrin responded. With a wide smile. I've already told you that you don't need to know, leader. My intention was to peacefully kill you, considering the bond we've created. But I have to kill you if you keep asking senseless questions. Murakin snorted upon hearing this. Quicantle was right. Hey woman, you're a demon dragon, aren't you? I was going to ask you anyway. So thanks for revealing your true identity first. Whoosh! Murakin transformed into his true form, and a dense shadow energy spread throughout the reception room. The reason you're acting so arrogant now is probably because of that demon from the Rontelgius family. And yes, it's because you have enough confidence to charge despite knowing this Murakin is here, right? In the past, before the demon society disappeared from the human world, Murakin had fought numerous demon dragons who had betrayed their kind. He had not once been defeated. Even against demon dragons known for their strength, he always achieved overwhelming victories, to the point where the best demon dragons of the four Duke families no longer dared to cross paths with Murakin. Murakin's reputation extended far beyond the human world. His name was equally revered in the demon society. However, Murakin did not recall any powerful demon dragon using the name Zephyrin. Is it because of my memory issue? Or is it someone I've never encountered? Even the most renowned demon dragons of that era got a beating from me at least once. Where has she come from? He couldn't make a quick judgment. Zephyrin casually turned her head to look at Jean and Murakin. Haha, you're still quite arrogant, Murakinim. You speak as if you know me. I have no memories of someone like you. Memories? Well, that's possible. Is there any dragon in the world who doesn't know you? You were the only dragon capable of ruling the beautiful blue sky of the human world in those times. That's why my attitude is not arrogant. Reveal your true name. I won't have to kill you unlike the leader. Instead, you will fall into a deep slumber with a broken heart once again. When you wake up again, you will see a world different from what you knew. Like this time. Tap. Suddenly, A purple energy emanated from Zephyrn's grip. Mana? No, it's different. It resembles something like when the deceased demon from the Rontelgius family cast an inexplicable magic, but this is much deeper and darker. Jean thought as he reacted to the spreading purple energy. What Zephyrn had released was not mana but demonic energy, and it was on a large scale, enough to make even Murakan shudder. Demonic energy quickly enveloped the entire reception room, and Jean could instinctively feel that it was forming some kind of subspace. The demonic energy expanded, and Jean and Valkes lunged at Zephyrn. Within the purple darkness, Sigmund's pale sword and Valkes's fists' enormous aura trembled. Valkes was known not only as one of the 3 great mercenaries but also as one of the greatest warriors in the world. Swish! Zephyrn struck the punch thrown by Valkes with the battle-axe she carried on her back. A shockwave erupted the moment the fist and the sword-axe collided. If it weren't for the demonic energy covering the space, this single blow would have devastated most of the reception room. The subspace made of demonic energy appeared as a completely different and empty place, not like the reception room. Jean seized the opportunity and thrust his sword at Zephyrn's side, but she easily deflected it, wielding her battle-axe to counter. His move. Both Jean and Valkes felt an immense shock that pierced through their forearms. Zephyrn's seemingly effortless sword-axe strike caused pain and shock in both Runcandle's blessed body and the 10-star warrior's sturdy frame. Jean and Valkes instinctively stepped back after the attack, and Murakan exhaled a breath of shadow energy. This breath had the potential to destroy something as significant as a small fortress in a single blow, but Zephyrn resisted it effortlessly. She had a face full of laughter. "It's as warm as I've heard, Murakan-nim." Murakan didn't respond but formed black tendrils using his shadow energy on both wings and hurled them at Zephyrn. Jean and Valkes went back and forth, darting through these tendrils, each time launching an attack against Zephyrn. As Jean watched the gracefully moving battle-axe, he felt a longing to see Luna. Zephyrn maintained composure and showed no signs of distress, despite enduring attacks from Jean, Valkes, and Murakan. She was the most powerful among the female opponents he had faced. Ahaha! She laughed playfully as she swung her battle-axe as if she immensely enjoyed the situation. Swish! Thud! The 2 swords, fists, and shadow energy interweaved, disorienting the dark subspace. To outsiders, it might have seemed like they were evenly matched. We're at a disadvantage even though it seems like we're on equal footing. The Black Knight was on the verge of death behind them. Of course, he was one of Joshua's men and had been sent to the Black King's Mountain to hinder Jean. But the Black Knight was undoubtedly one of Runcandle's main forces. Losing a Black Knight in that manner would directly impact the family's power. From a very strict perspective, he wasn't just one of Joshua's men. He was a person of the family's next patriarch. He needs immediate treatment from the Holy Queen and her healers, or from an expert poison master like Kazan. The Black Knight would be dead the moment he was stabbed by Zephyrn's nails if it weren't for his robust 10-star body. Even Jean, who had the 1,000 poison antidote, could feel that he couldn't be completely immune to that dreadful poison. How long will the Black Knight hold on? Judging by his tremors and the foam coming out of his mouth, he wouldn't last much longer. Jean quickened his pace. The Black King was also on high alert because the Black Knight's death in his territory could pose a significant problem. Who told you that? Every single demon dragon who faced me back then is dead. That's true. However, maybe I was friends with some ordinary dragons at some point, right? Anyway, you might have been arrogant once, but now you're weakened and nothing more than an old veteran who can't forget his prime. You better fight properly, unlike how you fought at the Sword Emperor Castle. In response, Murakan laughed again. Is that so? At that time, I couldn't fight freely because I had to protect those humans. But as much as you desire, I'll send you to hell. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Zephyrn's aura, infused with the demonic energy radiating from her battle-axe, tore through the surroundings erratically as she swung it. Murakan's dark force curtain shattered, and Jean and Valkes hastily stepped back and unleashed their sword energy. To any observer, it was undoubtedly a powerful and grand sword strike. However, Jean and the others had noticed that Zephyrn's swordsmanship was strangely careless. It's undeniably fierce, but for some reason, her sword handling feels unnaturally clumsy. It's as if she's wearing ill-fitting clothes. She was excellent at blocking, parrying, and striking, but there was something unnatural in the way her sword moved. Of course, this was evident to Jean and Valka's, who had reached a high level of mastery. It was almost impossible for anyone below the 8-star level to notice. Suddenly, an unpleasant and unsettling thought crept into their heads. Could it be that the battle axe is not her primary weapon? At first, they were too caught up in the heat of battle to realize that Zephyrn was using rather careless battle axe techniques. Intuition turned into certainty, and a chill ran down their spines. The three suppressed their bewildering thoughts, but Zephyrn seemed to see through them. Then, as if she said, "Have you finally figured it out?" She shrugged and said, "Well, I found it interesting and got curious, so I tried using it. Still, it's quite shabby, isn't it? Haha." She acted as if pretending to be human. Zephyrn had never trained well with the battle axe in her entire life. She was just curious to know what kind of weapon was used to bring down one of the demons she had to protect. Bang! Zephyrn playfully swung the battle axe in the air as if she had lost interest. She seemed to think that it would be challenging to kill them all with just this weapon. So, carelessly, she threw the battle axe to the ground, producing a loud thud. However you look at it, using something like this to destroy his heart would be disrespectful, Miracanim. Still, I'll make sure to send him into a deep sleep with a little respect. Chapter 446. Zephyrn 2. Dark and elongated nails sprouted from her fingers as Zephyrn hurled the axe sword. Those nails, which pierced through the black night, were Zephyrn's primary means of attack. The menacing purple demonic energy of the nails was threatening. Zephyrn leaped forward with a sharp whistle. She flung her nails at Jean and the others. Jean blocked Zephyrn's attack with his sword, while Valka's intercepted it with a fist. The clash of sword, fist, and nails sent sparks and energy fragments flying in all directions. Using a familiar weapon has a profound impact on anyone. After discarding the axe sword, Zephyrn's posture and balance improved, and her movements became more agile. And the opponent who felt the strongest of all that Jean had faced became even stronger. However, the real issue was that this was not the end. She was a dragon. She had not revealed her true form yet, and her abilities as a demon dragon remained unknown. Based on the power she had demonstrated, she was at least a 10-star level by human standards. Jean came to think that she might rival his father, Siren Runcandle, the demigod. Fortunately, Jean did not feel the absolute power aura transmitted by his father and battle goddess Vaughn, although it was unclear whether it truly did not exist or if he simply could not sense it. Shack! Zephyrn dodged Jean and Valka's and charged towards Mirakan. The purple nails pierced through one of Mirakan's wings. The nails went through a wing, and the wing rippled like smoke. However, Mirakan did not waste the moment as she closed in. In an instant, Mirakan's entire body turned into black smoke and enveloped Zephyrn. While the smoke reshaped into Mirakan's form, Zephyrn found herself trapped inside one of Mirakan's wings. It wasn't visible from the outside, but a chaotic vortex of shadow energy roared inside the folded wing. It pierced through Zephyrn's flesh and bones with a chilling sound, creating a gruesome spectacle. Just like how Mirakan had transformed into shadow energy to dodge the attack moments ago, Zephyrn also used demonic energy to evade the assault. Unlike human battles, combat between dragons had its unique characteristics. Well, you seem to be the best demon dragon I've encountered so far. Were you holding your breath in fear 1,000 years ago? I wonder where you came from. The purple smoke dispersed, and Zephyrn reappeared at a certain distance from Mirakan. Haha! How bold you are! How dare you evaluate me like that? It seems you still don't recognize me, Mirakanim. Swish! This time, a sharp demonic energy extended from Zephyrn's nails and slashed through Mirakan's midsection. Although the shadow energy form had dampened the impact, this type of shadow energy expenditure would eventually exhaust Mirakan. Even if I were dealing with you at your best, I wouldn't be so scared. The reason you don't know me well is that I couldn't fight against you back then. You couldn't fight with me? There were some circumstances. You should know them. No, how could you? PSHHH. The Sword of Legends Master Combat Technique, Petal Cascade, fell on Zephyrn's head, and Valkaz unleashed his punch at full force simultaneously. The subspace distorted due to the lightning and aura energy. The cascade crashed into the ground, and the punch broke the empty space. Zephyrn jumped to avoid the attack, but Murakan lunged like a hawk and released a dragon's breath. The black breath enveloped Zephyrn completely, but even after it dissipated, it seemed she had not taken a significant hit. However, just before the collision, Jin's thunder blade and Valkaz's secret technique were ready. Dozens of thunder blades and Valkaz's fists entangled with Zephyrn as she fell to the ground. This time, Zephyrn couldn't transform her body into demonic energy in time. The thunder blade pierced through Zephyrn's body, and Valkaz's fists hit her right in the middle of the back. Kook! With the sound of tearing blows, Zephyrn spat out blood and was sent flying to the other side of the group. For a human, it would have been a mortal wound with shattered bones and organs. However, Jean and the others had the intuition that she hadn't received such a critical blow. Even her cries seemed somewhat playful. Murakan transformed into a human and stood beside Jean. Murakan. Yes. Do you really not know who that demon dragon is? Well, I thought she might be one of the guardian dragons of the Rontelgius family that you killed, but it doesn't seem like it. Any guesses? A direct subordinate dragon of a demon god-level being. That's for sure. Can we win this? Jean didn't ask this question. It was because he saw Murakan with such a serious expression for the first time in a long while. In short, Zephyrn was an unexpected calamity. It puzzled Jean that there could be any connection between the seemingly weak demons he easily defeated in Joshua's villa and Zephyrn. Could she hold a grudge against me for the magical tome I acquired back then? When Jean and his companions first suspected that Zephyrn was a demon dragon at the Sword Emperor Castle banquet, they assumed she was approaching them because of the magical tome. If not, it seemed unlikely that they would have dealings with beings like demons or demon dragons. However, Zephyrn was acting as if the magical tome didn't matter at all. Or maybe, she is planning to find out everything about me regarding the magical tome after she could subdue Murakan and kill the Black King leader. Wait a moment. Just as this thought was about to cross his mind, Jean recalled a crucial fact. Zephyrn explicitly stated that she would only kill the Black King leader. She mentioned subduing Murakan, and the situation suggests she is not here to kill him. Why would she go to such lengths? Jean was able to recall a conversation in a matter of seconds. I'll commend this ambush. However, you and your god will be the most important materials for the demon god orb, Jean Runcandle. These were the words Andre Zippel had said while using the demon god orb. At that time, Andre claimed that the power of Soldlet was the core of the demon god orb. Looking back, those seeking the power of the demon god orb or something equivalent tended to have a strange fixation on the contractor of Soldlet. Both Andre Zippel and Joshua Runcandle showed this fact. Moreover, considering that the creator of the demon god orb was Bouvard Gaston, the power of Soldlet probably held special value for them in their grand cause. That's why those Kinzalo bastards kept trying to persuade me. Clank. Zephyrn was grotesquely contorted and shattered, but she regenerated and stood up in an instant. Her bones returned to their place, and the torn wounds disappeared. It seemed that no matter how much her body was torn and twisted, Zephyrn regenerated as if nothing had happened, similar to what the Kinzalo leader had demonstrated during the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle. Kinzalo. Jean soon had the hunch that Zephyrn probably was affiliated with that group of lunatics. If it's from Zippel, then it's likely she moved with the Spectre Corps. However, labeling her as part of Kinzalo doesn't make much sense. Zephyrn's actions have been completely different from what Kinzalo showed me. Jean hated Kinzalo, but Kinzalo always showed a compassionate side towards Jean. Ambushing Jean unexpectedly like this clearly goes against Kinzalo's attitude. I think she's the dragon of the Kinzalo leader. That damn bastard? That might be possible. The authority he showed during the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle was divine. This Murakanim 12th flag-bearer. It seems that this fight may not have an end if it continues. Jean nodded as Valkas said this. The Black Knight agonized behind them, and Zephyrn's body regenerated instantly even when twisted and torn. She showed no signs of fatigue. No end? It's much worse than that. We'll never be able to win against that. Jean and Valkas's eyes widened at Murakan's words. Jean, in particular, was even more surprised. He had never imagined that someone as proud as Murakan would so easily accept defeat. In any case, if Murakan spoke with such conviction, there was only one response. We should run. When Jean said this, Murakan nodded, and Valkas's eyes hesitated for a moment. This place was the Black King's mountain, and Valkas valued nothing more than the lives of his subordinates. Abandoning his subordinates and fleeing was an impossible act. Valkas believed that if his group fled, Zephyrn would not simply leave the Black King's mountain. She had the power to annihilate the Black King's mountain single-handedly in a matter of moments. The countless defenses and traps of the Black King's mountain were meaningless against such a fearsome dragon. I can't run, Murakanim. I know. Who abandons their children and flees? Then? I'll hold her off somehow so you and the brat guide the others to escape. I'll shake her off and meet up with you later. Murakan. What? Do you think you can handle her alone? Of course, neither Jean nor Valkas nor Murakan had yet used all their power. But they couldn't easily defeat Zephyrn even when all three fought together. It was natural to worry if Murakan could handle her alone. Ha ha! Suddenly, Murakan burst into laughter. Even in this state, I've recovered nearly 40% of all my strength. I can handle it even if it were a demon like Demon King Orgel instead of a dragon. I'm not so sure. Don't worry, brat. There's no way I'll be left behind. And after all, this is the best plan. Murakan pointed to one side of the subspace as he finished his sentence. First, let's break this subspace. You've done this many times. Do you know the method? Shadow energy. First technique, soul cut, and Tessa's power. When it came to cutting unwanted subspace from other worlds, these techniques and powers had never disappointed Jean. Woo! A massive amount of shadow energy began to accumulate around Murakan. Upon release, the entire purple subspace turned black. As the expression implied, the current Murakan was unleashing all his power. Hey Zephyrn, let's have a little dragon fight. Let me judge for myself if what you said about being able to stand up to me in my prime is true. Chapter 447. Zephyrn 3. Murakan rose and let out a roaring cry. The surroundings, imbued with demonic energy, trembled unstably, and traces of shadow energy leaked through the cracks. It was as if Murakan had transformed into a massive, black fire. His sharp, amber eyes displayed the majesty befitting the dragon that had once ruled the sky. Zephyrn smiled as if she had been waiting for this spectacle. Now you feel a bit more powerful. Quack! Murakan opened his dark jaws and exhaled a sigh. The shadow energy he exuded was incomparably more powerful than what he had released before fully utilizing his strength. Moreover, black veins, resembling breaths, peeled off from his wings and the curtain of shadow energy, spreading in all directions. Dozens of dark and shiny streaks struck the ground where Zephyrn stood. These streaks were like swamps. No matter how Zephyrn cut or slashed them, they would ensnare her again. It was akin to a pack of dozens of snakes entering a cave simultaneously. This was a true dragon battle. Valkas had seen dragons fight a few times in his life, but he couldn't help but feel that what was unfolding before him was on a completely different level. Just as there was an insurmountable gap between human warriors and magicians, he believed the same applied to battles between high-level dragons and ordinary ones. But even though he didn't know much about dragon fights, he could clearly see that Zephyrn had the upper hand in power. She had not yet revealed her true form. I don't know how long Murakan can hold out. We should prepare to escape as soon as possible, Jean said, holding on to Sigmund. Jean wanted to join the fight alongside Murakan, but it wasn't possible. Just as Murakin had finally begun to reveal his full strength, both Jin and Valka's were brimming with untapped power as well. Especially in Jin's case, he hadn't used some of his cards, such as Ryal's Legacy and Sarah's magical sword technique, nor the sword technique of the Reign of the King of Legends. These techniques also yielded results regardless of the circumstances. Murakin was convinced he would never win, but if he used all his means, he might be able to defeat that mad demon dragon. However, the likelihood of that happening was extremely low, and Jin had no intention of risking their lives here. It was best to conserve all the power possible, destroy the subspace, and escape with the Black King's mercenaries. Even if they managed to defeat Zephyrin or inflict significant damage using all their power, there was a high chance they would die in the process. They needed to escape by any means. Then they would determine Zephyrin's true affiliation and purpose and devise a strategy. How many opponents of their level could there be? Jin wondered. A new era had begun. Since he met Jin, Lodaproc had often spoken of these thoughts with him. Suddenly, Jin sympathized with that sentiment. After the terrorist attack on the Sword Emperor Castle, Jin felt that enemies of a completely different level lurked in the shadows. Kinslow, Zippel, and Vermont. Vermont was clearly considered inferior to Runcandle among these three. Zippel was superior to Runcandle, and Kinslow had revealed his true power during the terrorist attack on the Sword Emperor Castle. Zephyrin is probably affiliated with Kinslow, and they may not have many dragons or humans with combat abilities at this level, but she probably represents a portion of their strength. A candle in the wind. This phrase perfectly defined Runcandle's current situation. Jin knew that Runcandle didn't have a hidden strength, like the other factions. Of course, they had Siren and the former Black Knights, but they were all occupied with the Black Sea. However, the reason Runcandle was surviving was solely thanks to the existence of Siren Runcandle. Jin was convinced of that. The moment Siren disappeared, Runcandle would ultimately follow the path of destruction. The reason Mother strongly supports Joshua is probably because she believes he has the means to face these formidable enemies in the future. Crash. Murakin's shadow energy and Zephyrin's claws continued to clash and intertwine. The black veins grew stronger, while the traces of Zephyrin's purple claws faded. It seemed that maintaining the human form was becoming increasingly difficult for Zephyrin. I will pierce the subspace. Valka's Nim, watch over the Black Knight. Understood. 12th Flagbearer. Shoo. Bradamanti's white sword emerged from its sheath. The shining sword was instantly stained black by the shadow energy. He didn't expect to have to execute it so quickly, and he wouldn't be able to use it for a while after successfully using it. Before piercing the subspace, Jin intended to open the door to La Ferosa. Although Murakin could currently hold his own, the situation would undoubtedly change once Zephyrin revealed her true form. As long as this subspace wasn't a dead space like Soderet's, there was no obstacle to executing the black light call. Whoosh! The blackened blade cut through the air. Thank goodness! Jin felt it as he wielded the sword, the sensation that the door to La Ferosa was opening. If there was anything slightly disappointing, it was that the warrior emerging from the newly formed black door was not one of the Battle Kings but an ordinary warrior. "Oh, this time it's me!" exclaimed Shaku cheerfully. He was the member of the Legends tribe with whom Jin had fought the most until he gained recognition from both Battle Kings and became his brother. Shaku was the one Jin had fought against more than 50 times until he finally emerged victorious. "I apologize for calling you, Brother Shaku." "No, it's an honor to fight for you, my brother. What do you want me to do?" Shaku slung his lightning-infused long sword over his back and spoke. Shaku of the Thunder, he had held such a title before the disappearance of the Legends. "Help him." "Understood. I have a rough idea of the situation. Do you need to clear a path here and escape?" "That's right." Shaku's gaze fell on Zephyrin, who was ensnared by the black veins. "A demon dragon, I suppose? It's been a while since I've seen such dreadful demonic energy. This situation should have called for the Battle Kings, not me. Hurry and escape. I'll do everything I can to restrain the demon dragon with the black dragon." Shaku joined the battle. Demonic energy and shadow energy once again mixed in a storm. Shaku wasn't discouraged even in the chaotic clash between demonic energy and shadow energy. Although Shaku was an ordinary warrior, he was still a member of the Legends tribe. The inherent strength of his body shone in such a chaotic battle. Watching this scene, Valkas couldn't help but be amazed once again. He had already witnessed Jean summoning ancient spirits of beast warriors in the Sword Emperor castle, but seeing it again was as unfamiliar as it was fascinating. Moreover, it made him have similar thoughts to Lotta Proc. Irrespective of Zephyrn's affiliation and reasons, causing such chaos within the Black King's mountain, it might mean that there is no longer room for neutrality in the world. Given the current situation, it was evident that Zephyrn had reacted because of Jean and Murakin, but Valkas couldn't blame Jean for it. The flag-bearer and the Black Knight of Runcandle had come to the Black King's mountain for a meeting with him. They had unexpectedly been caught up in this danger. So, ultimately, Jean and Joshua were in a position to be held accountable. First of all, I have to escape with the 12th flag-bearer and my subordinates, whatever happens, even if we have to abandon the Black King's mountain. Valkas thought this with a determined expression. The 12th flag-bearer, Jean Runcandle, will achieve what he sets out to do this time, as he always has. After reaching the 10-star level, it's the first time I feel this kind of confidence in someone weaker than me. Swoosh! Bradamanti's blackened sword was now surrounded by blue flames. Tess was still in the process of recovery and couldn't directly respond to the summoning call, but the overwhelming pressure of the blue flames engraved in Bradamanti grew stronger along with Jean. The blue flames emanating from the sword began to press against the demon energy-infused subspace. The subspace trembled under the pressure and seemed frightened like people. The sword, without the slightest tremor, slowly prepared to cut through the subspace. Up to that moment, Zephyrn had limited herself to defending against Murakin and Shaku's attacks. But for the first time, she showed emotions. Blue flames. Using such transcendent power against those beneath you is unfair, 12th flag-bearer. Just like Murakin and Quicantle had felt when Tess faced them for the first time. Zephyrn was also afraid of Tess's power. She also knew the majesty of Tess's power within the world of flames. This fear was something only those who had directly faced the master of the world of flames could experience. Wook! Perhaps because Zephyrn's attention had momentarily focused on the blue flames, or perhaps because she had reached the limit of what she could do in her human form. Zephyrn's formidable shield had been breached. Murakin's shadow energy and Shaku's lightning attack tore through Zephyrn's body as they dismantled it. Despite the relentless assault, Zephyrn didn't scream once. Purple demonic energy particles scattered in all directions instead of blood. It was followed by a long and eerie laugh. Ha ha, 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 ha. The sinister laughter suddenly ceased, and a massive purple smoke rose from the air. The smoke was many times larger than Murakin. He seemed small in comparison. Zephyrn's true form was hidden within the swirling smoke. She looked more like a serpent than the typical dragons known to the public. Oh really? These blue flames give me an uncomfortable feeling for no reason just by looking at them. You should put them out before I get angry and lose my patience. Zephyrn poked her head out of the smoke as she spoke. Jean didn't react to her words and remained focused. He needed to simultaneously execute the first Shadow Blade technique and Tessa's power to open the subspace in one stroke, just as he cut through Myron's Hellgate. Twack! Zephyrn seemed about to say something more, but Murakin shot forward like an arrow and used his claws to pierce her eyes. However, Zephyrn's eyes remained unharmed, and it was Murakin who was repelled by a counterforce. Curse! Why is she so tough? Murakin regained balance in the air and shouted. Instead of responding to Murakin, Zephyrn was preparing to unleash a powerful breath towards Jean. Chapter 448. Zephyrn 4. Whoosh! Zephyrn had ominous demonic energy swelling around her neck. Shaka shot lightning at her other eyeball, but it couldn't halt the building breath. It was just an exhale, but it contained incredible power, enough to astonish both Murakin and Valkas. However, Jean could remain calm, even though Zephyrn's breath was clearly headed toward him. It was because he had confidence. Zephyrn won't kill me, or she couldn't. Whether it was due to the demon god orb or something even more terrible, Jin's Solderet power was the most crucial element. As he deduced during his time as a provisional flag-bearer, both Zippel and Kinslow knew a way to transfer the god's contract. However, Jin believed the means might not be so straightforward. If it were easy, Zippel, Kinslow, and Joshua would have been more proactive in trying to kill him. If her goal was to annihilate us, she would have shown her power from the beginning. Zephyrn's breath power was certainly impressive, but considering the transcendent battle prowess she displayed, it was nothing unusual. Besides, it wasn't at a level that Jin and the others couldn't handle. In other words, Zephyrn had no choice but to forcibly control her strength to avoid killing Jin. Qua. Zephyrn opened her enormous mouth, and the subspace winds swirled wildly along with demonic energy, as if a storm had begun. An attraction and repulsion force emanated from the breath, and a purple breath beam headed towards Jin. Ugh! How annoying! Muraken descended swiftly and blocked Zephyrn's breath. The breath first touched the shadow energy curtain beside Muraken's wings before hitting the ground. Most of the demonic energy was absorbed by the shadow energy curtain, and the remaining fragments and other beams were pushed back by Shaku and Valkas. The entire subspace precariously trembled due to the combined power of the dragon and humans. It would be challenging for ordinary warriors even to endure the pressure of this battlefield. Every time the force clashed, their ears buzzed, and a shivering sensation ran through their bodies. Perhaps because the group handled it well, Zephyrn released a second breath infused with even more potent demonic energy. Although she had lived many more years than Muraken, like most of them, she had never experienced a battle like this before. To kill, crush ruthlessly, or annihilate without leaving a trace. Such battles weren't difficult, but, to Zephyrn, killing Shaku and Valkas, attacking Muraken just enough not to kill him, and capturing Jin alive were bothersome. Moreover, it was aggravating. Muraken's resilience far exceeded Zephyrn's expectations. She had heard rumors that he had partially regained his strength, but she had no idea it would be so intense. Zephyrn also began to see Jin's intentions. Sly bastard. You're very confident that I won't kill you, Jin Runcandle. The blue flames enveloping Jin sent shivers down her spine. Furthermore, it seemed those flames would soon tear apart a portion of the subspace. Suddenly, she thought maybe it would have been better to wait for another day and a better opportunity. She might have made a somewhat impulsive decision. I think I know why my master is paying attention to you. Boom! The second breath collided with the shadow energy curtain and was neutralized. Although it seemed like she was struggling to maintain defense, Muraken was slowly preparing to counterattack. It looks like you shot quite well, and the power is quite decent. Compliments don't sweeten the deal. Haha. Well, that's true. And this won't be sweet either. As soon as Muraken finished speaking, the massive curtain split into 3 pieces like shadows moving with light. One remained behind Muraken for his defense, while the other 2 took positions on both sides of Zephyrn. Due to the nature of shadow energy, Zephyrn was unaware that the curtain had extended to her sides. It's almost impossible to perceive shadows, no matter how vast they are. Her enormous body, several times larger than Muraken's, also contributed to the impossibility of checking the left and right shadow energy curtains. If you can't feel the flow of force, you can only confirm it with sight. However, Zephyrn's vision was limited, combined with the fact that her body was still mostly hidden by purple smoke. It also influenced Zephyrn's inability to perceive it clearly. She couldn't even see her own body, let alone the surroundings. What are you boasting about again? Ah! Zephyrn realized something was wrong when she saw demonic energy starting to leak from the shadow energy curtains that Muraken had extended to her sides. He was trying to shoot the absorbed breath through the curtains. The shadow energy, or rather, the shadows. This power not only had an efficacy at least 2 stars superior to that of aura or mana but also possessed another unique characteristic that normal powers could never imitate. It was to imitate or mimic something as if projecting shadows. What Muraken was doing by shooting Zephyrn's breath with the curtains was based on that principle. I really didn't like using this kind of method, but I have no other choice. It wasn't the method Muraken preferred. In the past, He had enough power to subdue someone like Zephyrin using the characteristics of shadow energy. On the other hand, Misha was good at handling the infinite excess of shadow energy, as demonstrated since her first encounter with Jean. I never thought the day would come when I would put into practice what I learned from that tough girl. This wouldn't have been possible if I hadn't recovered at least 40% of my strength. Humph! Murakin snorted mockingly, recalling Misha's insidious smile. Woo! The curtains on both sides made a sharp noise as they released demonic energy. This demonic energy was more potent than Zephyr's exhaled breath combined with shadow energy. With Zephyr's enormous body, avoiding the demonic energy was impossible. Ha! Where did you learn such unpleasant tricks? There was no time to deploy a protective shield. Zephyr's colossal body was an advantage in most battles, but against such an unexpected attack, responding was uncomfortable. When the demonic energy struck Zephyr's torso, it produced a thunderous crash reminiscent of a collapsing castle. The scales and bones of her massive body creaked and twisted, creating a spine-chilling noise that sent shivers down the spine. Arg! A scream echoed, seemingly impossible to hear. Receiving your own breath must be the first time for you, isn't it? Murakin spoke with an evil tone full of amusement, and Zephyrin writhed in pain for a while. Zephyrin moved her tail reflexively and exhaled her breath in all directions. She released demonic energy into the air. She tainted the subspace with poison. Murakin and Shaku pushed their senses to the limit as they dodged Zephyr's fury. Even in Zephyr's simple charge, they could suffer fatal injuries if they made a mistake. The two, jumping and flying between Zephyr's swaying tail and the demonic energy, had the same thought in their minds. This could be their best, or perhaps their last chance in this battle. Valkaz, who had been protecting the Black Knight, couldn't afford to miss this moment. The three sought the wounds that Zephyrin had suffered before she could recover and tried to inflict more damage. Shaku screamed and shot lightning, while Valkaz gathered all his strength and delivered a punch. The lightning and the punch hit where the scales had torn. What appeared before their eyes was a terrifying spray of blood that was enough to make everyone, even those who had spilled blood on the battlefield their entire lives, pale. Ugh! Blood spurted like a waterfall from Zephyr's torn flesh. The blood contained the poison that had left the Black Knight in a coma. Finally, Murakin flew through the poison, reaching the wound inflicted by Valkaz and Shaku. It was located around the middle part of the body, which could be compared to the abdomen in humans. In other words, it was a vital point that anyone would consider a vulnerability. Murakin infused all his strength into the wound, which was so deep it looked like a cave. Soon, a beam of shadow energy pierced through Zephyr's body. It would be appropriate to say that her back was cut. Everyone felt that Zephyr's spine was about to break under Murakin's breath. Ha! Ha! Afterward, Murakin took a breath and stayed in the air, and Valkaz and Shaku stayed below him, catching their breath. The battlefield, which had been incredibly noisy, had become so quiet that only the group's heavy breathing could be heard. It was an extremely brief silence. Zephyrin, who had remained motionless with her torso bent backward, let out a sigh and slowly raised her head. Well, this is surprising, isn't it? The demonic energy scattered around began to accumulate and fill the enormous hole in Zephyr's abdomen. Her regenerative ability was so fast that there was hardly a way to intervene. It's hard to remember the last time I felt so much pain. Murakin was convinced that she wasn't completely unscathed. However, he judged that the damage she had suffered wasn't enough to prevent Zephyrin from continuing the battle. It seems we've caught quite a troublesome one. What could be considered luck was that Jin's will to traverse the spatial rift had just been completed. Zephyrin had been momentarily distracted by the unexpected blows and pain. Zephyr's eyes darkened as she saw the intense blue flame burning in Bradamanti along with shadow energy. Bradamanti's sword created a bright and sharp trajectory in the dark subspace. Then, as if a dimensional portal were opening, the subspace expanded and revealed the outside. On the other side of that portal, they found themselves again in the reception room where they had started, with no objects destroyed and everything intact. And in the next moment, the group discovered something they didn't expect. one of Zephyrn's weaknesses. Her size decreased as soon as I cut through the subspace. They intuited it, and that was that Zephyrn could only transform into her true form in this subspace. Chapter 449. Zephyrn 5. The subspace cut by Bradamanti's sword burst like a dam. Zephyrn tried to return the subspace to its original state, but the blue flames clinging to the torn part of the subspace wouldn't allow it. The cracks repaired themselves and reopened, burning fiercely. The subspace reacted to the blue flames as if it were a living entity. The subspace emitted sharp screams with each crack, and purple demonic energy rained like rain. Zephyrn's appearance constantly changed as the subspace twisted. Her body shrank and contorted, taking on a grotesque form. It was clear evidence that her transformation only applied within the intact subspace. Ha ha. Murakan burst into laughter at the sight of her transformation. Despite his heavy breathing, it was evident that the situation seemed so amusing to him that he could barely contain his joy. Ho ho, you vixen. You were nothing when you were outside your domain. No wonder you were so strong. I've never seen or heard of anyone like you before. Ugh. Zephyrn let out a small groan. Apparently, she made a great effort to maintain her contorted form. Damn it, blue flames, I had a bad feeling as soon as I saw that cursed power. Zephyrn hoped that Jean could traverse her subspace since he is the contractor of Solderet. However, she hadn't foreseen the profound impact this would have on her transformation and her control over space and demonic energy. The problem was that she didn't include the power of the blue flames in her calculations. The initial rupture of the subspace was due to the power of shadow energy, but it was the blue flames that prevented the rift from closing. Zephyrn also knew about Jin's contract with Tess. More specifically, she knew that Jean was Tess's contractor. However, she believed that Jin's ability to control the power of the blue flames was very limited. By the way, how on earth is he using such dense blue flames without even summoning Tess? Initially, when Jean first invoked the blue flames, Zephyrn hadn't considered this possibility. She felt overwhelmed by instinctive fear and aversion. However, the blue flames now tearing and incinerating the subspace were much more intense and profound than any other Tess contractor Zephyrn had encountered in the past. It was as if the Lord of the Flame World hadn't limited himself to lending a meager amount of power but had delivered a substantial part of himself. It could be. Zephyrn's eyes widened as her thoughts reached this point. Originally, I couldn't have improved the attack part more, but thanks to Tess's flames, a new power has been added before I realized it. They call it heavy pressure, probably. These were the words spoken by Pecan Minche, who had manifested through Vin Branch during the strengthening of Bradamanti. That day, Tess had permanently infused a part of his own power into the sword of the contractor. In other words, Tess wanted Jean to use the powerful pressure power of the blue flame independently of his presence or absence of mana, even when fighting a formidable enemy in any circumstance. Tess also intended to warn if Jean encountered a strong enemy who had crossed paths with Tess. Those who harm this child will become my enemies. The blue flame imprinted on Bradamanti was the seal and emblem of the Lord of the Flame World. Only those who had personally known Tess could recognize it. That the cruel Lord of the Flame World would grant his power to a mere human contractor was something Zephyrn couldn't even begin to imagine. As far as Zephyrn knew, human contractors were nothing more than tools for Tess's amusement and surveillance. Although there were some contractors who had pleased him from time to time, what Tess had done was undoubtedly unprecedented. Tess is an absolute being capable of eliminating at least a mid-tier god from the human world in a breath. Zephyrn realized and gritted her teeth. This is cheating. The power they couldn't give to my master, given to a simple human. Zephyrn's anger erupted so rapidly that she wanted to destroy everything she saw immediately. It would have been entirely possible if the subspace weren't crumbling. However, Tessa's actual flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Boom! She couldn't even breathe freely due to her distorted body. Murakan, who couldn't stop laughing, shouted, "Ha ha ha! Hey, what are you waiting for? Go and make mincemeat out of her." Murakan exhaled a black breath and signaled Valkaz and Shaku to jump forward. Shaku shot lightning and Valkaz released his aura. Jean protected the Black Knight instead of Valkaz. Zephyrin regained her form using her immense regenerative power, and everyone truly felt despair. However, if Zephyrin continued in this unstable state, it seemed worth attempting to escape now. They might enter into a life-or-death battle, but they could still escape. Ka! Zephyrin screamed as the group began their assault. The difference now was that the attacks from Jin's companions hit her precisely. Although she had lost all her combat capability, she wasn't totally defenseless. Every move she made was still a threatening attack to those approaching her. The demonic energy vortexes emanating from Zephyrin's body were also dangerous. The fact that the fight continued was because the group originally possessed exceptional combat power. Murakan's taunts became more persistent with each passing second. It would be difficult to distinguish who the villain was just by observing that sight. Die! For Brother Jean. However, the lively and rhythmic battle cries that continued like mature sesame seeds being scattered could be seen as a sign of the anxiety harbored by the group. Right now, they couldn't do it because of the subspace in flames, but they still had the ominous feeling that Zephyrin would eventually recover her strength and find a way. Too many cracks had opened. The subspace was no longer a complete and independent structure. Through the open cracks, they could see the scene of the reception room and the Black King's mercenaries standing with stern faces. Until Jean cut the subspace, the members had no idea what was happening inside the reception room, filled with demonic energy. Some of the members who felt the shock opened the door to the reception room, but all they saw was a purple demonic energy. The rest of the captains immediately declared a state of emergency. It's the leader. The leader is fighting. We have confirmed the well-being of the leader and the guests. Urgent voices of the members were heard. Almost all of the Black King's mountain personnel seemed to be in the reception room or nearby, preparing to join the fight. They seemed eager to enter the subspace and looked shocked at the sight of their leader fighting desperately. The tide of battle could change in favor of Jean and his group once again if the first division of the Black King's mountain joined. However, Jean still firmly believed that the goal of this battle was not victory but escape. He had no idea what might happen, and for now he was solely focused on burning the subspace with blue flames. The subspace was clearly the most advantageous area for the enemy. No, don't enter. Immediate retreat. What are you talking about? The members had no intention of listening to Jin's words, of course. However, when Valkaz, who had noticed his subordinates too late, shouted the same thing as Jean, the Black King's mercenaries immediately stopped their entry. Black King's mercenaries. From now on, follow the orders of the 12th flag-bearer until further notice. Before Jean started cutting the subspace, Murakan told Valkaz that he would deal with Zephyrin and ordered him to escape with Jean and the subordinates. Although the opportunity was there, Valkaz decided he couldn't escape leaving Murakan behind. As the leader of the Black King's mercenaries, it was unthinkable to rely on others to protect his subordinates. My lord. Understood. The members didn't question Valkaz's orders. This was a testament to how reliable the leader was. You? Ugh. Ka. Suddenly, Zephyrin released explosive demonic energy with a tearing roar. Then, she transformed back into her human form, giving up her true form. It was more efficient to maintain a human form in the unstable state of the subspace during combat. Zephyrin was now fighting for her life. Sharp demonic energy emanated from her nails as she began to rampage. And that wasn't all. The blue flame is slowly weakening. Even if it goes out completely, it won't be the same as before because it has already suffered too many blows. By then, Jean and his group were also exhausted, so the fight became even more dangerous than before. Therefore, they needed to evacuate the Black King's mountain members as soon as possible. I'll shred all of you, pests. This absurd situation wouldn't have occurred if only the master had been okay. Zephyrin felt her chest tighten as she thought that. Although she wasn't comparable to Murakan, Zephyrin had also weakened due to her master's deteriorating condition. Of course, both of you play a significant role in why my master's condition has worsened lately. Murakan snorted again when Zephyrin used profanity instead of her formal speech. It seems people like you are destined to show their true colors sooner or later. Hey, brat, don't worry and escape with the others. 12th flag bearer, I entrust my subordinates to you. Go now, brother Jean. Jean nodded and replied, I'll get everyone to safety and meet you again. No need for that, so we'll meet at home. Nyeh. The ruby glowed, and Shuri was summoned. Shuri immediately took the fallen Black Knight into her mouth, as if she knew the situation even though Jean didn't say anything. Nya! With Jean on her back, Shuri ran through the subspace, through the cracks. The air of the human world tickled Jin's nose. The Black King's mountain members waiting in front of the subspace greeted Jin's arrival. Give your orders, 12th flag bearer. We will evacuate all members. The 3rd Division will prioritize securing supplies. The 2nd Division will help evacuate the wounded and non-combatants. The 1st Division will cover the escape of everyone. Detailed instructions will be given by each captain and their subordinates. Understood. When Jean gave the orders, the members quickly dispersed. The cracks and flames of the subspace visibly diminished behind them. Chapter 450. Zephyrin, 6. And bring healers and poison masters who can detoxify immediately. The Black Knight no longer trembled. He only exhaled weak breaths of air and seemed on the verge of death. Members carefully carried the Black Knight. We must keep him alive at all costs. If he dies, it won't be good for the Black King's mercenaries or for me. Especially the situation of the Black King's mercenaries will become even more complicated. Don't worry, Jean Nim. 3rd Captain Morka replied, and healers and doctors from the Black King's mercenaries crowded around the injured knight. On the contrary, if we manage to save him, it will be a great advantage for both me and the Black King's mercenaries. If the Black Knight died in the Black King's mountain, it would provide Joshua with a pretext to pressure Valkas, regardless of the circumstances. However, if the situation were reversed, it would be Valkas who could demand compensation, not Joshua. Jean wouldn't lose the most powerful asset of his family, and maybe he could even negotiate directly with the Black Knight. We've saved people in worse situations before. We will definitely keep him alive. Clang. The medical team began emergency treatment, and as soon as they rushed out, an unexpected explosion followed by tremors shook the entire Black King's mountain. Shadow energy, demonic energy, an aura erupted through the narrow subspace crack like a volcanic eruption. Since Jean had escaped the subspace, the battlefield had become even more chaotic. A monster is a monster. It's revealing more power even though it's severely outnumbered and cornered due to the subspace rupture. Murakan had thought that it wasn't necessary for Jean to return, but he was still worried. He needed to evacuate the Black King's mercenaries as soon as possible and then join the battle. What kind of battle is raging inside there? Are you sure Zephyrin was really that monster? The 2nd captain expressed his despair with a somber voice. The sight of Zephyrin, transformed into her human form, fighting against her leader, Murakan, and Jean was utterly unbelievable. Lately, Zephyrin had been the troublemaker of the Black King's mercenaries. She made life difficult for all the veteran members and administrators. However, on the other hand, she was the youngest member who, despite getting scolded every day and getting into trouble, couldn't help but spread her unique lively and cheerful energy, making it hard to dislike her. However, that Zephyrin had now turned into the monster that was putting the Black King's mountain in an unprecedented crisis. The sudden appearance of the enormous serpent form that occasionally revealed itself sent shivers down their spines. Valkaznim was very worried that his subordinates, including the 2nd captain, might have been attacked by Zephyrin. Has anyone among the Black King's mercenaries been attacked by Zephyrin? Absolutely not, 12th flag bearer. That's a relief. Valkaz's greatest concern hadn't happened yet. If we manage to evacuate everyone without casualties, then I can expect a positive outcome when Valkaznim and I negotiate later. Kaya. Zephyrin's roar echoed from beyond the cracks. It was a distant sound, but even those who hadn't experienced it personally could imagine the power of that roar. The evacuation was speeding up. Although something like this had never happened before, Like all castles, the Black King's Mountain had numerous special passageways, devices, and instructions for evacuation. Stairs extended throughout the hideout, and magical devices were activated to transport supplies. It was quite a spectacle despite the urgent and grim situation. Like a giant organism, the huge fortresses lined along the mountain range moved. Without interruption, Jean came out of the central fortress, where the leader's reception room was located, and observed how the Black King's mercenaries were evacuating. Hundreds of special ropes connected the fortresses and allowed people and supplies to move between them. The fortresses moved tirelessly, like intricate mechanical devices. The steep mountain ranges surrounding the fortresses were equipped with various mechanisms. Every time a distant rumble was heard, an avalanche occurred near the fortresses, creating a slide path. Non-combatant staff and supplies descended down the mountain with the help of these paths. Meanwhile, several defensive shields were deployed around the fortresses. These were not the work of the members but magical defenses established by the Black King's mercenaries. There were so many shields that it was difficult to count them all. This is just what I can see, so I can't even begin to imagine how much was invested in these defenses. It took more than money to get equipment like this. The Black King's mercenaries had contacts with magical tool artisans from both the Empire and the Lutero-Magical Federation. Being a neutral faction and a mercenary group allowed them to achieve this. For magical tool artisans, offering these items to Runcandle is nothing more than an act of betrayal. Most of the magical tools that Runcandle used for war were obtained as battle spoils. The evacuation was proceeding smoothly. As expected from the world's best mercenary group, the Black King's mercenaries showed excellent coordination even in their first experience in an emergency. The mountain with the fortresses had collapsed almost completely. Most members had already completed their evacuation downwards, while Jean, the leader, and the officers hung from the created ropes and observed the central fortress's battlefield. Precisely, they were watching the collapse of the central fortress. Who? Leader. The force penetrating the subspace crack was turning the central fortress into dust. Although the blue flames attached to the crack had significantly decreased from before, the power of the blue flames continued to tear the crack very effectively. It seems like the subspace will be completely torn soon. What would happen next? Zephyrin wouldn't be able to return to her original form, but the battle would continue. She possessed at least a 10-star level of strength even in her human form. However, this fight wouldn't last much longer. Zephyrin had taken multiple hits and was exhausted, while Jean and Valka's group were also tired, so it would be a short-lived battle. We can't kill Zephyrin here. The members are safe for now, so it's best to withdraw without causing fatal injuries to ourselves. Despite their exhaustion, it was unknown what other abilities Zephyrin still possessed. Given the shocking display of her power, the tide of the battle could change drastically. Moreover, if the battle extended beyond subspace, external forces would undoubtedly intervene. The Black Mercenaries were a neutral faction that everyone was watching. If a major battle occurred in the Black King's Mountain, nearby factions would surely become aware. She probably created subspace from the beginning and did not kill the second captain and subordinates because she wanted to handle this discreetly. The hideout of the Black King's Mountain was located in the unprotected region of the central continent, the Bice Kingdom. The Bice Kingdom did not belong to any of the 4 major factions, but geographically, it was quite close to the territories of Zippel and Vermont. Recently, Kinzelo's relationship with those factions had not been very friendly. If Zephyrin has in mind that they might come, she will undoubtedly choose to escape. While Jean contemplated this, the sound of subspace tearing finally reached his ears. Jean and the members of the Black Mercenaries raised their heads to witness the central fortress collapsing. The view of the barely visible battlefield through the cracks was too chaotic to get a clear picture of the internal situation. Ha! The first to emerge from the rift was Murakan. He roared triumphantly and then exhaled his breath towards the emerging Zephyrin. Jean silently breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this. He's unharmed. However, when he saw Valka's and Shaku, especially Shaku's condition, Jean felt his heart tearing apart. Shaku looked severely injured, to the point where he struggled to stand. Jean had not witnessed the battle directly, but he immediately realized that Shaku had sacrificed himself in the fight. He was a guardian composed of soul and shadow energy, so Shaku's death or injuries were not real. Therefore, Shaku had no reason to hesitate in sacrificing himself for Jean and his comrades. The outcome would have been the same even if Shaku's body had been real and not composed of shadow energy. It was the brotherly love of legends. Brother Shaku. There was no need for apologies or expressions of gratitude. Shaku responded to Jin's voice. Their gazes met, and a faint smile formed on Shaku's lips. Make sure to tell me about this later, Brother Jean. Shaku's body dispersed into particles of shadow energy, and Jean clenched his teeth. The time had come to end the battle. Keep protecting the members, captains. It was much more effective to protect them than to fight together. Shadow energy and blue flames gathered again around Bradamanti. Jean wanted to execute the shadow sword technique immediately, but there was a risk that others would be dragged into it. Jin's sword fell on Zephyrn's forehead with a swift movement. Zephyrn easily blocked the blow with her claws, but she seemed quite pressured by the blue flame in front of her nose. Then, her energy appeared to weaken noticeably. She still retained immense power, though it was weaker than her true form. Clang! Bradamanti clashed with Zephyrn's claws, and sparks flew. Murakin switched between his true form and human form, providing support to Jean, while Valkas focused on regulating his breathing. Although not as serious as Shaku, Valkas was also gravely injured and poisoned by Zephyrn's venom. Zephyrn fought against Jean and said, "Jean Runcandle, you bastard! Why don't you act arrogantly like before, as if you could kill us at any moment?" Zephyrn narrowed her eyes at those words, but shortly after, she regained her composed smile and said, "We'll meet again, Jean Runcandle. Yes, you always say that before running away." While Jean tried to continue speaking, suddenly, Zephyrn's entire body started to swell with a purple glow, as if it were about to explode at any moment. It wasn't just Jean who felt it. Before Murakin could shout, Jean had already distanced himself and was heading towards Valkas. "Goodbye, then." Bang! Zephyrn's swollen body triggered an explosion. It caused a powerful earthquake throughout the mountain. The explosion wiped out all traces of trees and rocks at its epicenter. Although it seemed like the enormous explosion would sweep away the entire Black King's Mountain, the real destructive power was not on an apocalyptic scale. Zephyrn had no intention of killing Jean from the beginning. She initiated the explosion simply to facilitate her escape. Fortunately, the Black King's Mountain was well equipped with various magical defense devices, and Jean, Murakin, the captains, and their subordinates still had strength. Block it! The 12th flag-bearer protects. The leader, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions protect each other. The demonic energy explosion had shattered the mountain range, and most members had already evacuated. If they hadn't, it would have been catastrophic. Jean, Murakin, and the Black mercenaries fought desperately to protect themselves from the explosion and its consequences. In particular, Murakin used the remaining shadow energy to create curtains in various places on the mountain, saving many lives. Crazy. You never stop being a pain until the end. The phenomena of the explosion, landslides, earthquakes, and more did not cease until almost an hour had passed. In the end, the group managed to avert the explosion with minimal loss of life. However, the once majestic Black King's Mountain was now completely destroyed, buried under debris, and the cries and sobs of the Black mercenaries filled the areas under the collapsed mountain range. Murakin, still floating in the dark night sky bathed in shadow energy, looked at the Black mercenaries with a somewhat pitiful expression. For those who knew the full story, it was clear that his appearance stemmed from a sense of sorrow. The personnel and dragons sent by Zippel and Vermont had just arrived and detected the battle, but they could not immediately comprehend the situation. What is happening in the Black King's Mountain? Murakin? Could it be Murakin? Brother Murakin. Did brother do this? Murakin. If it's Murakin, then maybe Runcandle's 12th flag-bearer did this to the Black mercenaries. The newcomers from Zippel and Vermont were deeply confused as they witnessed the scene of destruction and Murakan in the black sky. Chapter 451. The Majesty of Murakan. Those who came from Vermont were the Earth Dragon, Rabus, and the Earth Dragoness, Dragon Woman. Until, along with the magicians associated with them. Those from Zippel were the Fire Dragon Theo, the Blue Dragoness Lalamakwa, and their magicians. In total, there were 4 dragons and 8 magicians, all gazing with wide-open eyes at the sky dyed by the shadow energy and the crumbling Black King's mountain. In particular, the 4 dragons had experienced Murakan's prime moments. The magicians felt the accelerated heartbeat of the dragons transmitting from the backs of the dragons each one rode. Are the dragons feeling fear? This is unprecedented. Is it okay? An extreme sense of tension. The dragons were stiffened, leaving the magicians no choice but to share the same anxiety. The battle prowess of the 12th flagbearer of Runcandle and his formidable guardian dragon were well known to the public due to incidents like the Sword Emperor's terrorist attack. Back then, Murakan had almost single-handedly defended the skies. Furthermore, considering the 12th flagbearer's radical actions and battle prowess, it was natural for the magicians to harbor such misconceptions. The 12th flagbearer of Runcandle attacked the refuge of the Black King's Mountain with his guardian dragon, and they won. The magicians swallowed saliva simultaneously, reflecting. I heard that Murakan has regained his strength, but has he already reached the point of being able to handle the Black King's Mountain alone? The speed at which he is recovering his former power is remarkable. Just a few years ago, he couldn't even compare to Sister Quicantle. Rabus and Until exchanged glances and awkwardly coughed as they looked at Murakan. Greetings, ruler of the High Mountain and friend of the Great Solderet, Murakanim. I didn't expect to find you here. I didn't expect to see you here either. Have you been well, Great Black Dragon? Rabus and Until spoke. Jean had met these dragons during his time as a provisional flagbearer. These are the dragons we met on the day I first saw Quicantle Nim. Even then, they were very proud. Murakan stared at the 2 dragons. Specifically, it was Murakan who was looking at them, while they dared not meet Murakan's gaze. These 2 dragons were among those who had faced Murakan most frequently during his prime. Rabus, Until, what brings you here? We came because we sensed something unusual in the Bice Kingdom. It seems like a great battle, but if it's okay, could you give us more details? Hey! Flutter. Before Dragon Until could finish her sentence, Murakan flapped his wings forcefully. It was a gesture of dragons to express their displeasure, akin to delivering a strong punch to a human. Insignificant earth dragons. How dare you tell me to inform you about what happened here? No, older brother. It's not like that. Murakanim, it's a misunderstanding. We're not demanding that you tell us what happened. We're just asking if you could, if possible, share the details with us. Of course, we can understand if you don't want to tell us anything. The tone of the earth dragons quickly changed. They couldn't help it. If Murakan had truly regained all his previous power, there was no force in the world that could stand in his way. At least, that's how the earth dragons perceived it. If they spoke too rudely, Murakan could turn them into ashes, and the Empire would bear the consequences. Is that so? It seems like it's been quite a while since I taught you all a lesson. I see that my own kind doesn't treat me as carefully as before, and this uncomfortable feeling has been growing day by day. Whoosh! The shadow energy covering the sky became even denser. And especially, all of you seem to have a death wish. In an instant, shadow energy spikes burst from the black sky. Rabus and Until were stunned and frantically lowered their heads. Older brother, that's not what we meant. We're sorry. I think I made a mistake. Please calm down, and let's have a peaceful conversation. The sharp spikes effortlessly pierced through the protective shield the 2 dragons quickly launched. Even the dragons themselves couldn't react properly. If Murakan had decided to, this single attack could have been fatal. Initially, the target of these shadow energy spikes was not the earth dragons but the fire dragon and the blue dragon behind them. Theo and Lalamakwa descended quickly and dodged Murakan's spikes, but they refrained from counterattacking because they were very aware of how serious the situation could become. The reason for Murakan's sudden fury was clear. The fire dragon Theo. He was a relative of Kadin, another fire dragon and guardian dragon of Keliark Zippel. Murakan and Kadin had never gotten along well, and just before the incident in the Holy Kingdom, Kadin's attack had nearly killed Murakan. Now, for Murakan, fire dragons were a race he would like to shred with just a glance. Fire dragon Theo, didn't your king convey that message to you? Don't confront me at all costs. And unfortunately, if we do encounter, you must flee as fast as you can with all your might. Shadow energy spikes formed again, and Theo, Lalamakwa, and the Zippel magicians concealed their expressions of bewilderment. Could that immense power we detected an hour ago really come from that crazy black dragon? Of course, that was just a misunderstanding on Theo's part. The power that brought down the Black King's Mountain was not Murakan's shadow energy but Zephyrn's demonic energy. However, since the demonic energy exploded and dissipated after Zephyrn left, they didn't hesitate to think that this power belonged to Murakan. No matter if he has fully regained his strength or not, fighting against Murakan so arrogantly is suicidal. I thought this might be like the battle between Valkas and Amala, but it has gone far beyond what I expected. We need to retreat immediately. Like almost all dragons in the world, Theo and Lalamakwa had also feared Murakan in his prime. Especially, Theo harbored a deeper fear as he had seen fire dragons and red dragons suffer many times just for being relatives of Kadin. Answer me, Theo and Lalamakwa. Depending on your response, I'll decide whether to kill you or let you live. And this answer will affect the fate of the earth dragons as well. Brother? Why? We haven't done anything wrong. Please don't do this. All right, we'll withdraw. Murakan glared at Theo and Lalamakwa, ignoring the heartfelt pleas of the earth dragons. The dragons could only flap their wings, not knowing what to do. All dragons trembled. Their eyes were filled with anxiety, and there was no trace of arrogance left. Murakan, that guy is really something. But I'm still not used to these situations no matter how many times I see them. To Jean, Murakan seemed much more familiar when he scratched his backside while reading Eki magazines and ate a strawberry pie without dignity. A somewhat pathetic and unimpressive presence. But in moments like this, where his millennial dignity stood out, Murakan seemed like an entirely different being. Although he hadn't definitively proven that he had fully regained his ancient power, he had managed to terrify both Zippel and Vermont dragons. By the way, it might be a headache if they decide to resist. In reality, Murakan was exhausted. Jean, as a 1,000-year contractor using shadow energy, was the only one who truly understood this fact. Murakan had already expended almost all his power in his battle against Zephyrn. However, Murakan faced the dragons confidently even in this state. It was simply his personality. Murakan had lived as the most powerful being since the moment he was born, for over 3,000 years. Whether he fully regained his former power or only a quarter of it, or whether he had nothing left, Murakan couldn't imagine having a different attitude than in his prime. That's why Jean didn't step forward, even after knowing that Murakan was exhausted. He didn't want to hurt his pride. If the dragons decided to attack, he could fight alongside Murakan, which was fine since neither Zippel nor Vermont had any valid justification for attacking in the Bice Kingdom. On the other hand, Runcandle had a legitimate reason after aiding the Black King's mercenaries. The Black King's mercenaries remained silent amidst the misunderstanding and escalating tension. Perhaps it was better to consider that they couldn't do anything. The recent explosion caused by Zephyrn had left most of their high-ranking members incapacitated or still searching for their comrades. Moreover, Valkas had lost consciousness. The Black King's mercenaries had to act extremely cautiously. They couldn't risk trying to correct the misunderstanding and potentially facing an unpredictable situation. Furthermore, before losing consciousness, Valkas had transferred command authority to Jean. Therefore, it was necessary to stay quiet until Jean took command. After thinking for a while, Jean came to the following conclusion. If the dragons from Zippel and Vermont retreat, I might somehow manage the situation in my favor. If only the dragons from Zippel and Vermont would withdraw. The reason Jin's conclusion was this foggy was that he had not yet felt deeply Murakan's presence despite hearing everywhere about Murakan's greatness for 1,000 years. It was something only those who had shared those 1,000 years with him could truly understand. In other words, the dragons from Zippel couldn't even think about fighting Murakan. Murakanim, we apologize for unintentionally offending you. I, along with Fire Dragon Theo, will withdraw promptly. Could you find it in your heart to forgive us? Lalamakwa responded. Her tone was calm, but her response was almost pitifully humble. Jean was surprised once again. Of course, Murakan had no intention of letting the matter slide. He knew nothing about other dragons, but the fact that a fire dragon had come to visit only angered him even more. So, just as he was about to respond that he would let Theo go after incapacitating him, Jean spoke first. We accept. The dragons from Zippel and Vermont will soon return to their homelands, before my guardian dragon's heart changes. Hearing this, the dragons from Zippel and Vermont were bewildered, and Murakan instantly understood Jin's intention. Murakan regained composure. Not controlling his anger at this moment would be endangering his contractor. The Earth Dragons continued to roll their eyes, while the Fire Dragon and the Blue Dragon locked eyes with Jean. After a moment, they could only respond like this. All right. We thank you for clarifying the misunderstanding, contractor of the Black Dragon. I hope we can meet again at a better time. Lalamakwa's response carried a background of, today I retreat, but I will remember this humiliation. But Jean couldn't help but smile. You have nothing to thank for. Goodbye and take care. Chapter 452. New Year, Rumors and Significant Events. Breaking news. The Black King's Mountain has been destroyed. What fate awaits the Bice Kingdom with the collapse of the Black King's Mountain? It is reported that the leader of the Black King, Valkus Kron, is currently in critical condition. The fact that he has made no public statement suggests that his situation is dire. Why was the Black King's Mountain attacked? So far, the most likely suspects are the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle and his dragon guardian, Murakan. Do they have any grudges between them? Was the power of the Black mercenaries just empty talk? A world mercenary myth shattered by a dragon and an individual. The Black Dragon Murakan, trampling the Black King's Mountain. Rumors have it that the 12th flag-bearer, Jean Runcandle, has brought the Spectre Corps to its knees even before this incident. A coalition of neutral forces, perhaps? What will be the fate of the Black King's mercenaries? As always, news articles poured in like crazy. And none of these articles were entirely accurate, as is often the case. Both the Bice Kingdom and nearby media lacked the ability to thoroughly investigate such an event. An external news sources had to rely on Bice Kingdom's reports for their own news. As a result, misunderstandings, lack of information, and embellishments to fill the gaps made Jean out to be the destroyer of the Black mercenaries. The main reason was that the Black mercenaries couldn't properly control the media. If they had confined themselves to the Bice Kingdom and its surroundings, they could easily have produced news to their liking. However, the Black mercenaries are not as influential as Runcandle, Zippel, Vermont, or Kinslow, considered significant factions. Not even the 4 major factions could fully control an incident of this magnitude. You can't stop a wave with your hand. Moreover, after this incident, the perception was strong that the Black mercenaries were done. Major media outlets had reached a point where they no longer needed to be cautious with their reporting. Given Valkus's real state and the fact that the hideout had been demolished, there was no other way to see it. Ha ha ha. Truly, it's the best year-end event. Keliark Zippel. As usual, he sat on the top floor of the Zippel First Magic Tower, the Tower of Histories, and perused various news sources. He had a face, reminiscent of Baradin, full of a childlike smile. Ha, are you laughing? Does this amuse you? Cadden, don't you find it amusing? I think this is even more fun than that comedy I watched with you and Octavia last time. How can you be like this every time? You did the same last time. And even when that damn brat was ranting about the return of the magic swordsman, you found it amusing. Cadden felt like he was about to go mad when Keliark behaved like this. Is that amusing? Or are you crazy? Why? At his age, he's turning Runcandle into a complete mess all by himself. Not even Zippel could achieve that. How could I not enjoy it? How much damage have we suffered because of that damn brat? Keliark? Your younger brother died, the demon god orb was destroyed, and on top of that, our alliance with Kinselo fell apart. The incident with the Holy Kingdom is indescribable. And not long ago, you even lost your Black Knight spy. Don't forget the loss of the Spectre Corps. True, that too. Anything else? Well, Magic Swordsman. That brat is breaking the oath. This conversation took place a month and a half ago when they received the invitation to the Sword Emperor's banquet. At that time, Cadden urged Keliark to pressure Runcandle immediately, but Keliark ignored him. The same was happening now. Cadden thought it wasn't the time for Keliark to be so relaxed. He hasn't experienced the Runcandle of 1,000 years ago. That's why he acts like this. Keliark doesn't understand how dangerous they are. Whether Keliark was aware of Cadden's thoughts or not, he continued to laugh heartily. Enough, Keliark. Ah, my ears already hurt. Cadden, why are you so angry? How can you say that? Isn't it significant that the 12th flag-bearer brought down the black mercenaries? No, it's more accurate to say it's not the 12th flag-bearer but the work of his dragon guardian, Mirakan. Exactly why it's a problem. Mirakan is regaining his power. Mirakan. The reason Cadden was reacting so sensitively to this recent event was precisely that. It was the information directly transmitted to him by the fire dragon Theo and the blue dragon Lalamaka that Mirakan was regaining his power. If Jean Runcandle subdued the black mercenaries, absorbed them, or simply fought and won, that's not particularly important. But the fact that Mirakan is returning to his prime is something we cannot ignore at all. As usual, Keliark found Cadden's reaction intriguing, just like before. Aren't you too worried about that black dragon? Unlike when I encountered him near Santel, this time he has clearly regained a part of his heart, and that too without the demon god orb. Cadden had effortlessly cornered Mirakan at that time. Mirakan had been concerned with rescuing the people of Santel from Cadden's attack, preventing him from confronting Cadden. At that time, Mirakan had barely recovered his strength, so Cadden was much stronger to begin with. Anyway, after that battle, Mirakan survived and demonstrated his strength for all to see, both in the terrorist attack on the Sword Emperor Castle and a few days ago at the Black King's Mountain. Cadden had been somewhat uncertain about Mirakan's recovery when he heard the news from the Sword Emperor Castle. He wasn't sure if the weak Mirakan he had encountered in Santel had fully regained his strength. Now it's safe. Keliark, we need to prepare before that guy regains all his former power. You're quite afraid, aren't you? That's right. Surprisingly, Cadden easily admitted that fact. Didn't you say you were the dragon closest to Mirakan in power 1,000 years ago? Near and on par are two different things. Fine, I admit it, he was the strongest. So take my words seriously and don't let that brat and Mirakan go wild any longer. The smile disappeared from Keliark's face for the first time. You're right. But, Cadden, it seems riskier to mess with the 12th flag-bearer and his dragon guardian. 4 Siren Runcandle? Exactly. When he's gone, the world will fall into our grasp anyway. And he doesn't have much time left. Can the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle overcome Siren's dominance in just that time? Absolutely impossible. Keliark continued speaking and made eye contact with Cadden. I have personally experienced the 19-year-old Siren. I don't think the current 12th flag-bearer is better than the Siren back then. The 12th flag-bearer will never reach his level. Just as you have experienced Siren's power, I have experienced Runcandle and Mirakan from that time. I know, but Cadden, look at the current situation. It seems to me that the fight will end as soon as Siren disappears. The world will be ours. Why bother stirring the hive when all we have to do is wait for Siren's time to end and adjust the variables appropriately? It's not like the opportunity has presented itself, right? Cadden didn't respond. He didn't think Keliark was wrong, but he couldn't put into words the unsettling feeling filling his heart. If you're worried, I'll order an increase in the personnel tracking, Misha. It should help ease your anxiety. In the end, Cadden could only nod. Agreed. It would be much better if Mirakan's sister is captured. Yes, it's a bit regrettable that we narrowly missed her recently. Anyway, I'm more concerned about my son than the 12th flagbearer or the Black Dragons. Baradin? Yes, it's still difficult to manipulate his mind and memories, perhaps because the stability of the mind control magic is deteriorating or due to some other influence. Manipulating his mind and memories is becoming increasingly difficult. The factors that could influence Baradin's mental world. Kellyark couldn't know what it was. It was about the emotions he had forgotten for so long. In my opinion, it's because the 12th flagbearer and Dante Hyran have influence over Baradin. Whatever influence they have over Baradin, the end result will be hatred and betrayal. And if that's the case, we must be even more cautious about touching the 12th flagbearer until the perfect time comes. TCH, Cadden shrugged, and Kellyark fell silent for a while, toying with a crystal ball. The land of the beastmen, Kinzelo's headquarters. The faces of Bishkal, Barak, and Joe were somber. The table they sat around was filled with numerous news about Jean. However, unlike Zippel, they didn't mistakenly think that Murakan was the main culprit in this incident. Zephyrin? She went to cause an incident, Joe said, looking at Barak. Zephyrin. Although Kinzelo had not sent anyone to the scene of the Black King's mountain collapse, they were fully aware that this incident was Zephyrин's doing. Because the leader's condition had deteriorated rapidly right after the collapse of the Black King's mountain. It meant that either the leader had overused his power, as he did in the Sword Emperor Castle, or someone had taken advantage of the leader's power. Now the leader suffered in the same way, and there was no doubt that only one being could borrow the leader's power without permission. Zephyrin. No, The leader's condition, isn't very good, Chomp, right? Because, the demon dragon, did something wrong. Bouvard said irritably while munching on a sweet potato croquette. Bishkal and Barak had the urge to immediately kill that fat piece of meat, but they clenched their trembling fists. Vice leader. Yes, Barak Nim. What do you think about this matter? I also think that Zephyrин's recent actions went too far. After the events in the Sword Emperor Castle, our leader was already bound to have an extreme rest. Besides, she failed to even show her face during Kinzelo's debut. I think she should be severely punished. Barak Nim. Zephyrin is out of our jurisdiction. I am aware of that. I was just asking if the vice leader had any ideas. Our great cause may suffer a setback if our leader's recovery is delayed. In response, Bishkal closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then I will request a meeting with her and ask her a favor. I will ask her to spend some time as a spy within Zippel. It seems like the most we can ask of Zephyrin. There's a high probability she won't agree. I will make sure to persuade her. Barak nodded satisfied. Bishkal always kept his word. Understood. I trust you and await, Vice Leader. Chapter 453. It seems there is definitely a problem, said a knight with a grim expression. He was reporting to Joshua Runcandle, the second flag-bearer of the Runcandle family. Joshua remained silent for a while, and only the embers of cigarettes glowed. Joshua's face was illuminated by the faint light, and it had a stiffer expression than the knight's. Because it was no one else. It was the Black Knight, the strongest guardian knight of the family. Only 10 people in the family could wear the black helmet. Black Knights never fail in their missions. Even in the rare case of failure, they would undoubtedly find another way, or they would have encountered an insurmountable variable they couldn't handle on their own, then return safe and sound. If it was an impossible situation, to the point of having to give their lives, they were supposed to leave a message to the family. In other words, no matter what problem arose, it was unthinkable for a Black Knight to disappear without any news. At least, that's how Joshua saw the Black Knight. Most others thought the same. However, it had been days since news about the Black King mercenaries incident started. Coming, and the Black Knight, whom he had sent to meet Valkas, had not yet returned. It's clear that he was involved in the battle at the Black King's mountain. Joshua let out a deep sigh, and gray smoke wafted through the darkness. He wanted to slit the knight's throat who was reporting. What's the point of reporting what I already know? Why scratch my guts by bringing up the topic when everyone already knows it? No one would blame Jean for unloading his unresolved hatred and anger on the knight. Joshua's hand, holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. Joshua regained composure after the intense impulse surged through him for 5 seconds. It felt like thousands of bugs were crawling all over his body during those 5 seconds. But during that time, Joshua didn't show any emotion or even a twitch. He felt great pride in being able to control even such a terrible impulse. "I know, so leave. And call Howard." "Yes, my lord." The knight left, and Joshua plunged back into his thoughts. His gaze was fixed on the stack of newspapers on his desk. Amidst the destruction of the Black King's Mountain by the Black Dragon Murakan, both the 12th flag-bearer and the Black King's mercenaries have not clearly explained the motive for the war. What are the most probable events in this situation? The dragon contractors, who know Murakan, have consistently refused interviews or comments about Murakan. This indicates that they are very afraid of him. Perhaps, the cause of this incident could simply be Murakan's displeasure. The dragon, known as the King of the Sky 1,000 years ago, terrorized the world. What kind of being is Murakan? Newspapers were filled with information about Jean and Murakan, especially about Murakan. If the Black Knight has really died, then there was a high possibility that he was killed by Murakan. It's inconceivable that Valkas Kron, who is good at seizing opportunities, would participate in the assassination of a Black Knight. But why Murakan? Like many newspapers, Joshua couldn't think of a clear answer. Surely my younger brother couldn't have told Murakan to kill the Black Knight. The youngest, the 12th flag-bearer. Joshua had always recognized Jean. Even when the other siblings treated Jean only as a reckless youth, for Joshua, my younger brother possessed bright talent and potential. Undoubtedly, the younger one was an exceptional individual. He stood out not only for his sword or magic talent but also for his leadership as a monarch. A monarch possesses countless virtues, but for Joshua, one of the most important was the affection he felt for his subjects. In that sense, my younger brother wouldn't kill the Black Knight just because he belongs to me. Never. The youngest was also someone who loved Runcandle more than anyone. I heard from Mother, and I experienced it firsthand. The Black Dragon Murakan is a very capricious and malevolent being. If Murakan killed the Black Knight, he would have done it against Jin's will. That would imply that Jin couldn't properly control Murakan. However, Joshua soon concluded that it couldn't be the case. If Murakan had escaped Jin's control, there would have been too many instances where he could have caused even greater accidents. Step. A man with white and neat hair and an upright posture entered the room. It was the head butler, Howard. "Did you call for me, my lord?" "Howard, what are you thinking?" Howard showed no sign of confusion even in the face of such a sudden and unexplained question. He already knew what Joshua was pondering. There are two possibilities. Either he died or he escaped. I believe that, in either case, there may be an element of betrayal. Joshua's eyes narrowed at the mention of betrayal. Betrayal. He is the younger Nanny's brother, Gilly McRolin, before becoming the Black Knight. Joshua recalled the state of the relationship between Gilly and McRolin. And Gilly McRolin may harbor significant animosity towards McRolin. I feel the same way. The report mentioned that my younger brother saw the Black Knight using the claws. Therefore, my younger brother could easily deduce that the Black Knight is somehow connected to McRolin. According to Horward, my younger brother betrayed the family and killed the Black Knight. Unlike Joshua, he didn't believe that the 12th flag-bearer really loved the family. Because in Jin's eyes, Gilly held a higher position than the family. So, he killed the Black Knight to vent his resentment and strike at Joshua. It's plausible considering my younger brother cares a lot about Gilly. But Joshua shook his head. It doesn't seem like my younger brother would be swayed so much by emotions, Joshua said. Yes, my lord. Perhaps Gilly's desire for revenge will be resolved in some other way. If there's any chance he betrayed us, it might be the case like Barton Vicena. Are you referring to the traitor? Yes. If the Black Knight had betrayed the family like Barton, my younger brother might have killed him. But, my lord, in that case it implies that our unity is in question. If it's revealed that another Black Knight from the family betrayed us, Howard interrupted. Joshua hoped that wasn't the scenario. If it turned out to be a traitor, it would mean he couldn't even detect it this time, unlike what happened with Barton. The meeting with Howard didn't bring any clarity. Joshua felt like he was wandering through the fog with a frustrating sense. Suddenly, Joshua realized what he had to do. After all, the fact that the Black Knight is involved in the Black King mercenaries incident is information that hasn't been made public. Not only to the general public, but also to enemy forces. The information about the Black Knight's involvement was known only to the Black King mercenaries and Jin's group. And my younger brother loves the family, so he would never give that information to the Zipple or any other faction. Even if it could cause significant harm to me, he would prioritize Runcandle's well-being. In other words, whether the Black Knight had betrayed them or not, the Runcandle family and Joshua had nothing to lose, at least externally. As long as the 12th flag-bearer and the Black King mercenaries remain silent, no more information will be made public. Of course, they were unaware of Zephyrn's existence. Losing the Black Knight is a devastating blow, so the family must seize the opportunity to minimize the damage, declared Joshua. Howard nodded. You just have to say it. Prepare a statement praising the 12th flag-bearer and describe the defeat of the Black King mercenaries at the hands of Jean and how he absorbed them. It has to convey a sense of reality, not just rumors. It's unpleasant, but Valkus Kron won't be able to casually respond. It's a matter that decides the fate of the Black King mercenaries. Yes. Also, distribute newspapers praising Murakan's might. Let the rumor spread that Zipple's dragons fear Runcandle's guardian dragon. This time, even Howard couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure about this, my lord? You might end up giving wings to the 12th flag-bearer. Plus, provoking Zipple like this, my younger brother, out of nowhere, swallowed up one of the biggest neutral forces everyone had been eyeing for so long." Howard tilted his head again. It's been days since this ridiculous incident happened, and yet Zipple hasn't made a proper statement. What do you think this means? Zipple has no intention of fighting. Joshua continued his explanation. Whether they fear my father or Murakan truly terrifies them, Zipple has abandoned the Black King mercenaries as they always have. Runcandle took them. Jean could predict and prepare for the Black King mercenaries' opposition, but Zipple couldn't. Valkus Kron might protest vehemently, saying something like, "What nonsense are you talking about when we've never surrendered or sided with Zipple if you keep pressuring us?" It happened to be the question Howard wanted to ask. If Valkus Kron protests strongly like that, we can eliminate the Black King mercenaries. After a few seconds, Howard finally realized what Joshua was saying. Ah! Howard sighed. Zipple has already indicated that they have no intention of going all out against the Runcandles just to acquire the Black King mercenaries. In such a situation, if the Black King mercenaries rely on Zipple, will we enter a total war? Zipple will never assist the Black King mercenaries if we take an all-out stance against them. I'll set it in motion immediately. Yes. Execute it according to the detailed instructions. Yes, my lord. After Howard left the room, Joshua leaned back in his chair. He lit a new cigarette, and the sound of ashes burning sounded unusually loud. Granting wings to the 12th flag-bearer, Howard's words echoed in his mind. That was correct. This incident would undoubtedly elevate Jin's prestige once again. But, in any case, everything that Jean had gained and would gain over time will come back to me. Amidst the gray smoke filling the air, Joshua clung to that conviction. Chapter 454, January 1st, 1800. The new year had begun. The families of Tychon gathered at Latree Bakery and warmly exchanged New Year's greetings. Crunch, the sound of children breaking cookies with their teeth, filled the air, and candles in various corners spilled their colorful light. The aroma of freshly baked bread and cookies was irresistible, and the magical fragrance wafting from Latree's kitchen made both young and old salivate. It was truly a picturesque and refined scene of the first day of the new year, and the old dog Puppy yawned and approached where the children were. Puppy had been sitting in his place until now, but the rough-looking men with somber expressions, in stark contrast to the warm atmosphere, were the reason he changed his position. They hadn't changed their blood-stained clothes or even combed their hair. They simply sat with contorted expressions as they tapped the table with their fingers, expressing their frustration and anger with their whole bodies. They were the captains and officers of the Black King mercenaries. The reason they hadn't changed clothes was their way of showing loyalty to the fact that they were still fighting alongside Valkas, who was in a coma. The reason they were here on the first day of the new year, and not in the Bice Kingdom, was that they hadn't been able to repair the fallen Black King mountain hideout. More precisely, that right had been stolen from them. It was all because of Runcandle. In the year 1800, as a new century began, the star, the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, was the first to shine. The world's finest mercenaries, the Black King mercenaries. What was the reason they joined the 12th flag-bearer? It was revealed that the leader of the Black King mercenaries, Valkas Kron, pledged loyalty to the 12th flag-bearer in the Tychan Free City. Runcandle is now the lord of the Black King mercenaries, a force no major faction could embrace. Indeed, the year 1799 was practically Jean Runcandle's year. Would this momentum continue this year as well? The war between the 12th flag-bearer and the Black King mercenaries was one of the greatest events of the previous century, and the victors were the 12th flag-bearer and Runcandle. The King of Sky, the mighty black dragon Murakan, roared in the world once again, the mightiest of dragons, the sovereign of the sky. Even Zippel fears that name. Sigh! Sigh! The members of the Black King mercenaries sighed and groaned as they read the newspapers spread on the table. One character at a time. It was beyond comprehension how they could be filled with such unfair and exasperating content. They wanted to go to Runcandle and confront them. How foolish must they seem to undertake such actions, and when did we say we would join the 12th flag-bearer? After the news spilled, Runcandle sent knights and people to make sure the Black King mercenaries couldn't interfere in retrieving things from the Black King Mountain. Externally, it seemed like Runcandle was performing the duties of a monarchical family on behalf of the soulless Black King mercenaries. In reality, it meant that the Black King mercenaries were under Runcandle's control, so they had to follow his directives. It was also an act to once again clarify their affiliation to external and civilian factions. It seemed like they were about to burst with frustration. It was hard to accept losing their territory in an instant, but the humiliation was even more unbearable. Crunch! The sound of children breaking cookies and the sound of the Black King mercenaries grinding. Their teeth contrasted sharply. It was as if a line had been drawn on a canvas, with completely different images on each side. The side with Tychan families and the side where the Black King mercenaries sat. How about you relax your expressions a bit, friends? Someone from the Tychan side approached the table where the Black King mercenaries were sitting and said, "My lord has provided us with such an excellent framework. So, why are you still sitting here with such gloomy faces? Has any of you ever eaten cookies like these while living as a mercenary? This is my first time." It was the leader of the Phantom Legion, Lotta Proc. He had come to greet Jean on the first day of the new year. Lotta's sister, Faye Proc, also joined him and added a few words. "Yes, there are children around, so don't put on such a fierce face. I'm also holding back from tearing all of you apart." The relationship between the Phantom Legion mercenaries and the Black King mercenaries was not very good, especially considering that Lotta had been rated the worst among the three great mercenaries. He had been waiting for an opportunity to turn the tables. Now that he had become Jin's servant, his desire had diminished, but it was absurd to see the Black King mercenaries with such an attitude. "What did you say?" "What did I say? It's informal, friend. Except for Valkas Nim, none of you surpass me in rank. Let's work together from now on, so the hierarchy should be clear, right?" "Work together? Who's going to eat with you?" shouted one of the officers, and Lotta's eyes filled with murderous intent. The officer shivered, and the captains narrowed their eyes. Lotta smiled as if he were holding back and said, "I understand your feelings, but this is not the time for that. All of you. Don't you see how the situation is changing? What do you think Valkas Nim will decide when he wakes up? Do you really think he'll say he wants to go back to being neutral?" Tension crackled between Lotta and the Black King mercenaries. Just as Lotta had mentioned, Valkas had not yet regained consciousness. Immediately after the incident with the Black King mercenaries, Jean, along with Valkas and the Black Knight, headed directly to the Holy Kingdom. Jean believed that only the Holy Queen Lani could heal Valkas from Zephyrn's poison, but this time, even she couldn't completely heal them with her pure divine power. To cure him, she requested around 500 different medicinal ingredients, some of which were so rare that they were classified as first-class materials. Even Runcandle only obtained them through high-priority missions. As a result, Jean and some of his companions had very busy days, even up to today, which is New Year's Day. They explored the corners of the world, traversed dangerous and unprotected areas to collect medicinal ingredients. Lada and his people, as well as Kazan, had been the ones who suffered the most among them. However, Lada had no intention of revealing these hardships to the members of the Black King mercenaries, who were tightening the screws of anger. He believed he endured all these hardships not for the sake of the Black King mercenaries but for his lord. Latanim, do you really think our leader will submit to the 12th flag-bearer? Well, I don't want to admit it, but in every aspect, Valkaznim is superior to me. In terms of strength, adaptability, judgment, experience, and more. Oh, there's one thing I might be better at. Maybe I have a bigger temper. I think my guts are bigger too. He's an all-around better person, right, older brother? Faye said it with a mocking tone and a vomiting gesture. Although the siblings had a very close relationship, it seemed they didn't consider each other handsome. However, they praised each other in front of others. Anyway, when it comes to Valkaznim, can I really ignore what I've seen and read? Now, being part of my lord's forces is the best and only option. If the Black King mercenaries act recklessly, they will be rejected not only by Runcandle but also by Zipple. That could lead to their destruction. That's a matter for the leader to decide when he wakes up. It's not up to you to worry about. Fine. But you bastards have been talking too rudely for a while now. Hey, mercenary bastards. Are you the only ones here? Control yourselves. If you find the hidden palace guard amusing, should I give you a lesson? Ryu and Hiten were stationed in Taiken under Talaris's command. They were sitting next to Taiken families, enjoying tea and cookies. Haha, what did you say? Say it again. Creak, just as Lada and the Black King mercenaries were about to burst with anger. The door opened, and a voice was heard. Hey, what's this? Why are there so many idiots on the first day of the new year? Huh? Are you fighting? You are, aren't you? Can't you see the kids playing around here? It was Murakan. Upon hearing his voice, Lada and Faye immediately lowered their heads, and the Black King mercenaries cleared their throats and turned their gaze. Sorry. Quicantle, couldn't you have told them to stop fighting? They've been making a fuss since the first day of the new year. I was afraid they'd die if I hit them. Ah, I see. Well done. Latree, bring some cookies. Quick. They smell amazing. I was curious to see how far they'd go. Next to Murakan were Jean, Valkas, and the Black Knight, who was still wrapped in bandages and was carried on a stretcher just like Valkas. And also Lani, the Holy Queen, hooded. The Black Knight had not yet regained consciousness. Lani took off her hood, and a deep, sacred aura seemed to envelop the inside of the bakery. In this strange solemnity, the mercenaries instinctively bowed their heads. They knew she was healing their leader, so they paid their respects. We greet the Holy Queen. Today, I've come here as a friend of Taiken. It's awkward, mercenaries. Please raise your heads. Lani shrugged as she said that and then looked at Jean and Valkas. Anyway, seeing the atmosphere here, it seems like hard work awaits you. In any case, I want some cookies too. I need to eat and then go back to continue the New Year celebration. She had found a moment during the New Year celebration to secretly seek out Taiken. Then, she casually mingled with Taiken families and exchanged pleasantries before the members of the Black King mercenaries raised their voices. Leader, are you okay? I'm fine, so don't make a fuss. And all of you, don't be reckless and be careful with your attitudes. At Valkas's words, the members of the Black King mercenaries lined up and bowed their heads. Do I speak? Or would you prefer to address them, Valkaznim? Jean said, looking at the mercenaries. Jean and Valkaz had already discussed the future of the Black King mercenaries before coming to Tychon. Let me speak. This seems to be the last opportunity for me to speak as the independent leader of the Black King mercenaries. The eyes of the Black King mercenaries widened at his words, and Lotta nodded as if he had expected it. The Black King mercenaries had not expected Valkaz to accept this imposed choice. Valkaz was aware, just as Lotta had foreseen, that this was the only means by which the Black King mercenaries could survive. From today, the Black King mercenaries will swear allegiance as subordinates to the 12th flag-bearer. This doesn't simply mean being our leader following his orders for money, as we always do in our world, but rather our Lord, and we pledge our trust and loyalty through a blood alliance. Although Lotta had firmly taken control of a significant part of the Phantom Legion mercenaries, the Black King mercenaries had placed an even greater trust in Valkaz. At first, the members felt bewildered by his sudden decision, but they quickly regained composure and nodded. Yes, leader. And from now on, the entire Black King Mountain team must be transferred to this place, the Tychon Free City. Since the Tychon Free City will undergo a complete transformation, everyone must mentally prepare and make sure to bring their equipment with them. It was the moment when Tychon's maximum defensive system was established. Chapter 455. From that day on, a large construction project began immediately. Jean and his companions had no time to exchange greetings or share New Year's jokes with the new members. They were busy from morning till night. This was because the grand construction had literally begun. Jean Nim, Kashmir stood next to Jean. They were standing on a sailboat circling Tychon Free City, observing the progress of the construction. There were hardly any external workers. Instead, Black King mercenaries personally transported and installed the equipment. Even the combat sailboats had been brought by the Black King Corps. Their base was on land, but they had plenty of equipment for naval battles like the mercenaries. Jean Nim, a day like this has come to Tychon thanks to you. Except for the main factions, there are hardly any regions in the world with the level of defense that Tychon has now. Kashmir said that, and his expression was so deeply moved that it seemed tears could roll down his moist eyes at any moment. Suddenly, Jean recalled the thoughts he had before meeting Kashmir for the first time. When I tried to establish a base in Tychon, I thought what Kashmir Nim needed the most was the foundation of national power that would be needed after the city's status was elevated to a nation. Tychon had a small population, and as a result, talent and human resources were scarce. It was a land that relied solely on the intelligence of the seven-colored peacocks, so even after becoming a nation, it couldn't escape the status of a small country in Jin's past life. That's why, when I didn't know the danger of the divine artifact Mirror of Cologne, I thought about proposing a deal to share its effects. A defense system at the level of major factions was established without even using the mirror. Both Jean and Kashmir had achieved such remarkable results that they hadn't even considered it when they first met. Once the construction was finished, there were many possibilities for Tychon's status to be elevated from free city to nation. That's why Kashmir was so euphoric. As soon as the construction is finished, I want to declare to the major factions and countries that we have also become a nation. Kashmir changed the joy on his face to determination as he spoke. Yes, that seems likely. And if you wish, you can ascend as the king of Tychon. It was an unexpected proposal. It was also a proposal that Jean had no intention of accepting. Why would I do that? Because you have to achieve more. It was clear that it wasn't something Kashmir said just to test Jean, which left him even more perplexed. Do some flag-bearers of Runcandle also serve as kings of some nations? That's merely symbolic. In reality, they don't perform the functions of a king but simply wear the crown on behalf of protecting that nation. It's not a kind of protection you would like. I know, and my proposal is not for that. Jean shrugged and shook his head. No, Kashmir Nim. The king of the free nation should be you. Besides, I am like a double-edged sword in Tychon. Jean Nim, a double-edged sword? What an analogy. I don't believe that. Why do you think so? Because I saw before my return that the people here managed to turn Tychon into a free nation without anyone's help. Jean thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. He stared at Kashmir. Kashmir Nim, you must understand it too. When we announce that Tychon has become a nation, the major factions, especially Runcandle and the imperial family among them, will pay a lot of attention to this fact. The four main factions: Runcandle, Zippel, Vermont, and Kinslow. Zippel and Kinslow were less likely to directly pressure Tychon, even if it became a nation. As long as my father is alive, Zippel rarely interferes with me or with Runcandle, for that matter. They may exert indirect pressure, but they won't dare to do anything drastic. Kinslow's Zephyrin aimed at Jean this time, but she also fled after suffering some damage. She won't be able to attack me until she recovers. And her actions in the Black King's Mountain were very different from Kinslow's usual tactics. Attacking me first was a reckless move, and I can't rule out that it was her decision. Since the incident at the Black King's Mountain, Jean and his companions had come to the provisional conclusion that Zephyrin is the demon dragon of the leader of Kinslow. If she is as strong as Mirakan said, she is undoubtedly under the direct control of a demon god-level being. There are only a few names that come to mind immediately, but I have no knowledge of the name Zephyrin. Either it's an ancient dragon that was never active during my time in Mirakan's, or a being that has been erased from history. If she was erased from history, it's not just the ancient Runcandle whom Zippel had erased from history. The same goes for Archmage Tsenmi, and there are quite a few people who have been erased from the memory of us dragons who lived in those days. Then, the leader's story may also have been manipulated by Zippel. I was already leaning towards that when I saw Sister Rinpa express that she had met the leader. It's not an entirely improbable possibility. It could be a forgotten figure from the time of the ancient power struggle. Anyway, Zephyrin will need more time to recover. Demonic dragons usually borrow power from a demon god or an equivalent being, and the leader of Kinslow was already in a bad state even during the fight with the Sword Emperor. This was the conversation between Quicantle and Jean after the incident at the Black King's Mountain. There were many doubts and unanswered questions, but one thing Quicantle confidently asserted was that Zephyrin is the dragon of the leader of Kinslow, and her recovery would be slow. For these reasons, Jean thought that Zippel and Kinslow would not directly intervene when Tychon became a nation. On the other hand, the situation with Runcandle and the imperial family was different. Runcandle may act differently depending on what my mother decides, but most likely, she will establish policies that maximize the family's benefits through Tychon. At the very least, she might demand tribute payments, and at most, she might force mission assignments. She might even try to insist that Tychon serves as one of the bases for the Guardian Knights. Of course, they wouldn't just stand by and accept that, but it was an issue that could pose a significant burden for Tychon on its own. I am prepared for that matter. The pressure from the major factions was inevitable even if we take you out of the equation, Jean Nim. Also, regarding the imperial family, it seems like you're thinking about the recent proposal you rejected and exposed their experiments with living golems. Kashmir continued with a bitter smile. The truth was that Tychon had always been a thorn in the side of the Empire. Ironically, having you here makes them act more cautiously, Lord Jean. That's why I believe your contribution is the most significant for Tychon to become a nation. Kashmir was not aware that he alone had elevated Tychon to a free nation before Jin's return. At that time, Tychon couldn't completely shake off the status of a small country, but Kashmir had been known as the Wise King and managed his small territory. As far as Jean knew, no other faction threatened Tychon during that period, or at least none dared to challenge him. That's why Jean felt guilty. Kashmir and Elisa had saved Uria on their own and had acquired immense national strength, far superior to the weak countries of his past life. And the more Jean intervened with them, the greater the risks. Can Tychon really have a better situation in the upcoming wars than in my past life? Since Jean had gotten close to his Tychon companions and forged deep bonds, he had often asked himself this question. He couldn't help but wonder if his regression had only brought positive changes or if, indeed, it had burdened them with a dangerous fate. Of course, it was a question he couldn't answer no matter how much he thought about it. Soon, Kashmir nodded as if he knew what Jean was thinking. Of course, he was unaware of Jin's regression, but he clearly understood his concerns. Even excluding the element of Jin's regression, establishing a deep connection with a person like Jean Runcandle had always involved taking on many risks. From the moment Jean saved Yuria, he had been a benefactor to Kashmir and Elisa, and the same was true for other members of their family. From the moment he helped Quicantle rescue Enya, from the moment he accepted Jet and his son, and Jean told Kazan and Beres the truth about Taemun and helped them, from the moment he helped Yulian save the Thunder Dragon, Kaltor, and the Phantom Legion mercenaries and the Black King mercenaries, who had joined more recently, they also owed their lives to Faye and the mercenaries to Jean. In this way, Jean had offered a lot first to all the people of Tychon before becoming part of the family. Their relationships transcended mere consideration of benefits and losses. We're always willing to sacrifice for each other, right? Jean Nim. So don't think too much. Especially the expression double-edged sword is quite annoying. Jean smiled and nodded. Still, I can't become a king. In that case, I will. In fact, it's not even an important question of who wears the crown between us. I only considered giving it to you if you wanted. Oh, then, is it okay if I become the king? It was Jet who intervened and said this. Jet was busy loading luggage, assembling equipment, and sweating profusely, like other mercenaries. He skillfully navigated the tense atmosphere between the Black King mercenaries and the Phantom Legion mercenaries. He made sure that neither party felt uncomfortable. That's why Jean and his companions believed that Jet played a vital role in resolving conflicts within the mercenary corps. It was fascinating to realize that this capable individual had been a clandestine information agent in his past life. Are you serious? If you want to, well, I won't oppose, but I can already see what the future holds for us. Haha. I'm joking, Kashmir Nim. Actually, I dropped by because I have some news to share. I overheard it while carrying luggage down the hall. Oh, here it comes. Jet saw a woman waving her hand in his direction. It was Quicantle. As soon as they saw her, Jean and Kashmir realized the news that Jet was about to convey. Jean, he just regained consciousness. Come quickly. The one Quicantle referred to as he was the Black Knight they had rescued from the Black King's Mountain. Chapter 456. Jean descended to the makeshift infirmary in the basement of the mansion. The reason for setting up an infirmary in the basement was simple. The poison from Zephyrin that lingered in the Black Knight's body had contaminated the air. Jean opened the door leading to the basement room and was greeted by a strong, pungent smell. It was the scent of the antidote that Kazan had used to detoxify the Black Knight. Have you come, Jean-Nim? Kazan said with a tired expression. Beside him, the top healers sent by Lonnie and the Phantom Legion mercenaries lay exhausted. It had been almost 2 weeks since the beginning of the new year. The Black Knight had just awakened, so they hadn't been able to sleep well. Jet, take the healers to the recovery room, and increase the amount of gold going to the Holy Kingdom 5 times this month. The usual 5 times already accounted for more than 30% of the Holy Kingdom's annual budget, but there was no need to worry about money. The more matters related to Jean grew, the more items from the Golden Pung sold like hotcakes. Jean could give 50 times the usual amount without hesitation, considering Lonnie's recent performance. After the news that the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle had taken control of the Black King mercenaries, the executives at the Golden Pung only saw it as a way to make more money. They began producing a limited edition of a product called Limited Edition Black Dragon Moroccan Cosmetics, both in deluxe and normal versions. Golden Pung had intentionally limited the quantity of limited edition products to increase their value. As a result, stores were constantly filled with long lines of customers, and limited edition items were traded on the black market at prices many times higher than their original cost. As a result, those who couldn't get the limited edition started flocking to other products. Perfumes, soaps, and even sneakers with images of Jean and Moroccan. All of them sold like hotcakes and money poured in. Yes, my lord. Kazan, you should go up and rest too. You can relax with Beres for a day or 2 in a quiet place. I'll take a break when all the work is done, Jean-Nim. Well, Kazan is also a workaholic, so let's have a simple drink together tonight. I'll also ask Valkas and Latanim to join. Kazan, Jet, and the healers left the basement room. Creak. Jean opened the door and saw the Black Knight sitting on the bed. Jean knew from Quicantle that the Black Knight still couldn't control his body well. However, detoxification had been completed, so now he only needed rest, medication, and time. Black Knight. Jean approached the Black Knight and he slowly raised his head. He had a dazed expression, like someone who had just woken up from a dream. Although he was a 10-star knight, the potent poison and the antidote had been wreaking havoc on his body for almost 2 weeks, and he hadn't fully regained his strength. No. Can I call you Dox McRollan? Dox McRollan. That was the name Jean had discovered while the Black Knight was unconscious. He couldn't access the precise personal information of the Black Knight with the authority of the 12th Flagbearer. To access the personal information of an active Black Knight, one had to be at least the 4th Flagbearer or hold a similar rank. But to find out Dox's name, Jean didn't need to request information from the family as in Barton's case. The Black Knight is from Gilly's family. 12th Flagbearer. Dox murmured with dry lips, looking around. On reflex, he tried to grab a weapon, but his arms and legs trembled. They were the specially tailored metal chains with which they had tied him, just in case. Jean untied the chains. I never imagined a Black Knight would be in such a vulnerable state. I bet you didn't either. Dox silently looked at Jean. However, it's not that he was carefully choosing his words to respond. Rather, he was organizing the remaining poison in his body. He was also recalling memories he hadn't reflected on since he had just woken up. What the hell happened? Damn it, to think the Black Helm would end up like this. Dox remembered everything clearly up to the point where he was ambushed by that strange mercenary, Zephyrin. A strange and inexplicable fear invaded him as he recalled the chilling sensation of purple nails suddenly piercing through his body, making his body tremble again. However, the memories after that became a chaotic jumble like shattered glass. I immediately lost consciousness due to that unknown poison. The mercenary kept attacking me, and I couldn't defend myself due to the extreme poison. I thought I was dead. Indeed, if Jean and the others hadn't been there, Dox would have met his end when the initial ambush was followed by additional attacks. After that, a strange subspace suddenly formed, and the 12th Flagbearer, Murakan, and the Black King leader protected me in battle. The 12th Flagbearer had saved him. Dox could easily come to that conclusion. So why? Dox didn't know how the battle between Jean, Murakan, the Black King leader, and Zephyrin unfolded after that. And he thought that if Zephyrin was strong enough to kill him in a single blow, then it would be absolutely difficult for the 12th Flagbearer and his guardian dragon to fight against her while protecting him. Therefore, the 12th Flagbearer should have abandoned him and fled, especially considering the sharp conflict between the 12th Flagbearer and the 2nd Flagbearer. Did he make that decision for the family, putting aside his conflict with the 2nd Flagbearer? There's a possibility that he used the Black King leader as a shield, but did the 12th Flagbearer risk his life for my sake, or rather, for the sake of the family? Even if it means assisting the 2nd Flagbearer. Dox grabbed his head due to a sudden headache. Kook! Don't force yourself to dispel the poison. I have no intention of torturing you to extract information about the 2nd Flagbearer or keeping you as a prisoner. So relax. Jean brought a chair closer and sat in front of Dox. Of course, I can't open the Black Helm's mouth through torture, and Joshua won't mind even if you're taken as a prisoner. You saved me? Yes, Murakan, the Black King, and I fought that monster to protect you. Ha! Once we escaped, I called the Holy Queen to take care of your treatment. Up to that point, it was a development that Dox could easily imagine. After all, there is no one in Runcandle who doesn't know about the relationship between Jean and Lonnie. However, the next moment, Jin's words left Dox bewildered and wide-eyed, and he couldn't help but let out a gasp. But even Lonnie couldn't fully heal you, so we had to open the Eternal Vault and use the last drop of numerous blood left in the Holy Kingdom. Cough, cough. Dox was so stunned that he coughed uncontrollably. It was the first time he had coughed like this since becoming the Black Knight. You suffered such a potent poison, so you should know it better than anyone. No matter how extraordinary the Holy Queen's divine power is, that poison was beyond its healing capacity. It took you almost half a month to wake up even with the use of numerous blood drop. Huh, is that so? Do you think I'm lying? Of course, Jean was lying. He had never used numerous blood drop. Dox had fully recovered using only Lonnie's divine power and the Holy Kingdom's abilities. But Dox couldn't doubt it. From his perspective, it was not unreasonable to think that the poison was something that could only be cured with numerous blood drop, as Jean claimed. After all, he had never used it, and there was no one to tell Dox that it had been used on him. Why? I could express gratitude as a member of the family, but did you think I would promise you loyalty using a sacred object for me? He was a Black Knight. Black Knights were not as superficial as to betray their lord just because the opponent saved their life. Then Jean burst into laughter. Jean didn't say it with the intention of deceiving him but as a harmless lie. Loyalty? Well, I didn't expect you to go that far. I just wanted to tell you this. Jean handed him a handful of bulletins. They were bulletins praising Jean and Murakan, written by Joshua's scribes. What is this? Certainly, they look like newspapers from the second flagbearer's media. Did the second flagbearer order these articles to be written this way? Besides, Zephyrin is not mentioned anywhere in the articles. It's full of news about the 12th flagbearer and his dragon guardian taking over the Black King's mercenaries. Opening his eyes, Dox immediately found many things he couldn't understand. But the meaning of these articles was clear. It's not the result of the 12th flagbearer using me to make a deal with the second flagbearer. Moreover, the second flagbearer believes I'm dead. Dox believed he understood Joshua better than anyone. He gave the 12th flagbearer my wings thinking it would be beneficial for the family. It wasn't entirely wrong. He had put himself at Joshua's service after the consent of the acting patriarch and matriarch and was always close to him. I don't need to explain why Joshua published these articles, right? I have a general idea. Zephyrin fled and you take credit for the fall of the Black King Mountain. The second flagbearer doesn't know these facts, so he published these articles. Exactly. However, even if you tell Joshua about Zephyrin, it won't change anything. And Joshua won't trust you anymore when you return. In Jin's opinion, Joshua was that kind of person. Once someone escaped from his control, he wouldn't trust them again. Moreover, for someone he believed was dead, like the Black Knight, to come back and reveal that the new recruits of the Black King's mercenaries had attacked him, and that the 12th flagbearer had saved him? For Joshua, this is an issue that disrupts his calculations. He has already secured the prestige and power of the clan even if he has to endure the loss of a single Black Knight. Above all, he can't trust the returned Black Knight who was believed to be dead. The loss of the Black Knight is an unbearably painful event, but the family must gain the maximum benefits from this incident. Words spoken by Joshua during his conversation with Howard. Jean didn't hear those words directly, but he perfectly guessed. Joshua's calculations. Think as you like. What are you going to do with me now? What am I going to do? I'll send you back to Joshua. It's not my concern whether he trusts you again or not, since you won't betray Joshua anyway. Joshua and I are waging a battle for hegemony, but in a broader sense, you are the most critical force in the family. That's why I used the sacred object to save you. Are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. But before that, you have to pay me for saving your life. Before you go to Joshua, perform a task according to my orders once your body recovers. Dox looked at Jean with a perplexed expression. Suddenly, an order? He didn't understand what the 12th flagbearer's intention was. All right, I accept. Tell me what the order is. Jean grinned evilly and said, as soon as you recover, head to the city of Rickalton, south of Huffister. Investigate the truth about what is happening in Rickalton and report to me. Rickalton. It was a place where it was suspected that Joshua gathered human materials for his clones. Chapter 457, late January 1800. The free city of Tychon was still bustling with activity as they dealt with the relocation and installation of equipment from the Black King's Mountain. The Guardian Knights sent by Runcandle to the Black King's Mountain were initially seen as a factor that hurt the pride and self-esteem of the Black King mercenaries. However, now even the mercenaries were beginning to see their presence as convenient. After all, they clung to the Bice Kingdom, preventing meddlers from causing chaos. The forces of Tychon had to intervene without Runcandle. It was an exhausting role amid the tumultuous international situation caused by the sudden collapse of the Black King's mountain hideout. Above all, the Black King mercenaries were pleased with the change of leadership among the Guardian Knights stationed in the Bice Kingdom. Those guys. I thought they would look like defeated soldiers. But it seemed like everyone had quietly accepted defeat. No, they seemed satisfied. Crunch. Mary bit into an apple and spoke. Standing next to her was, of course, Dyphus Runcandle. They had come here to prevent other flag-bearers or the Elder Council, though the latter had practically collapsed thanks to Jean, from misusing the younger one's loot. As expected, the first time they arrived, Joshua's night station there showed an unpleasant attitude towards the Black King mercenaries. The mercenaries endured the unpleasant attitude because they didn't want their new lord to get involved in unnecessary conflicts. Only when Mary and Dyphus arrived could they work more comfortably. The two maintained discipline among the Guardian Knights, but their actions didn't stem solely from the desire to pamper the younger one. It was a mix of stimulus and unease about what might happen in the clan if someone carelessly touched the younger one, leading to an uncertain future. Even Mary, who could be called crazy when it came to fighting, thought that Runcandle needed a brief period of stability, and that was the reason for her actions. We were all nervous the first day we came to play the role of an umbrella. Not because of Jean, but because of the second flag-bearer and his knights, Dyphus said as he caught the apple Mary had thrown to him. For a while, the siblings sat under a tree, devouring dozens of apples and watching the work of the Black King mercenaries. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined forces with all the Black King mercenaries. It's a bit disappointing. I envy the younger brother, Mary commented. Strictly speaking, the younger one didn't fight alone. Such a result would never have been possible without Mirakan. I don't know about that. Mirakan's strength has been proven in this situation. But the way the second flag-bearer praises him is strangely persistent. It's almost as if he wants to completely exclude Jin's contribution to this incident. Praising Mirakan excessively is downplaying Jin's power? Is that what you think? That's my gut feeling. The second flag-bearer, us, everyone in the family that day saw it with our own eyes, right? How incredibly powerful the younger one was on the day of the Patriarchate Declaration. Thinking of Jean, who demolished the Garden of Swords with the magical sword technique and the sword of the reign of the King of Legends, sent shivers down their spines. At that time, he showed that power right after regaining his amputated arms. The chance that he was in top condition was extremely low. Perhaps he was close to being at his worst. That's going too far, isn't it? If he caused such a stir at his worst, then the younger one would have become the patriarch long ago. But can't you imagine it? What? The vision of him alone destroying the Black King's mountain, executing that tremendous magical sword and the sword of the reign of the King of Legends. To Mary, it made her mouth water as if she were thinking about delicious food. Dyphus shuddered but couldn't deny his dear sister's words. It wasn't difficult to imagine such a thing. It doesn't seem strangely unnatural that a person who destroyed the Garden of Swords without help couldn't do the same with the Black King's mountain hideout. If the result was achieved because Mirakan fought in his place, would the Black King mercenaries be so content with their work now? It seems they've encountered a lord they can deeply recognize. Do you think they believe in a boy who trusts his guardian dragon? Do you think it's possible? It makes sense, Dyphus replied. Moreover, after observing for a few days, the equipment and all the important things in the Black King's mountain are strangely intact. I don't think it's all pure luck. Are you suggesting that the younger one controlled his power during the fight to ensure that the important loot wasn't damaged? Yes. Honestly, it was an incredible story. But in reality, strangely, none of the most expensive and hard-to-obtain equipment was damaged beyond reuse. It might be unknown to the siblings. That was just luck. On the day Zephyrin went berserk, fortunately, his attack didn't reach all of the Black King mercenaries' high-level equipment. Not even the avalanche that followed could destroy those items. All thanks to luck. Due to this level of almost unimaginable luck, Mary's imagination knew no bounds. Even Dyphus couldn't help but feel there was no way, absolutely no way. Once again, the Black King mercenaries started singing a lively work song that echoed through the mountains, while a silent understanding flowed between the siblings. "Anyway," said Mary, crunching the last apple heart with her teeth, "Oriboni, my intuition tells me we need to get stronger." "What?" "To fight the younger one, whether they faced him or fought alongside him." For Dyphus, Mary sounded like the latter. The girl who always thirsted to get stronger for no reason is suddenly like this now. "My dear younger brother and archenemy among archenemies, each crossing mountains. The other must overcome. Isn't this kind of thing great? Exciting?" Dyphus felt slightly uneasy and let out a chuckle. "I understand your intentions, so figure out what remedy is needed for my aching head when you return." Mary's eyes sparkled and Dyphus continued, "For now, do as you please. Break anything and train however you want. I'll handle the aftermath. There's only one older brother who truly understands my heart. Am I your older brother only in moments like these? When will you mature? Don't talk nonsense afterward. After all, the great fourth flag-bearer of Runcandle wouldn't say a word twice. I'm leaving now, so you have to oversee things here. You'll handle my missions for a while." "Hey, Mary. Hey!" Before Dyphus could catch up, Mary was already running wildly down the mountainside. Trees bent and raised a dust cloud as she raced downhill. "Ugh, I hope she doesn't cause an incident like in the old times. Maybe I should have chosen my words more carefully." A sudden and intense feeling of unease washed over Dyphus. Dox McRolin had not fully recovered, but he immediately left the city of Tychon once he regained his claws, reaching a point where he could move with 30% of his usual strength. He left only this note: "I won't forget what you did to save me. I admit, I might have died in vain without your efforts and wouldn't have been able to dedicate the rest of my life to the family. However, as a Black Knight, I cannot follow your orders. Instead, I will carry them out as Dox McRolin. I'll send you a letter as soon as I have something. I hope you understand that I didn't break my promise and escaped." Surprisingly, Dox left Tychon without anyone noticing, meaning the opposite was also possible. The reason Joshua's Black Knights hadn't infiltrated Tychon was not their lack of ability, but Siren's orders. "He's not ungrateful. I didn't expect him to give me such a gift." Jean didn't know that Dox had secretly announced this fact by leaving quietly. Valka's Nim. "Speak, my lord. How much can the city's defenses improve once all the equipment is relocated compared to the current state?" "That depends on how much you're willing to invest in defenses, my lord. Whether in manpower or money, allocate whatever is necessary." "I think the same. I suppose you've..." Read the message the Black Knight left upon leaving. If the not fully recovered Black Knight can slip away like this, not to mention what a fully recovered Black Knight could do. Valkas had accepted Jean as his lord, but on the other hand, he also considered his role to test Jean every time an opportunity presented itself. Jean appreciated Valkas's approach because he was a leader who had successfully led a considerable force for much longer than Jean. "All right, my lord. What's our next move?" A leader has the option to gather their forces and reorganize the hierarchy when their power suddenly increases. Valkas hoped Jean wouldn't give such a textbook response. "It's time to gather our forces and reorganize the hierarchy." "I see. But that's not my job." "Gather." "No, to be precise, the current members of Tychon, excluding me, will do their best to maintain order, but it's up to each one to decide their hierarchy. I won't get involved in that." "You won't get involved at all? Now that we've suddenly become a family, conflict seems inevitable, right? If I were to intervene, I'd have to take someone's side. So I'll let them establish their ranks as they see fit. However, no killing or mutilating each other. I'll personally cut their throats if anyone breaks those rules." Valkas couldn't help but applaud inwardly. "Lotta proc. No wonder that crazy young man has become quite a dog. 10 years ago, the kid the 3rd Division guys called Little Emperor has now turned into a giant ruling over Valkas and the Black King mercenaries." Suddenly, he remembered something Lotta and Jet had said during a recent night of drinking. "In a way, maybe Valkas Nim has been lucky." I lost my dearest subordinate at the hands of the Lord, and my only sister was captured. And I only realized the value of our Lord after losing to him. Well, thanks to my Lord. I literally suffered a lot. When I played Baradin Zippel so convincingly. When I first arrived in Tycon, I became a complete beggar. But it was only after getting involved with the Lord that I could become someone valuable. On the other hand, haven't the Black King mercenaries only lost their hideout and reputation? Even the hideout still contains almost all the important equipment. As for reputation, I'm absolutely sure the reputation will shine. Dozens of times more than before when our Lord ascends to the throne of the world. My friend Jet and I are in the same situation. Valkas smiled. It's been an excellent answer, my lord. So, what's your task? Then, Jean answered without a moment's hesitation. The great mercenary Amela. It was the correct answer. We need to recruit her. And if recruiting her is impossible, then we have to keep her in check. Chapter 458. There was very little information about Amela, the great mercenary from the Gaifa Islands, despite her reputation as one of the 3 great mercenaries. Everyone praised her anonymity, and special articles about Amela were published every year without fail. Amela would take at least one war-related assignment each year and always achieved remarkable results as if it were second nature. However, this information was superficial. Amela rarely met with journalists in person, and she was seldom seen at public events, so it was safe to say that the articles were purely imaginary. In his previous life, Jean had also come across Amela through those articles. But only once. His teacher, Valeria Hister, had spoken about Amela. Does Amela wear the skin of the people she has killed? I often think so, but there are certainly strange stories about this person. Doesn't she bother correcting journalists who make up false stories? True. However, she has no idea at all how those articles affect her image among the people, and the fact that journalists write those stories about her. Completely unaware? Yes. She's the kind of person who doesn't care much about how the world works, at least from what I observed. And she was incredibly pure. Pure? Even I find it hard to believe she wears people's skin. But it's undeniable that her combat skills are extraordinary. But can someone like that be pure? Being pure doesn't necessarily have only positive connotations. Anyway, once you finish your tea, you should start your training. In his previous life, they had breakfast together one day and discussed while looking at newspapers. At that time, Jean didn't hold Amela in high regard, so he didn't attribute any special meaning to her. Being pure doesn't necessarily have only positive connotations. Now, looking back, the meaning of those words was clear. Amela is a human with a very blurred sense of right and wrong. Why do you think that? Valkas asked the final question. He wanted to know the reason they needed to recruit or keep Amela in check. It's because of the alliance I made with the Black King and the Phantom Legion mercenaries. It's not an alliance but rather a lord-vassal relationship. You don't need to be so careful with your words while considering our feelings. Now everyone knows this fact. I wanted to keep it hidden until our power was even more solid. Anyway, now the 2 biggest neutral powers left in the world are Amela, the great mercenary, and the Hidden Palace. That's true. The fact that the Hidden Palace is my ally hasn't been revealed to the world yet. But the major factions must have some suspicion. Well, I think people around the world consider them not only as allies but also as potential family members. Rumors about marriage between you and the lady from the Hidden Palace have been circulating for quite some time, my lord. The only one left is Amela, and anyone who is. It would be a bit awkward even for me to persuade her. Although I haven't acted recently, other powers must already be trying to contact Amela. If we're unlucky, she may have already joined somewhere. Jin's recent actions have changed the course of the world. Forces that had been neutral for a long time joined the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, further escalating tension among the major factions. Those in the gray area had to make a decision, which side to align with. Neutral forces were disappearing one by one. She might not be affiliated with anyone, my lord. She's quite an elusive character, Valkas said. Do you know her? We might be quite close considering Amela's standards. In general, we've crossed paths a few times on the battlefield and have eaten together a couple of times. Since both Amala and Valkas were famous mercenaries, they had received different assignments and had encountered each other on the same battlefield a few times. Valka's forehead furrowed as he remembered those moments. You know, my lord, Amala doesn't have her own mercenary unit. Yes, she operates alone. Even so, I've never defeated her even once when I faced her on the battlefield. Are you saying there's such a difference between Amala and you? Not between Amala and me, but between the black mercenaries and Amala. Jean widened his eyes. What? I hate to admit it, but at least in terms of combat skills, Amala outmatches both me and the black mercenaries. Maybe in a one-on-one duel it might be different, although she has the potential. But we've never had a chance to test it. Valkas looked Jean in the eyes as he continued. That means we must recruit Amala. It's entirely different when you temporarily fight on different sides due to different bosses and when you become declared enemies. Personally, I think you should consider the possibility of having to kill her if you think she can become an enemy. Jean nodded decisively in response to Valka's determined tone. I understand what you mean. Our top priority is to understand what Amala wants. Do you have any specific information? Scouting. Scouting. Amala has been wandering and exploring the world all her life. I asked her about it when we shared a meal after a battle. She seemed to have a strong desire to find something, but she didn't exactly tell me what it was. If I can figure out what that something is, recruiting her will be easy. An intense intuition crossed Jin's mind. She doesn't seem very interested in how the world works. Perhaps that's why my teacher described her like that in my previous life. Maybe she's completely dedicated to her goal. Jean realized that he might have to ask the current Valeria if she knew anything about Amala. Bringing Valeria with him could also be a good idea. In any case, I should meet with her and have a conversation. Indeed, my lord, and it might be helpful to bring the proc. Siblings. Do you mean Lotta and Faye? Amala seemed to find those two strangely likable when they crossed paths on the battlefield. Although Lotta didn't seem to appreciate it. It was hard to imagine anyone finding Lotta cute, but having him along wouldn't hurt. Understood. In that case, I'll go back to overseeing the construction. If Amala cooperates, please convey my best wishes to her. As Valkas left, someone was already waiting for Jean. Gilly. Young master. Yes, Gilly. Jean had noticed a long time ago. Or, to be more precise, Gilly had been trying to start a conversation with him for a while, especially lately. He had been waiting to have his thoughts sorted out. She had been restless because of the situation with Dox. The McRollan family hadn't sent any greetings when he became a flag bearer, and Dox, who had been rescued by Jean, had left without a word. In fact, from Jin's perspective, it seemed more like he had been given a message to be even more attentive. Gilly acted as if she had committed a sin. Oriboni. No, the Black Knight. I worry about what to do if he doesn't follow your orders, young master. Why? Does that worry you, Gilly? For my family. Gilly paused for a moment, then continued with an uncertain voice. Because he is from my family. Family means nothing to a Black Knight. And as I said last time, he stopped for a moment, suppressing the growing anger. Of course, the anger wasn't directed at Gilly but at McRollan, who made Gilly feel small. I won't hold any particular grudge against McRollan, as long as they don't harm you directly. So don't worry, Gilly. When it came to Gilly, Jean struggled to control his emotions. He told her not to worry, but his eyes were filled with an intense desire for revenge against McRollan, enough to end them instantly. Gilly couldn't raise her head, troubled by the situation, and Jean realized the situation a beat too late. Ah! His priority should be Gilly's feelings and not the anger. He had always known it, but putting it into practice was difficult. However, Jean understood it because he remembered it clearly. In their past lives, McRollan didn't extend a hand to Gilly when she also suffered the same fate as him and was exiled from the family. McRollan's position in Huffister was significant, so they could have done a lot to help Gilly if they had wanted. Of course, they couldn't turn her back into an active flag bearer of McRollan, but they could at least have prevented her from having a lonely and miserable death. That was the reason for Jin's anger toward McRolin. Whether the Black Knight obeys that order or not, I'll obtain important information. If he doesn't obey, we can assume that all active Black Knights are involved with Rick Alton. If he obeys, it will reveal Joshua's secret. Jin spoke again, suppressing his anger. Moreover, Joshua will stop trusting that Black Knight, and it's very likely he'll become my person before I become the Patriarch, as long as I don't kill Joshua. Oh, I will save him. What? If Dox is in danger of being killed by Joshua, I will save him. As I said, he's not just another member of McRolin. He's a Black Knight. He's one of the most important members of my Runcandle family, so I won't let him die meaninglessly. I saved him this time for that reason. Gilly nodded and Jean shrugged. You have nothing to worry about anymore, Gilly. I'll be leaving for the Gaifa Islands soon, so please prepare our things. I want to leave with the feeling that I'll still be under your care, Gilly. Understood, young master. I'll prepare it right away. Chapter 459. When Gilly left to start preparing for Jin's journey, Murakan entered the room this time. Upon entering, he looked at Gilly and forced a smile to make her smile, but she just nodded in greeting and walked past him. Today Strawberry Pie's reaction seems to be 20% anger, 30% sadness, and 50% bitterness. There's not a single digit of error in this calculation, kid. You know that. What nonsense is this again? Well, what do you know? You only know how to take advantage of Strawberry Pie. A vein popped on Jin's forehead. You, the great black dragon, don't know how to flirt. What are you talking about? And you only know how to make cheap jokes. You have no idea how much Strawberry Pie laughs at those jokes. Well, you don't need that kind of humor. Gilly only laughs when she sees your face. Ha! Look who's talking. The 1,000-year contractor has no eyes. None. I raised you wrong. I should have known since the time you threatened to destroy the magazines. And so what? Right now, Murakan, it's better for you to behave with her. She's frustrated enough for you to come and bother her, right? Of course. Because I can give you an excuse. At this point, Murakan suddenly cleared his throat and gave a typical fake cough. Cough, cough, cough. Jean burst into laughter. Go help Strawberry Pie, no. Help Gilly. That was the reason. If Murakan tried to help Gilly without this motive, the only response he would hear from Gilly would be, "It's okay. You don't need to bother." On the other hand, he could naturally help her with this reason. All Gilly could respond was, "Oh, for the young master? Hee good. Well, kid, it's nice to hear that. So, you go find that Amala or whatever, and I'll take care of Strawberry Pie, and we'll do all the pending household chores together. You're coming too, and there's no need for you to do household chores." Okay, I'll go. But why? Aren't you my dragon guardian? Well, that's true. But sometimes, the dragon guardian needs some time alone. Yes, you're right, but this time you must come. Could be quite dangerous. You'll be fine unless someone like Zephyrin shows up. Don't you think? Isn't it better for someone like me to watch over Tychon? There's no law that says Zephyrin won't show up again. Also, the Gaifa Islands require a proper escort. Murakan frowned at the mention of an escort. Escort? Are you saying you want to use me as an escort? Yes, the 4 major factions will gather at the Gaifa Islands. There will be important figures coming to represent them. So you don't want to lag behind them, right? In reality, even if Jean were alone, without Murakan, Lada, or Faye, he wouldn't be seen as a fool by anyone. A year or two ago, many might have thought, at most, he's the 12th flag-bearer. But now Jean had truly ascended to the ranks of giants. Before, he was a notable rising star shaking the world and causing a sensation with his talent. However, after swallowing the Phantom Legion mercenaries and Black King mercenaries, there was no doubt that Jean had become an undeniable giant. So even without Murakan, his influence wouldn't diminish, but he had the mindset that more is better. The Gaifa Islands were like a small cage where all formidable beings in the world gathered. That meant even a small spark could trigger a wild fight, and Jean and the Proc brothers might be insufficient in those moments. Enemies could be numerous and powerful. True, we have to prepare for any unexpected situation. Well, I can handle quite a bit. Anyway, shall we? When you come back from helping Gilly, I'll prepare some remarks that you can use on the Gaifa Islands for various situations. Remarks? What kind of remarks? I'll only tell you if we go. In the Gaifa Islands, the sea was calm and transparent. A warm breeze blew year-round. The forest visible from the sea was lush and full of tempting fruits, and the trees in that forest were laden with all kinds of unknown fauna. It was truly a worthless area. The nearby sea was calm, but just beyond the island, treacherous currents and mysterious whirlpools abounded, making navigation for normal vessels impossible. The warm breeze that blew daily would suddenly sweep the island, making it unsuitable for installing a transfer gate due to the dry sand and drops it carried. The ground, despite its beautiful colors, produced resources that essentially lacked meaning. Moreover, many people who tried to settle here couldn't endure for long, as a mysterious endemic disease erupted here every year. The worst conditions in this place were caused by monsters. Gaifa was an unprotected zone. It wasn't classified as a high-risk zone, but orcs and other demonic creatures roamed the island once or twice a week. Therefore, Gaifa couldn't be used as a tourist destination, residential area, or even as a fun place for the wealthy. Occasionally, there were people who tried to invest in the island or establish a personal space despite these unfavorable conditions. However, all of them disappeared about 30 years ago when the formidable mercenary Amala set foot on this enormous and seemingly useless island. Swish, swish, the boat smoothly crossed the mist-covered sea. The one explaining this information was Lotta Proc, who had been rowing the boat alone throughout the entire journey to the island. There have been various rumors about that reason, my lord. Do you mean the reason why fewer people have approached the Gaifa Islands since Amala arrived? Rumors circulated that Amala killed everyone who came looking for something hidden on the Gaifa Islands. There are stories like hiding lovers, hiding kidnapped children, and so on. Naturally, there must have been stories about hiding treasures too. Yes, so quite a few mercenaries and pirates came to the Gaifa Islands. They were all a bunch of fools, and no one ever saw them again. People in the world might not know if one or two had disappeared, but if a group had vanished, it could only be because of Amala. On rare occasions, there were a few lucky ones who survived and came back, but they showed signs of fear at the mention of Amala's name. Rumors like Amala wearing human skin or being a cannibal arose from those incidents. One thing is clear, Amala really dislikes guests who come to these islands. Exiting the misty area, Gaifa became visible. That's right. More guests had gathered in Gaifa than ever before. Lotta was sure Amala wouldn't be receiving the guests, and if she met with them, it would undoubtedly be for military purposes, not hospitality. By the way, there's a rumor that Amala has a favorable impression of the two brothers. I don't care if Valka's Nim told you, but don't worry about our feelings, Jean Nim, said Faye. Valka's had told them the same story before his departure. She continued with her words. And I'm not sure if I can call it a favorable feeling. I think Valka's Nim mentioned it while thinking about the day we happened to eat together on the battlefield. But my brother and I have seen Amala on other occasions besides that day. If it's not favorable, it's difficult to express it in words. It seemed like she considered us as toys or playmates. She said talking is boring and brandished her sword against us. It's an embarrassing story, but there was one time I got a cut on my forehead during one of her surprise attacks. At that moment, Jean realized a strange sense of déjà vu hearing the story about Amala. The ambiguity of the border between good and evil, the willingness to perform actions that could kill someone as a joke. There was someone whom Jean wanted and who also had that trait. Elder sister Yona. From what he had heard, Amala had a lot in common with Yona. And a word naturally came to Jin's mind. Chaos. Maybe Amala has the chaos of elder sister Yona. Of course, it could just be that she had a twisted personality. But other circumstances fit well. The part where Amala single-handedly overwhelmed all the Black King mercenaries in the war. Valkas evaluated Amala as someone with special abilities, more than as a transcendent war with a battle skill of 10 stars or higher. Amala has spent her whole life wandering and exploring the world. I asked her when we ate together after the battle. She seemed to be searching for something with great longing but didn't reveal exactly what it was. Jean remembered what Valkas had said. A sharp intuition seemed to pierce his head from all directions. Amala is looking for something related to chaos. The source, the reason, or a way to control or eliminate the chaos she possessed. If Amala is looking for that, what can I offer her? Jin's knowledge about chaos was quite limited. Most of what he knew came from Talaris's recent explanation. But what about his enemies? How much did they know about it? The imperial family might not know anything, but Kinzalo and Zippel probably had more information. Especially because the leader of Kinzalo seemed to be a demon god-level being. If Amala's goal is information about chaos, I'm in a quite disadvantageous position, especially since I'm probably the last one to arrive at the Gaifa Islands. While contemplating these thoughts, a familiar scene entered. Jean and his companion's vision. Not far away, smoke and flames began to erupt from the center of Gaifa. There was no need for further explanations. The smoke indicated that a battle was taking place, and it was unfolding rapidly. My lord, what should we do? Lada and Faye asked, and Jean immediately made a decision. If there had been only one major faction that had arrived at Gaifa, they would have hurried to see it immediately. It was probably a battle between Amala and the main factions. However, it wasn't the right time to intervene. It could be a battle between the main factions, a skirmish involving Amala, or a showdown between Amala and some of the main factions. They all had one thing in common: interest in Amala. As long as the four great factions didn't collectively decide to eliminate Amala, she was actually the safest in any situation, because they would all try to rescue her. For now, let's go more slowly. And if possible, let's find a suitable place to hide and observe what happens and how the battle unfolds, suggested Jean. Chapter 460. They tied the boat to the rock and headed to the island. It seems like the guards were here not too long ago. Judging by the tracks, smells like the bastards from the Special Force, Lada said, looking at the nearby tracks. Special Force? Can you really tell just by looking at the tracks? It's a kind of intuition and experience, my lord. I've often crossed paths with them due to the nature of my work. There's a subtle pattern that's hard to explain. If even my brother says so, then it must be the Special Force. Not a beast, but it seems to recognize every little detail. Isn't that right, kid? It was astonishing to see the Proc brothers so self-assured just by looking at the tracks. That was a skill Jean lacked, although it would only be true once it was confirmed that the Special Force was really here. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the battles were not limited to just the central island. Smoke and fire were rising from various large and small islands lined up in a row. In other words, battles were erupting in different places on these islands. The islands were so close to each other that swimming or jumping was enough to move from one to another. Jean and his group decided to explore the situation by traversing the islands. As they moved, screams could be heard from somewhere. On a sunny day, amidst the pristine natural beauty of the islands and the warm breeze, the growing number of screams seemed out of place. The group couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unease. Hey, kid. Yes. Don't you think there's something odd about these screams? Jean nodded. These screams seem to come from ordinary people who haven't received proper training. I agree, my lord. The screams were too intense to come from the island's inhabitants or ordinary people, because they carried the energy of warriors of at least 6 stars or higher. While it was true that well-trained and battle-hardened individuals could scream out of fear, it was unusual for them to do so with such terror. The people who had arrived at Gaifa consisted of troops from the 4 great factions. They were well aware of possible frictions among the 4 great factions, so their ranks were filled with elite personnel. Even the minimum level of these troops could be considered elite. However, it was bewildering that these elite individuals were screaming in terror. Jean and the others reached a new island, which seemed to be a rugged hill. Due to its relative height, upon reaching the top, They could see at a glance the island in front of them. What they witnessed was a scene they had never imagined. Cuff! Ah! People ran chaotically and erratically, shouting like frightened beasts. What the hell is going on? What's the situation? It's the Imperial troops, Murakanim. The frenzied individuals were members of the elite Imperial Army. Even worse, torn banners representing the Vermont Imperial family were scattered on the ground. The Imperial family army was running over them. The question was, why had these troops of the Imperial family been reduced to such a state? There were no immediate answers. However, it didn't take long to figure out the cause of their madness. My lord, it seems, they're not fighting with someone else. The troops of the Imperial family were engaged in a battle among themselves. Their combat skills and movements were so lacking that it was impossible to consider them elite. It was clear that what had brought these troops to this point was a matter of great concern. As if possessed by something, or as if they couldn't see anything beyond, they continued screaming and wielding their weapons without a moment's rest. Thud! Swoosh! Ugh! The group watched from behind a rock how they behaved, and Jean was lost in thought. What the hell was happening on this archipelago? It doesn't seem like the result of hallucinogens since there's no lingering smell. Hallucinogens would have a strong smell if they were potent enough to make them this crazy. It's not a drug either, said the Proc brothers. While they were discussing the smell, Jean inspected whether there were traces of mana on them. Could be dark magic or psychic magic, something Jean was unfamiliar with. After all, there were zipples here. However, there were no traces of mana on the small island where the Imperial family troops were causing chaos. It wasn't a drug or a spell. If not, what kind of trick could make the Imperial family troops act like this? Jean turned his gaze to other islands. Loud noises, fires, and black smoke could be heard. Lord Lotta mentioned that the tracks were not from the Imperial family's troops but from the Special Force. The Special Force sensed that something was wrong with the Imperial family's troops and began to move elsewhere. Jean quickly theorizes. Although they couldn't determine what was driving people insane, it didn't seem to affect individuals beyond a certain level. Let's move forward. Verifying this hypothesis wasn't difficult. They just needed to observe the other islands where battles were taking place. On the next island they visited, they saw Zipple magicians fighting each other. Ka! Similar to the Imperial family's troops, they were attacking each other in a state of madness, but the situation was even worse compared to the Imperial family's troops. Ugh! It's quite unpleasant, Murakan said with a grimace. Zipple magicians were fighting with staves and bare hands, not with magic. While the Imperial family's troops might have lost their minds, they retained enough combat prowess to kill each other in a single blow, but magicians needed gruesome processes to kill each other without using magic. It's pretty safe to say this situation wasn't caused by Zipple. Let's move on to the next island. Kinzelo's people should be there. Locating the island where Kinzelo was turned out to be particularly easy, because they heard sounds of beasts roaring from the island right in front of them. It was the screams of Kinzelo's beastmen. The island was filled with members of the Red Tiger tribe, scratching and biting each other with bulging eyes. Therefore, Kinzelo wasn't the perpetrator of this situation either. When was it? About 1500 years ago? Or was it before that? It looked like this when Helurum spread that strange plague. Everyone went completely mad. Is there a chance the witch was involved? As far as I can tell, no. Helurum's plague started with a curse, and if she were here, Lotta would have been affected too. Only you and I could rid ourselves of Helurum's curse if she were here, kid. They explored a few more islands with signs of battles. All seemed similar to the islands they had seen before. The only difference was that various factions were fighting each other on some islands. There were islands where Imperial family troops and Red Tiger tribe members were crazily fighting, and some where Red Tiger tribe members, Zipple, or all three were fighting together. The crazed individuals showed a tendency to attack anything they could see. Jin's hypothesis seemed correct. Now he was almost certain. It seems to be at least a level 7 star. Most likely, this situation is the work of Amala. Jin spoke, and the group's attention shifted to him. Kid, what are you talking about? Whatever is driving people insane, the threshold is exactly the 7-star battle prowess. From 7 stars and above, you can resist or not be affected by this. The imperial family's troops were a group of soldiers, not knights, and they selected only the best among soldiers. Therefore, except for commanders, all were 6-star or below. The magicians killing each other were the same. They weren't the best magicians like White Knight, Spectre Corps, or the first division of their respective magic towers, but magicians of 6 stars or less. Red Tiger tribe members were all 6 stars or less, and their commanders were nowhere in sight. In all the islands where the 3 factions were fighting, there were no corpses of commanders of 6 stars or more. This means that, after the problem occurred, the commanders fled. The special force mentioned by Sir Lotta also operated in the same way. The reason Jean concluded that the minimum level is 7 stars is that all victims are 6 stars or less. The main reason was this. And I don't see any Runcandle Knights going mad. Runcandle didn't send 6-star Guardian Knights on external missions. That means all Guardian Knights who came here were composed of at least 7-star level. As the 3 factions had established their presence nearby, Runcandle probably would have set up a camp nearby too. However, the fact that not a single person could be seen meant they had all safely retreated. Murakan. Yes. I think it's better to just fly. The reason they had used an inconvenient boat to come here was that flying in someone else's airspace was a serious violation of etiquette. Since the major factions had brought their forces here to showcase their dominance, it served the purpose of making them stand out. Woo! Murakan reverted to his original form and flapped his wings. As they ascended into the sky, the group could now get a bird's-eye view of the Gaifa Islands. The largest island, right in the center of Gaifa, loomed before them. The entire island was blackened, as if it had been engulfed by mold. At first glance, it might have seemed similar to the Force of Shadows, but it felt much denser and heavier. Anyone could sense that this ominous energy was the culprit behind driving people insane. And individuals with the judgment of each faction had stationed themselves around the dark energy spreading in all directions. They were working desperately to contain its spread. Over time, the group could see how the form of the energy transformed, as if it were being molded like clay. Whoosh! What is that thing over there? A human? The black energy covering the island had taken the shape of a human figure. It was smaller than Zephyrin but much larger than a Murakan. Oddly, the figure bore a striking resemblance to a human Jean deeply despised. Bavard. Gaston? As Jean recalled the name, the newly molded black figure opened its mouth. You've tested my patience. Right after, the black figure inhaled, as if preparing to exhale like a dragon. Chapter 461. However, this was not Bouvard's voice. Bouvard's voice is congested, as if clogged with oil clumps, and it didn't match his nervous tone. And it was a woman's voice, with a touch of innocence but tinged with anger. It wasn't Margiela's voice either. So, who could it be? Someone else from Kinsalo? Or maybe Amela? Jean had his doubts, but at that moment, a huge, dense sphere formed, from which Bouvard's figure emerged with an open mouth. Members of the powerful factions, who were not even affected by mental attacks, didn't get scared but deployed their protective shields as Bouvard's figure suddenly manifested. They were the elite, impervious to various forms of mental attacks, so they remained calm even when facing something new. Bang! Bouvard's breath expanded rapidly, creating a powerful and deafening sound, as if it could explode at any moment. It was evident that a massive force was about to be unleashed. Just before the breath burst, the protective shields of the elites shone intensely. The first place where the breath hit was where the Runcandles were stationed. Ha! The man at the front of the Runcandle formation shouted and released a powerful aura. The man screamed as if he had split the breath in half with his shout. It was because the breath was cut in half even before the sound resonated. But in reality, the man's sword struck the breath. Interestingly, he was armed with a sword and a shield, unlike the usual Runcandles, and exuded tremendous energy with each shout. Runcandle sent the older brother Vigo. Vigo Runcandle, Siren's 4th son and the 6th flag-bearer of the family. Behind him were the Run-Candle Guardian Knights and 2 Execution Knights who deployed their protective shields. Jean thought Joshua would have come in person. Is he busy with something else? Amala was one of the few remaining significant neutral forces, so Jean had anticipated that the major factions would send their standout members. In other words, they would send someone from the major flag-bearers. Vigo wasn't lacking, but this situation required sending an opponent worthy of Run-Candle's top flag-bearer. However, when Jean looked towards the Zippel faction, he realized they hadn't sent their flag-bearers either. Midder Elner? Jean identified him first. The breath attacking Run-Candle suddenly shifted towards Zippel, obscuring others, but there seemed to be no one of higher rank. Midder was Keliark Zippel's illegitimate son and had come to rescue Myron Zippel during the Cologne genocide. He has to pay some debts. At that time, Jean had almost lost his life because of the power of Keliark, space explosion, unleashed by Midder. The memory of that day flashed in Jin's mind, and he instinctively clenched his teeth. He had gone through quite a bit of trouble back then, but in the end, Midder had unintentionally been the one to help Jean. Thanks to Midder, Jean had learned that Keliark could split space. Jean also surveyed Kinsalow and the Imperial family personnel. Apart from the gigantic figure of Bouvard, there were no familiar faces from Kinsalow that Jean recognized. The Imperial family troops concealed their faces, but they seemed to be formed only by a special group and the Imperial Guard. Hyran had been unable to participate recently due to terrorism and political pressure. At the very least, leaders of the major families of the Empire or individuals of equivalent status should have attended. However, only regular members had come. Of course, the individuals from each faction currently on the Gaifa Islands were undoubtedly figures who could influence any part of the world. However, there was a clear sense that representatives were missing in this meeting of the 4 major factions where they were supposed to properly confront each other. Hey kid, didn't you tell me you'd use me as a halo? Murakin spoke. Now, Bouvard's breath was heading towards the Imperial family troops after striking Kinsalow, and Murakin even laughed as he saw it. What kind of thing is that? I've never seen anyone release their breath like that. And it weakens with each collision, which is even funnier. Anyway, I don't think you need to use me as a halo in front of these guys. It's a shame, but honestly, you're better than those people, aren't you? It's an insult to compare them to our Lord. At first, you looked like a snake, but you're also quite skilled at flattery. Thank you, Murakanim, but in my opinion, I have a feeling that the people who should have come here originally are gathered elsewhere. Jean nodded at Lotta's words. He thought the same. There is a much more important figure somewhere else than Amala here. Otherwise, it was impossible that only people like Vigo were gathered here. Jean couldn't think of any other figure he should conquer besides Amala. Jean felt like he had been hit hard on the back of his head. So the guys who should be here are gathered somewhere else. There is something more important than Amala. Right now, I can't even guess what or who it is. So you're saying we've wasted our chance by coming here to the Gaifa Islands, right? Without even starting anything. Meanwhile, the giant Bouvard was regaining his breath once again. You can't be sure of that. Why? So we need to clear out here as quickly as possible because only lower-level members are gathering here, and then go to where they are. By then, they might have secured something more important than Amala. That's a matter of luck. But haven't we had enough luck lately? The giant Bouvard moved very slowly even when he shot the first breath and while preparing the new one. However, despite that, the various factions struggled to respond quickly to Bouvard's actions. They couldn't counter properly. Warriors shot their sword energy from where they stood, and mages cast long-range attack spells. But most of them had little power compared to the level of Bouvard's figure. Most of them were unable to unleash their full potential due to some kind of obstacle. Extraordinary individuals like Vigo and the Execution Knights protected those who couldn't fight. Moreover, they hadn't even acknowledged the presence of Murakin and his group, floating in the sky. The dense energy, breath, and protective shields clashed, and dust clouds billowed wildly. And skilled individuals had no time to rest because they were constantly safeguarding their people. My lord, except for a few. Everyone seems to be moving as if they've been poisoned or driven to madness. Undoubtedly due to the proliferating black energy. Like the ones we saw before on the island, it completely drives anyone below 7 stars insane. Lada and Faye explained. Lot Nim. Isn't it some kind of poison or hallucinogen? That's right, my lord. Initially, I assumed it wasn't drugs due to the lack of a persistent smell, but the color and scale of the phenomenon indicate that if it were poison, there would definitely be a distinct smell. There are few toxins that produce this color. Murakan had lowered his flying altitude to avoid exposing himself to other factions, so he thought it was better to minimize his presence and remain hidden from other factions. However, as they approached the expanding muddy mist centered around the giant bouvard, something changed in the Proc brothers. Kook! My lord! Lada and Faye suddenly grabbed their heads. They also released the scales from Murakan's back, groaning in pain as if something was torturing them. They had released protective shields as a precaution when approaching the muddy mist, but it seemed to be of no use. Latanim. Faye. Jean grabbed the two who were about to fall. Only a few seconds had passed since they approached the muddy mist, but the Proc brothers had turned pale and were sweating as if it were raining. Wake up! What's going on with you two all of a sudden? Murakan, we need to get away from the energy. Ha! Swish! Slash! Something sharp grazed the collar of Jin's coat. He reacted quickly and dodged the blow, which only scratched the front of his neck, but sharp claws were aimed at his throat. It was Faye's claw. Jin's dilated pupils reflected the gradual change in Faye's skin color. Her skin had changed, and now it had an astonishing resemblance to the tone of the giant bouvard. And then, Faye tilted her head with all her might. It wasn't her intention. It was her last act to convey a message. After that, Faye completely lost her sanity. Wah! Faye attacked again, and Jean threw a punch with all his strength to knock her unconscious. Jean felt his fist land on her jaw, but Faye kept attacking as if she hadn't been harmed at all. Next to them, Lada was bent over and trembling. He was unable to grab onto Murakan's back scales. He kept struggling against the muddy mist. Unlike Faye, Lada's resistance was greater due to his greater achievements as a warrior, but he seemed extremely precarious, as it was unclear when he would give in. Ugh! My lord! Lata Nim! There's something in my head. At that moment, Murakan ascended and escaped from the muddy mist. Well, what the hell? Kid, do you think they've finally regained common sense? The expressions and skin color of Lada and Faye returned to normal at the same time, but the brothers still panted and seemed deeply shaken. What is this murky mist? What is its nature? Why does it only affect Lada and Faye? And it completely ignores protective shields. It's not poison, as the Proc brothers said, because Jin's 1000 poison antidote showed no reaction. However, the murky mist exhibited similar effects to those of a potent drug or hallucinogen, so it looked more like an incredibly powerful poison or narcotic. Even the most outstanding members of each faction were not entirely free from the influence of the muddy mist. In other words, only Jean and Murakan were unaffected by the muddy mist on Gaifa. It has affected everyone, but it can't harm us. Neither me nor Murakan. A word passed through Jin's mind. Damn! Of course, the murky aura enveloping the entire island was the energy of a curse. That's why only Jean and Murakan, the contractor and the black dragon of Sodaret, remained untouched. Lada and Faye are cursed. Once I send them away and move alone, I'll have the advantage among all the factions in this situation. Therefore, he was about to tell Murakan that they should fly to another island. Oh, what is this? Suddenly, the muddy mist spread like tentacles from Bouvard. Murakan easily avoided the mist, but the Proc brothers jumped into the muddy mist as if possessed by a spirit. The tentacle-shaped muddy mist transformed into something like a cradle, wrapped around the brothers, and pulled them inside. Chapter 462. It happened in the blink of an eye, and Jean had no chance to catch them. Murakan, let's chase them. Murakan descended rapidly again. Murakan narrowed his wings and descended like a falcon. Darn it! Why is it so fast? He said as he looked at the murky mist cradle surrounding the Proc brothers. The cradle was much faster than Murakan, descending at maximum speed, and it escaped in such a chaotic and bizarre trajectory that could be described as weird. The cradle split into two, each holding one of the brothers, and then merged back into one, repeating its spinning motion. The view outside the murky aura became hazy, and the cradle appeared even more intriguing. "Oh, my babies, did you miss me so much that you came to see me, right?" Moreover, a woman's voice could be heard. It didn't come from the giant mouth of Bouvard formed on the outside, but from inside the murky mist. Now, Jean and Murakan were convinced that the owner of that voice was Amala. Furthermore, they thought that she wouldn't immediately kill Lotta and Faye. If it's not favorable, it's hard to express it in words. It seemed like she considered us as toys or playmates. She said that talking is boring and swung her sword at us. It's embarrassing to admit, but there was a time when I got a cut on my forehead during one of her surprise attacks. Like the conversation the group had when they entered the islands, the part where Amala called them my babies was similar. For Amala, the Proc brothers were adorable toys. She wouldn't easily break them. "My babies, sleep well." She even sang a lullaby. Amala's lullaby resonated with the tumultuous cradle and the murky mist, making it seem like they had entered someone's whimsical dream. "Who dash?" Murakan slowed down. Now, the cradle was no longer visible to Jean and Murakan. "That Amala seems to be a headache. I have a feeling that everyone we need these days has a loose screw in their head, like that demon woman Zephyrin." Instead of the cradle, they saw a much thicker and darker mass of murky aura. The cradle had disappeared there. "What are you going to do, kid?" Would they continue chasing beyond that darkness? Or would they consider other options? There was no need to contemplate. The effect of a murky aura is a curse. In any case, we are immune, and considering that the giant Bouvard is also exhaling, it seems to have some physical destructive power, but it doesn't seem to be at an unbearable level. We'll follow it. But, let's focus on defense and evasion until we can communicate directly with Amala. No counterattacks even if she attacks us. What nonsense is this? Do you remember what Amala said as soon as we arrived at the central island? "Dash, you're bothering me too much." She said it through the giant Bouvard, but it was clearly Amala's voice. Why is that? I don't know what happened to Amala when the four main factions arrived here before us, but she expressed that she found them so annoying that she wouldn't mind killing them. It wasn't just something she expressed with words. Runcandle seemed to have no casualties yet, but the factions of Zippel, Kinsalow, and Vermont had already suffered irreparable damage. The reason the four main factions gathered here in the first place was to recruit Amala. However, the four main factions that visited the archipelago found themselves in a situation where it wouldn't be strange to have to fight a life-or-death battle with her, let alone recruit her. If the expression bothersome came from an ordinary person, it might be thought that there were other intentions behind it, but the other person is presumed to be tainted by the chaos. Amala seemed perfectly capable of completely ignoring the four main factions for such a trivial reason, even if it meant parting ways with them. Compared to Yona, everyone else outside is already screwed, so there's no need for us to be a bother by provoking Amala, right? Jean explained this, and Murakan sighed when he finished speaking. "Ha! Are you saying that this Murakan only takes beatings? How miserable and pitiful. And I haven't heard anything like that from Valkas or Latanim before." With such stories, he referred to Amala's combat style. She is one of the top 3 mercenaries and the best mercenary in the world, recognized even by Valkas for her pure solo skills. Valkas and Lotta had encountered her several times on the battlefield, and Valkas, in particular, had said that she was better in warfare than the entire Black King mercenary's body. However, in the descriptions they gave, there was no mention of Amala using curses or that unheard-of murky aura. I only heard about her combat skills, the use of various war equipment that can't be imitated by others, and her brilliant strategic ability. I also heard that she plants so many traps and equipment all over the battlefield that it was hard to believe she was moving alone. I see. So, does that mean Amala was hiding her skills? If she was hiding her skills to that extent and could single-handedly dominate the Black King mercenaries in a war, it would imply that Amela is close to the level of a Genesis Knight. It doesn't seem likely. I think there might be some reason for a change in Amela. A change? Maybe a change occurred because her chaos met Bouvard Gaston's chaos, and it's somehow amplifying. And that's giving Amela an edge over Bouvard. Jean made that judgment based on intuition, but it wasn't entirely unfounded. The giant Bouvard forming on the outside was almost certainly controlled by Amela. There didn't seem to be any reason for Amela to create Bouvard with the murky aura without any particular motive. Or, more precisely, Bouvard's murky mist. As it is a means of controlling Bouvard's chaos, she has no choice but to use its form. Jean soon reached such a conclusion. It seems like a bit of a leap, but it also makes sense. The reason why Amela is particularly interested in the Proc brothers could be due to the chaos. Aren't those snake-eyed guys different from your sister or Amela? They're different, but the father of the two brothers is Smarian Proc. He is a person who turned into a monster due to chaos. Perhaps his chaos has some influence on the Proc brothers, and Amela might be feeling sympathy for that. So what about Bouvard? Why does she show favoritism towards the Proc brothers and treats Bouvard that way? That I don't know either. After all, everything I've said so far is just speculation. But Bouvard seems to be the type of person that disgusts everyone. I don't think there has to be any other reason to hate him. Ugh, my head hurts. Whatever it is, we'll have to meet her in person to find out if your hypothesis is correct. Let's go. I'll try not to counterattack. Bang, boom. The distant explosion noises from the outside were getting more intense. The intensity of the battle between the main factions and Amela was increasing. Jean could hear the shouts of the commanders when he focused for a moment. Deploy defense control around the execution knights. I'll clear the way. The commander was hit. Fell back. The murky mist is converging. Follow the best warrior and the Tiger King. I'll kill all red tigers showing their backs. Don't miss the magic tower vice director's fire. If you step out of the fire, it will corrode the murky mist. Jean could clearly hear their voices despite the considerable distance. It was as if Amela had momentarily decided to listen to their reactions. All right, should I kill everyone except my darlings? That would be fine, right, darlings? Amela spoke with unwavering confidence. Despite facing the four main forces, she not only expected to win but was convinced she would win. Listening to the voices from outside, it seems like Amela is overwhelming them. With that in mind, Jean was even more certain. He believed that, for some reason, Amela possessed a much greater power than usual. Even though they hadn't sent all the flag-bearers from each faction, there were very few individuals in the world who could single-handedly dominate people of that caliber. It was an impossible feat even considering that Gaifa was the base of Amela and based on the descriptions of Valkas and Lada. Murakan's black wings silently cut through the misty aura. As they entered the misty aura where the cradle had disappeared, Jin's vision shifted from being nebulous to complete darkness. The darkness didn't dissipate even when Jin formed a flame in the palm of his hand. They continued forward with their mind's eyes open to the maximum. They could hear distant chants and hums from inside, as well as the sound of someone whispering in a strangely pleasant manner. Kukuku, you're the elder brother, you're the little sister. I'm the Demon King. It was as if a child absorbed in playing with dolls was talking to himself. A shiver ran down Jin's spine, but at the same time, it eerily reminded him of Yona. Amela's humming gradually approached, and as it approached, the darkness of the murky aura gradually dissipated. There was a bright space in the distance, and Jin and Murakan naturally understood that it was the core of the mist, covering the entire island. Amela was sitting in the center of it all. She wore a camouflage outfit commonly used by mercenaries, but this outfit, made of grass and twigs, had such a large weave that it was hard to compare it to ordinary clothes. As a result, Amela didn't seem to be wearing clothes. It was more like she was completely hidden within a round bush. Her two hands protruded from her camouflage and toyed with small wooden dolls that looked like figures. There were a total of 3 wooden dolls, and Jean immediately understood what each of them represented. They were the Proc brothers and Bouvard. Each of the figures corresponded to the real people standing in front of Amela and moved as they touched them. But Bouvard is transparent as if it were a soul. While the Proc brothers seemed like themselves, Bouvard took on a luminous and ethereal form. Bouvard's doll was placed far from the Proc brothers' dolls and seemed to be throwing punches, which seemed to be the actions of the giant Bouvard on the outside. Meanwhile, the dolls of the Proc brothers were seen drinking tea and conversing. Murakan transformed back into his human form. Amela turned her head in surprise when Murakan and Jean touched solid ground. She had no idea that Murakan and Jean had come so far. "Huh? What's going on? How did you survive to get here?" said Amela with reddened eyes. She seemed completely bewildered and tilted her head as if she didn't understand anything. Chapter 463. Boom! As soon as Amela finished speaking, something resembling a sword shot out from the murky fog that gathered behind her. Jean and Murakan easily dodged it, as if they had expected it. I knew she had a side like the older sister Yona, but this person seems even crazier than I expected. The blades of the murky fog struck where Jean and Murakan had been. Just by seeing how they cut through the ground like water, one could tell that this attack was not just for intimidation. Murakan instinctively tried to counterattack but restrained himself. He recalled Jin's words, emphasizing focusing on defense and avoiding attacks until they could communicate with Amela. Arg, damn it, it's annoying to keep dodging like this. Not even 5 seconds had passed when more than 100 swords aimed at Jean and Murakan. Amela sat there, controlling the entire process with gestures and small hand movements. It's as if she's a god in this area. Jean thought when a blade flew right in front of him and he swatted it away. The blade fragments didn't fall to the ground but flew towards Jean. It was something that couldn't be done with aura or mana. It was a move that could only be achieved with a special type of power, the power of chaos. Dodging? You're fast. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. The number of blades formed in the air began to rapidly increase. Even with a rough estimate, it was more than double than before, and all these swords pressed on Jean and Murakan from all sides. It was impossible to dodge or break them all with bare hands, even with all their efforts. Amela rolled her eyes and stomped in frustration. As a result, the entire area began to dangerously vibrate, and the blades multiplied again, now exceeding 500. Swish! It was impossible to evade or deflect so many blades, even for Jean. So he unsheathed Sigmund. "Heh! Look, you can't just take it out because you're annoyed, can you? I took it out to defend myself, so bear with it a little longer." Woo! At the same time, more than 500 swords shot out, blocking Jean and Murakan's view. However, in the next moment, Jean executed the Sword of Legends technique, Petal Cascade and Thunderbolt, effortlessly shattering all the swords formed by the murky aura. Jean destroyed the projectiles just like when they first entered this space, leaving Amela visibly bewildered. Why aren't they affected? Why aren't they going crazy? She still ignored that Jean was a 1,000-year contractor. In fact, she didn't even know who these men in front of her were. She didn't know who Jean Runcandle and the Black Dragon Murakan were, nor the turmoil they had caused in the world recently. In short, Amela had little interest in worldly affairs, as Valeria had expressed in her past life. Great mercenary Amela, I am Jean Runcandle, the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle. A Runcandle? Yes. Still, I can't let you live. Zippel and Kinzelo and the Imperial troops killing each other under the curse, they were over 1,000. If Amela had cared about the aftermath, she wouldn't have committed such an act. You really are someone who doesn't care about rumors. As Jean retorted, the shape of the swords suspended in the air began to change and transform into a new form. The newly transformed weapons no longer looked like blades. They now looked like cannons. Cannons? All the cannons that could be seen in large-scale wars were aimed at Jean and Murakan. Bang! Boom! Unlike normal cannons, these cannons made of murky aura didn't need to be loaded with ammunition. Amela's will constantly formed and fired projectiles at high speed. The barrage of projectiles from these cannons made it impossible for Jean and Murakan to see anything in front of them. It seemed that traversing these cannons without Bradamanti's shadow energy armor would require battle god techniques or decisive killing moves, or something similar. But Lotta and Faye might be in danger if I do that. Bouvard felt like a soul without a physical body, but there was no need to worry about him getting injured even if he did. And it wasn't clear if Amila would protect her beloved toys even in extreme situations. I'd like to resolve it with the Sword of Legends even if it involves using force. Shadow energy. Jean initially drew Sigmund instead of Bradamanti out of habit to minimize the exposure of shadow energy to others, but also due to his past experience. I lose control when I see shadow energy. You don't have to apologize because I never told you. Haha, I thought you'd hide that power from me, at least, until you became a flag-bearer. During his time as a potential flag-bearer, Yona almost killed Jean in the place where he first encountered shadow energy. There were no guarantees that Amila would react the same way as Yona, but it was better to be cautious. Jean had come to her to make her an ally, but at this point Jean himself was defenseless. He never thought it would be impossible to have a conversation to this extent. The cannonade stopped for a moment, not because Amila was tired, but because she wanted to check if Jean and Murakan were finished. I'm sick of this. I'm trying so hard to kill you. Shouldn't that mean you have to die? Of course, both of them were standing there and seemed perfectly fine. The aura shield had been seriously damaged, more than a tattered rag. Jean and Amila locked eyes. You seem pretty calm for someone who claims to have tried so hard. You're not even breathing hard. While Jean and Murakan had used up their energy to create the shield, Amila's weapons remained unscathed, despite the massive barrage of cannon fire she unleashed. That's right. My power is infinite in this place. So why don't we end this without draining each other? Just so you know, that strange lightning sword of yours can't touch me. Suddenly, a dagger materialized in Amila's hand. It's fascinating. She could form anything with the murky fog, especially here. As expected, Amila temporarily gains transcendental power due to some special effect. Without hesitation, Amila cut her left wrist with the dagger. However, the murky aura splattered from the cut wrist, protruding from her thick clothing, instead of blood, and immediately reformed her clone. You're quite resilient, Amila. Murakan shook his head. Normally, that kind of rapid regeneration is the specialty of demonic creatures and demons. But now it seems even humans do it. Hey, did I get your name right? Amila? You should be careful or you'll die for real. No matter where you go, those who are going to die are you. I just want to give you the opportunity to die comfortably. And I hope you stop bothering my cuties and wasting my precious time. I've done everything in my power to be as polite as possible, Amila. So allow me one more question before we finish. Is there any faction among those currently on the Gaifa Islands that is allied with you? The four main factions were still fighting outside with the colossal form of Bouvard controlled by Amila, but Jean asked the question on purpose. Forming an alliance might not stop the attacks, and it wouldn't be surprising given her personality. Why do you want to know that? I came here like the others from outside, wanting to recruit you. I've heard that you wander the world, seeking adventures and searching for something. I think it might be related to this murky aura, the chaos. Do you know anything about chaos? I don't know much. Then we can't be friends. Jin's gaze turned to Bouvard's soul, which was furiously pounding the air and exhaling breath. Are you friends with Bouvard Gaston? Jean asked in a calm tone as if asking a child. A while ago, Jean believed that Bouvard had come with Kinselo and had been captured by Amila. However, unlike the Proc brothers, Bouvard seemed to be only a spirit-like form, so it might not be the case. Kinselo probably has much more information about chaos than I do, and Bouvard, who looks like a spirit, might be some form of chaos. Or a sculpture, amplifying Amila's power. Amila reluctantly nodded. Well, yes. It seemed she had no choice but to confirm it. She befriended Bouvard in her quest for information about chaos, even though she had no desire to be close to him. Jin's gaze turned cold upon hearing her answer. So, you've sided with Kinselo. I'm not entirely sure about that, Wait, why are you interrogating me like this? I can kill you. I asked this question to determine if I can kill you, great mercenary Amala. A sudden crack appeared in the ground where Jean stood. Jean channeled his energy, and the air around him became oppressively heavy, and the shining Bradamanti sword emerged from its sheath. Jean hadn't come to these lands with the idea of recruiting Amala unconditionally. I must recruit her. If recruiting her is impossible, at least I must keep her in check. As he told Valkas, Jean had considered the possibility of her becoming an enemy. In that case, he would have to decide whether to kill her, spare her, or incapacitate her to face their enemies. Jin's choice would depend on the extent of her power. It was definitely the first option, given this level of power. How many Run Candles would die when the day came for the Run Candle family to face Kinzalo in a large-scale battle? And if Amala, with her nearly infinite power, entered the battlefield? To prevent such a future, Jean had no choice but to kill Amala. You didn't welcome me when I entered your territory, but I don't hold it against you. Even if you had rejected my offer more politely, my decision wouldn't have changed if you had become friends with my enemies. I hope you don't hate me for this. Swish! The Bradamanti sword turned black as it infused with shadow energy. At that moment, Amala's eyes widened. Shadow energy? Then, you're the 1,000-year contractor by any chance? Amala quickly began firing the cannons in response to Jin's actions. However, Jin, protected by his shadow energy armor, advanced through the cannonades and swung Bradamanti towards Amala. Chapter 464, The Black Sword, infused with shadow energy, pierced through the dense group and aimed directly at Amala. Each strike was aimed at vital points. Jin's eyes sparkled amidst the torn and bright cannon shots, indicating one thing. Jin was truly determined to kill Amala. Amala startled, and a shiver ran down her spine at the vivid murderous intent that seemed to materialize into something resembling a dark and venomous mass. Slash! Their eyes met. Jin and Amala clashed their weapons, competing with each other's strength. The aura cannons and Bradamanti collided, creating an unpleasant sound of friction. It seems he won't lose his sanity like Sister Yona when seeing shadow energy. Is it because of the type and size of the chaos or something else? The exact reason wasn't clear, but it didn't matter in the heat of battle. In fact, it would have been more convenient if she had lost her sanity, since she hadn't been able to fully utilize her abilities. Jin pulled back the sword that was in contact with the cannon barrel and tried to swing it again, but he felt something hard entwining with Bradamanti. They were thorns. They appeared on the cannon, out of nowhere, and the cannon looked like a hedgehog. And the thorns entangled and clung to Bradamanti. There was a moment when he tried to forcefully remove them. Of course, Amala didn't let it go to waste and detonated a bomb over Jin's head. It was a bomb she conjured in an instant using the muddy aura. The explosion seemed capable of bursting eardrums, but it caused no real damage thanks to the runes and Myalta's armor. Meanwhile, Murakan tried to protect Lada and Faye, but suddenly felt something unknown and dangerous under his feet as he ran. He quickly moved out of the way. If he had been a moment slower, he would have suffered significant injuries because explosions were happening beneath his feet. How strange. How come the bombs explode under the ground? Murakan looked at the strangely excavated ground and clicked his tongue. Valkas had informed him in advance about these attack patterns. She had a wide variety of tactics. Bombs exploding from below, arrows shot at different intervals, various traps and complex devices. Normally, these kinds of things require preparation and a considerable amount of time, but the unlimited muddy fog made it possible. Weapons and traps were continuously forming in all directions according to her will. Bombs, mines, huge pendulums, spiked nets, rapid-fire crossbows, and much more. If it had been anyone other than Jin and Murakan, maybe a warrior or a magician below 10 stars, they would have been defenseless. The result would probably have been the same even if an entire order of renowned knights or a magical corps had come. However, their compatibility was at least unfavorable. There were no openings, as her curses had no effect on Jin and Murakan, and the weapons and explosives she wielded were suitable for mass destruction but not for piercing the defenses of high-level warriors or magicians. Of course, She had the infinite power of the muddy aura, so her compatibility didn't seem to matter at all. Amala was sure she would win as long as the battle continued until one of them perished, because her opponent would eventually tire. Swish! Bradamanti traced a sharp arc. Despite the overwhelming cannonades and traps, Jean kept closing the distance with evasive maneuvers and his Shadow Force armor. The way he reacts to my attacks is nothing compared to high-level knights I know. If she had fought without prior preparation and completely exposed, Amala wouldn't have been able to defeat Jean even without her infinite power. She would be a very difficult opponent if it weren't for her infinite power and high-speed regeneration. Jean believed in Tessa's flames. The blue flames had already proven their worth when he cut through the gates of Hell and Zephyrn's subspace. If the space, acting as the core of the murky aura, was the source of Amala's infinite power, he could deal with that too. If the situation couldn't be resolved through the pressure of the flames, he would demolish the island entirely. Or even if he had to destroy the entire archipelago off the face of the earth. Jean was determined to settle things with Amala. However, there was something strange. Why is she fighting so recklessly? Jean wondered. Amala kept dodging or blocking Jin's attacks, as if she didn't have the ability of rapid regeneration. Given the level of rapid regeneration she had demonstrated moments ago, Amala could fully utilize the give flesh, take bone strategy. She could intentionally allow attacks to create an opening, catch the opponent off guard, or occasionally attempt self-destruction. Jean expected her to fight that way if she had high-speed regeneration. Instead, she gritted her teeth and hastily dodged the black blades. Could it be that she couldn't bear the pain, despite the rapid regeneration? But that didn't explain why she had demonstrated her high-speed regeneration by voluntarily cutting her left wrist. Could it be? Jean squinted his eyes within the Myelta rune. He quickly glanced at Murakan and saw bombs and shields constantly forming with the murky aura. Murakan refrained from recklessly breaking through, fearing that the Proc brothers might get injured, but Jean could see how the shadow energy was breaking through the gaps in the muddy aura. And every time the shadow energy emerged in that way, Jean noticed a slight change in Amala's breathing. It was as if she was barely suppressing her fear. She couldn't deceive herself. Unlike ordinary warriors, fear was an inevitable weakness that couldn't be fooled or hidden when facing someone like Jean. Wounds caused by shadow energy can't heal. Can they, Amala? Amala's two eyes widened within the hood of her bushy clothes. How did he know? She was about to shout it out in surprise, but she managed to swallow it the next instant. Bradamanti's fierce thrust hadn't hit her shoulder. A piece of her shoulder armor fell as leaves and branches shattered around her. Bright red drops of blood splattered amid all of it. Amala hadn't reacted correctly to the blow. However, her shoulder armor was instantly repaired by the mud aura. But Jean hadn't missed the moment just before the leaves and twigs formed. Her shoulder isn't regenerating. The fact that the armor on her shoulder regenerated before her actual shoulder was an order of unnatural regeneration. Therefore, Jean was convinced that his assumption was correct. The chaos energy, or at least part of the chaos abilities that Amala possessed, could be neutralized by shadow energy. Look at this. The charlatan has fallen silent. A sharp blue flame swirled over the shadow energy surrounding the sword. I'll make sure you don't suffer too much. Shadow energy and blue flames were growing stronger. Amala stared fixedly at the sword pointing at her without the slightest tremor, but she had an intuition. If this continues, I will definitely die. Amala had experienced many battlefields throughout her life. The Great Mercenary, the embodiment of the battlefield, Gaifa's Nightmare, and so on. The titles that followed her represented the kind of life she lived. There were intense battles where she felt suffocated, and there were battlefields as comfortable as playgrounds. She liked war, but she had never felt such an intense threat of death before. Like many titles, the names Amala acquired didn't represent the depth of her nature. In other words, the reason she showed little interest in the world despite having lived through many wars, and to top it off, the reason she didn't even know the name of the person who had stirred the world for the past few years, Jean Runcandle. The chaos. Amala had always heard the voice of chaos resonating within her. Chaos prevented her from merging with a conventional life and protected her from being too absorbed in the lives of others. The Proc brothers were exceptions because they had this scent of chaos. No one had taught her what loneliness was in a life of war and death, and it was very hard to find someone strong enough to teach and guide her on the battlefield. Even if they were to meet, there was no room to form such bonds in a place where people use evil to kill each other. The power of chaos had covered many emotions that she should have naturally felt. In a way, Amala was like a child abandoned alone in her own world. Thanks to the power of chaos, she had naturally become a mercenary, but in reality, she wasn't much different from a wild beast. "I'm scared. I don't want to die." To some, it might seem amusing that Amala wished to live. After all, she had killed countless people on the battlefield and rarely forgave those who annoyed her. But was it really the will of a poor newborn abandoned in a well, or was it the will of chaos? One thing was certain: no one had guided Amala throughout her life. Now, shadow energy and blue flames were not only emerging but pushing the fire outward. "Kid, I saved the Snake Eyes brothers. Let's destroy him now." While Amala was terrified and losing focus, Murakan was able to rescue the Proc brothers. There was no need to hold back their power any longer. "Your lifelong fame won't even come close to being enough compared to this sword." The blue flames and the force of the shadows, which had spread in all directions, quickly converged toward Jean. Soon, Jean became the embodiment of the blue flames. Sarah Runcandle's secret sword technique, Hellfire Flame. Jean looked at Amala with his fiery eyes. The blue flames illuminated his face, hidden by the bushy hood. Amala had an incredibly young face, almost too young for someone of the same age as Valka's. For some reason, Jean felt uncomfortable. Despite having become accustomed to a world where life and death were constantly at stake. What a waste that this wasn't a better encounter. Jean cleared his mind and focused on wielding his sword to unleash the blue flames, but at that precise moment, "I surrender!" Suddenly, Amala extended both hands and shouted wildly, shaking her head in the process. "I surrender! I was wrong! Please stop!" Even more astonishingly, Amala sat down and frantically shook her head. "What?" Amala's sudden actions triggered a myriad of thoughts in Jin's mind. Is it a trap to escape the situation? Or is she really surrendering? Even if it's the latter, is it right to spare her? Amala has already decided to join Kinsalo, hasn't she? Jean would face severe injuries if he forcibly stopped the half-unleashed blue flames. However, Jean made a decision. He would spare her for now and listen to her. But he couldn't stop the blue flames. Murakan! Bradamanti was imbued with blue flames rushing towards Amala, and Jean gritted his teeth and called out the name of his dragon guardian. Chapter 465. Jean barely twisted the sword. If he hadn't changed the trajectory, the blade would have cut and burned Amala in a single blow. Jean felt relieved for saving Amala, but he was worried about whether Murakan could withstand the hellfire. Ah, this is insane. Indeed, Murakan is Jin's dragon guardian. He knew exactly what Jean wanted even though Jean only called him by his name. Murakan lunged towards Amala and quickly transformed into his true form. "I just saved the Snake Eyes, and now you suddenly ask me to take care of her too." Boom! Murakan swung his front paw and threw Amala towards the Proc brothers. Amala bounced like a ball, and the sound of her bones breaking echoed, but she regenerated instantly. If she had been touched by the hellfire, she wouldn't have been able to regenerate. The moment she fell among the Proc brothers, she instinctively knew she could survive. "I surrender, please stop." The reason Amala told that to Jean was out of intuition. She felt she wouldn't survive if she moved her body recklessly out of fear or tried to resist forcefully. Somehow, she had a feeling that if she pleaded like this to Jean, he might extend a helping hand. Her intuition hit the mark. Roar! Murakan had no choice but to exert all his strength in the lower belly and roar like a madman. It was because shadow energy and blue flames were spreading like a tsunami from Bradamanti. Now Murakan had taken Amala's place and bore the hellfire. The blue flames quickly covered the core of the muddy mist and the space they occupied at great speed. The muddy mist surrounding them rapidly retreated as if insects were hiding from the light. That meant that the hellfire Murakan had to block was enormous. Murakan's amber eyes were stained black by the shadow energy. The curtain of shadow energy he created was even denser than the blue flames. But the blue flames tore through the curtain too easily. However, when the curtain tore, it immediately reformed and continued blocking the incoming flames. "Boy, stop, please." Every time the curtain tore, the hellfire got closer and closer to Murakan, like a burning rope. For the first time in a long time, Murakan thought, no matter how big I was, my best moment had already passed, and if something like that hits me, directly with a body that hasn't fully recovered. Murakan shuddered and shook his head. He thought he might have to endure Misha's torture under the pretext of treating a minor injury, or even something worse. Maybe I only have a minor or moderate injury, and I could spend a happy and pleasant time receiving care from Strawberry Pie. Maybe I'm worrying too much about the boys' flames? The moment Murakan thought that, the fire that became even fiercer dyed his vision blue. He was so dumbfounded that he burst into laughter. It was impossible for that to happen. If he didn't stop it with all his might, it could become a stain that could never be erased from the history of the great black dragon Murakan. The black dragon Murakan, gravely injured by being struck by his contractor's sword, was he really the king of the sky 1,000 years ago? The testimony of the fire dragon Kadin, of Keliark Zippel, he's actually weak. Is it the truth? Jean Runcandle, as Soderet's contractor, severely punishes the negligent dragon guardian and establishes the hierarchy as Runcandle. The 12th flag-bearer defeated his dragon guardian with a single sword. Who protects whom? Many dragon guardians in the world, including the black dragon Murakan, should be cautious. Murakan instantly thought of a future where such senseless articles flooded the world. He couldn't bear such disgrace, having reigned as the king of the sky for over 3,000 years. He would rather die than live with such humiliation. The curtain of shadow energy was no longer able to block the hellfire. The flames pierced through the torn curtain, and Murakan had no choice but to accept it, protecting his body with shadow energy. He howled in pain as the flames touched his scales. He felt a terrible pain, as if needles were piercing and scratching his entire body. Roar! His heavy black body trembled as he pushed away the flames. Even his tightly clenched teeth trembled unstably, and he felt as if a cold sweat was dripping down his scales. His wrinkled face distorted even more due to the effort. He was convinced that if he took a single step back, it would be the end. He wasn't going to die, but Amala would be reduced to ashes, and not even bones would be left. Murakan! Jean called Murakan again with a worried heart. Don't talk to me, because it breaks my concentration. Sorry. Jean was reabsorbing some of the energy used in Hellfire while avoiding internal injuries. However, the technique was so vast, and he executed it with all his might, that it was like trying to pour spilled wine back into the bottle. He might be able to collect a few drops, but most of it was already gone. Sigh. This Amala or whatever should be worth as much. Even though she looked like a grasshopper. Now wait. What is this sound? Bang. An unsettling sound, as if something was breaking or shattering, came from the depths of his chest. It was close to the heart. And it wasn't the first time Murakan had heard something like that. Damn it, my heart. He heard a similar sound when his heart was shattered by Timar. His scales stood on end due to the imminent anxiety. But something strange was happening. If there were a crack in the heart, his strength should weaken rapidly. But instead, it feels like something is welling up like an endless spring, or like an oil well bursting in the middle of the desert. The power he had used to block the flames and protect himself was now sprouting from the heart. He felt the pleasure and fullness of shadow energy surging from the heart and spreading throughout his body. He felt a tingling sensation down his spine. This will be my old strength. My strength. What shattered near his heart was a security mechanism created by his detested sister, Misha. When Misha had operated on him, she had implemented a security mechanism to prevent him from using too much energy and damaging his heart again. At that time, Misha considered 40% to be a safe limit. She thought that if he used more than 40% of his old strength, his heart, which had started to recover, might break again. Now, Murakin had involuntarily released one of the security mechanisms because he felt very threatened. Moreover, the reason the security mechanism unlocked was not because Murakin had forced himself to use more strength in response to danger. It was because the heart had already recovered to the point Misha had initially foreseen, a safety limit of 50%. A 10% difference is by no means small. Like the gap between 10 stars and 9 stars is like the sky. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Murakin burst into laughter. The murky aura, which had receded because of the flames, disappeared completely, and the core they were in cracked like shattered glass, and the Gaifa Islands regained their original colors. In other words, the sky opened completely. The figure of the giant bouvard standing in the middle of the central island, intimidating the four main forces, began to turn transparent as if it would soon disappear. The giant bouvard almost stopped moving from the moment Jean faced Amala in the first place, but now it's about to disappear completely. Amidst this, the entire island shook with Murakin's laughter. The forces of the four main factions fighting with all their might were left dumbfounded. This sound, sixth flag-bearer. This is the voice of the guardian deity of the family, Murakinim. Could it be the younger one? Vigo and the Runcandle Knights also widened their eyes. The Black Dragon Murakin? Jean Runcandle is here too. Commander, the contractors among the Imperial magicians have told us to unconditionally avoid the Black Dragon if we encounter him during a mission. Even the Fire Dragon and the Blue Dragon of Zippel were afraid and fled at the time of the recent Black King's incident. Vermont members were also frightened. Wow, Tiger King. Oh, I can't stand because my legs are numb. You stupid red-tailed bastards. Don't you get it? Tiger King. If even you tremble at seeing this. Oh, what would happen if the mighty Tiger King also gets scared? You guys, you surely tremble too. Well, if you come closer, I can smell the scent of the Legends tribe. We have to run. The Kinsalo Beastmen, especially the Red Tiger tribe, immediately became terrified and fell into an extreme panic. Unlike the White Wolf tribe, the Red Tiger tribe only has good fighting power but lacks the spirit of a warrior. It's also a racial characteristic, but the Red Tiger tribe had a more sensitive intuition to fear or crisis than the White Wolf tribe. Ha! Black Dragon? Then, Jean Runcandle is here. Finally, Zippel among them. Midder Elner gritted his teeth with red eyes as soon as he heard Murakin's laughter. Who are Jean Runcandle and Murakin? They are the archenemies of Myron Zippel, his most beloved brother in the world. Even the Fire Dragon Theo and the Blue Dragon Lalamakwa just withdrew after encountering Murakin. We have to retreat, Tower Master. Seeing that the giant form has disappeared, it's very likely that the great mercenary Amala has already been defeated by Murakin. Midder ignited the flames with his mana. Seventh Tower Master. Stand firm. The magicians of the Seventh Magic Tower, both elders and commanders, tried to stop Midder, but there was a woman, laughing at Midder. Midder watched her warily, even as his anger boiled over his head. If Lady Sandra tells us to retreat, we will. Ha ha ha. Anyway, you're well-trained, bastard. Are you still aware of me in this situation, I'm quite satisfied. Her name was Sandra Zippel, Kellyark's daughter. The moment Sandra smiled and tried to say something, rumble. Suddenly, the earthquake that shook the entire island became even more powerful. It was a phenomenon that occurred when Murakin pushed away the hellfire he was blocking with his body. And unintentionally, he also unlocked the security mechanism of his heart. It rose into the sky with the flame of hell. Moreover, the flames mixed with Murakin's shadow energy and became darker, so there were not many traces of blue flames. I am Murakin, Murakin shouted as he threw the flame he held to the ground. People had no choice but to mistakenly think that it was some kind of technique Murakin was using, not Jean. Avoid. Behind the Tiger King, no. Behind the best warriors. Let the White Wolves take care of the Red Tigers. Barrier. Hurry. Curse. Gather to create a barrier. The forces of the four main factions had no choice but to be scared at the sight of the flames thrown by Murakan. Chapter 466. A black tidal wave, seemingly originating from the sky, was engulfing the land. From the perspective of the four main factions, it seemed like the ruthless black tidal wave was about to devastate the entire island, and they hurriedly raised protective shields. The strong pressure from the blue flames crushed them as if a mountain weighed on them. Crack! Enormous cracks formed all over the island even before the flames touched the ground. So the onlookers couldn't help but think that this would be the end of the world. Indeed, if the protective shield of the four main factions couldn't withstand it, the flames Murakan had unleashed had enough power to ravage the entire island. This was because some kind of power boost had occurred. In other words, Murakan's shadow energy, which had just recovered 50% of power, was added to Jin's blue flames. Instead of consuming and neutralizing each other, the blue flames and the shadow energy combined as if they had been aiming for it from the beginning, unfolding an even more formidable force. The blue flames that Jin had unleashed on his own had the power to turn the guardian knights present in the Garden of Swords into ashes if Luncia hadn't stopped it. Not to mention that now Murakan's power was added to the blue flames. Of course, it still wasn't comparable to what Sarah had executed at her best, but it had reached a level close to that. In other words, among the four main factions visiting the Gaifa Islands, there was no one who could single-handedly block the hellfire. Woo-dash! The blue flames began to sweep the ground. As soon as the edge of the black tidal wave began to sweep the protective shields, the people on the ground shuddered in fear and shock. Even the protective shields on which the first divisions of the four main factions had put all their effort were breaking as easily as dry leaves. Boom! Crunch puff! Fragments of the shattered protective shield bounced and reflected the light. The blue flames took less than a second to envelop everything in darkness. Aya! Screams echoed simultaneously. The blue flames turned everything they touched into ashes. The whole body burned with just a touch of the fingertip, and it was impossible to escape due to the pressure of the blue flames. Even if there was a chance to escape, it seemed almost meaningless. Humans under the black tidal wave felt like they were in hell. And the terrible black dragon Murakan laughed maniacally as he watched humans burn. Actually, he was looking in another direction, as if he were the god of that hell. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Murakan laughed with uncontrollable joy, but the humans on the ground couldn't accept it that way. A terrifying existence that could massacre the first division of the four main forces like stomping on ants. Arg! Bastard, do you really have to fight against something like this? If you provoke that black dragon, things could get very bad. I can recommend any other method if you want to be like Myron Oraboni, shouted Sandra as she pushed away the blue flames using ice-type magic. Sweat streamed down her face like rain as she warded off the black flames. Every day I imagined killing that man. They are the enemies of my older brother Myron. Mitter protected himself and the surrounding mages using spatial explosions and fire-type magic. Is that so? The enemies of Myron Oraboni. Huh? It's hard to find a funny guy like you. You speak as if you're older. Brother is dead. Contrary to what she said, Sandra was not sarcastic at all. Instead, she spoke with a strangely cheerful tone. Well, do whatever you want. I don't think you can wake up from the dead with your skills. I was also looking forward to meeting Jean Runcandle at least once. Ah! Suddenly, Sandra screamed as the flames intensified without warning. All the higher-level mages, who couldn't respond quickly to the sudden change near Sandra, disappeared, lost in the force of the shadows. Zippel's side lost almost half of the mages due to a single amplification. However, Sandra simply smiled. Heh! I almost fell too. It's fascinating, really. The situation on Kinzelo's side was even worse. Unlike the White Wolf warriors, the Red Tigers were not helping cope with the situation. In fact, beyond that, there were many Red Tigers not only stumbling aimlessly but also dragging White Wolf warriors to death like water ghosts. Crazy red bastards. Let them go. Let them go. Save me. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. What do you mean you won't do it again? Save me too, Arg. My relatives are dying because of you. Bastards. In the end, the best warriors of the White Wolf tribe had no choice but to use their maces to strike down the red tigers standing in their way. They would undoubtedly be annihilated if they didn't. Occasionally, those who reached the level of Tiger King would counterattack, but their frenzied claw strikes posed no real threat to the members of the White Wolf tribe. Despite the two races not getting along well, the White Wolf warriors had no choice but to lament the death of the red tigers. Damn! Soldiers destined for a great cause die in vain like this. They don't know the common red tiger warriors, but losing the Tiger King so absurdly was a particularly painful loss. The Tiger King is a title given only to those who have fighting power equal to the best warriors of the White Wolf tribe. The heads and bodies of the red tigers flew in all directions and were lost in black flames. Even the White Wolf warriors, who had relatively weaker combat power, were still dying. While Kinslow wandered through hell within the chaos, the members of Vermont were also going through a terrible time. It was ridiculous to fight with Amala all the time. But now it's the Black Dragon Murakan. Latz, the leader of the 3rd Division of the Special Forces, gritted his teeth as he thought about it. Like other factions, Vermont members had never imagined such a situation when heading to Gaifa. Who would have imagined that Amala would engage in combat with the 4 main factions, even going as far as casting a curse? He also thought that there wouldn't be a large-scale war, even if there was a minor conflict among the 4 main factions, because it was clear that everyone was too cautious about provoking each other, as sending many troops to assert dominance was acceptable, but actual combat caused significant losses. Regardless of who ended up with Amala, they would have preferred to negotiate if possible. But he never thought that such a large-scale attack would occur. And even though it was only the beginning of the attack, Murakan was already overwhelming the 4 main factions. Rats and other team leaders felt an overwhelming sense of dread as they watched their members die ceaselessly. It wasn't just a few casualties. It was impossible to calculate how much time and resources would be needed to replenish the number of Special Forces members. It was uncertain whether he would be able to survive and return to the Empire. Zippel, Kinslow, and Vermont. These 3 factions naturally considered the Hellfire to be Murakan's technique, but Runcandle had a different opinion. This is not Murakanim's power, it's the younger one's power. Vigo cut through the flames and swallowed dry saliva. Although it was somewhat different from what he had shown during the Patriarchal Declaration, Vigo was very aware that the Hellfire was a secret technique of the magic sword. It has more power than what Sister Luncia stopped at that time. But this is definitely the younger brother's sword technique, not Murakan's. A chill ran down his spine, as if a chilling blade had swept across his back. Vigo also felt a strange mix of emotions, such as admiration, shame, self-doubt, and fighting spirit, which he found hard to describe. It was because the black tidal wave of Hellfire was spreading particularly weakly towards Runcandle. Of course, it was controlled by Murakan, but Vigo mistakenly believed that Jean was being considerate of him and the family. In any case, Runcandle hadn't suffered a single loss unlike other forces. In other words, the Runcandle Knights believed that their lives depended on Jean. If Jean wanted to kill them, they would die, and if he wanted to spare them, they would live. Yes, feel it, insignificant fools. Feel the power of the mighty black dragon and die, for that will be the best moment of your useless lives. Murakan momentarily stopped laughing and spoke. He had an expression of great satisfaction on his face as he watched the chaos unfolding below. He was savoring his enhanced power. He felt a surge of joy and burst into uncontrollable laughter. His wide-open mouth gave him an undignified look, but luckily, no one could see his face due to the Hellfire. Only one person, Jean, looked at him and sighed in relief. It seems he has suddenly become incredibly strong. I wonder what's going on. It's like some restrictions have disappeared. Regardless of the reason, it was a fortunate turn of events. Amala was saved, Murakan became stronger, and an unexpected situation was created where they overwhelmed the 4 main factions. Jean quickly racked his brain to see how to make the most of the situation. He didn't need to think too much. Amala. Yes. No. Well, thanks for saving me. I'll hear your greetings and details after the situation is over. Instead, I'll give you a suggestion. Tell me anything. I won't be friends with Bouvard and Kinselo anymore, but your friend. It's a matter for later. It's also important if I can accept you as a friend. Anyway, hide. Nya. Jean summoned Shuri from the ruby. As soon as Amala saw Shuri, her eyes lit up just like when she saw the Proc brothers. She'll help you. Hide as quickly as you can before this mess ends. Stay near the battlefield and don't come out until I say it's safe. Jean intended to treat Amala as a dead person. Since Amala had already turned her back on the four main factions, Jean decided it would be better to treat her as deceased and secretly include her in his faction. Of course, that would be after he could trust Amala, but after the extinction of the blue flames, there would be no chance for Amala to hide. With this creature? Seriously? Can I take the cuties with me too? No. And if you try to deceive me or escape, then no matter where you are or who is protecting you, I will surely find you and kill you. No way. See you later. Nya. Naya. Amala mounted Shuri and departed. Jean could see that Bouvard's soul, which had been bound to the Proc brothers, was rapidly fading away. I will listen to Amala directly about that. Now, let's clear the place. Jean and Murakin's gazes met. Then, Jean conveyed the next message to Murakin as he uttered the words. Now prepare the third comment, Murakin. Chapter 467. Halo? Do you mean using this body as a halo? Yes. The four forces will gather at the Gaifa Islands. Great figures will come as representatives. So you don't want to be overshadowed among them, is that what you're saying? Exactly. It's also important to be prepared for any unexpected situation. Well, I guess I can do that. Anyway, are you ready to go? Come back after helping Gilly. I will prepare some comments for you to use according to various situations in Gaifa. Comments? What kind of comments? I'll tell you later. A conversation they had just before departing from Tychon to Gaifa. The reason for preparing the comments in advance was that this place, where the four main factions gathered to compete, was the perfect opportunity to create favorable rumors. It was rumored that the 12th flag-bearer and his guardian dragon already had great power, to the point that they could be said to have reached the throne of Runcandle. The need for a halo was not just a word thrown out to please Murakin. Murakin already possessed all the necessary aspects. The legitimacy and symbolism of being venerated as the guardian deity of Runcandle, past greatness that no one could surpass, and the uniqueness of being the Black Dragon. There's only one thing Murakin lacks: the present dignity. However, even that had been unintentionally exaggerated by the recent Black Dragon incident. So it was necessary to continue with the same momentum. If he demonstrates his prowess in battle a few more times, Murakin will become a halo that shines brighter than anyone else. And Jean is very satisfied that the situation has turned out this way. The situation has deviated a bit from what I expected because Amala was already embroiled in a battle with the four main factions, and due to the blue flames, it has involuntarily become fiercer, but it's better. To the point where I wonder if there could have been a better situation. Like the Black King incident, it's a perfect scenario to spread rumors with a touch of deception. The time Jean spent considering the phrases to use while holding the disobedient Black Dragon suddenly felt rewarded. Third comment? Murakin raised an eyebrow. Yes, the third comment. Jean raised 3 fingers and squinted, to which Murakin nodded vigorously. It was as if he had understood perfectly. Then he said, in a majestic and deep voice, "Insignificant humans, do you desire?" As soon as Murakin opened his mouth, Jean had to hold his forehead for the first time in a long time. That was comment number 33, not number 3. Murakin not 33, but 3. The third. Comment 33 was meant to be used when enemies clearly declared their surrender and swore allegiance. Naturally, it didn't fit the current situation at all. Swish! The hellfire was now at its peak, and the last flames were burning fiercely. The black tidal wave, the desperate screams of those who wanted to survive, and the destruction of humans, objects, and nature had reached its climax. Therefore, Murakin's mistake was drowned out by the deafening noise. It's good that no one seems to have heard it. Saying irrelevant nonsense in such a solemn situation actually diminished one's dignity. Jean rubbed his chest. Murakin seemed to realize that something was wrong and blinked, looking at Jean. Murakin looked back at Jin's 3 raised fingers and, after a while, seemed to realize his mistake and opened his mouth again. From this moment on, Gaifa Islands are the land of Murakin. Unlike the solemn and deep voice, this time it was dignified and full of strength. Everyone could hear Murakin's voice clearly even in the terrible disorder. His land? Did the younger one kill Amela, the great mercenary? Vigo had no choice but to interpret the situation this way. If he limited himself to subduing Amela, he would have to show the injured Amela or at least her corpse. As expected, Amela was defeated by the 12th flag-bearer and Murakin. Latz came to the same conclusion. He also thought that he would have killed Amela if he had been in Jin's place. If he kept Amela alive and she didn't show her willingness to be loyal like the Ghost Mercenaries or the Black Kings, then it would be inevitable for her to join another faction and become an enemy. No one can touch Amela recklessly after she belongs to another major faction. In Latz's opinion, now was the best time for Jean to kill Amela without burdens. Furthermore, it's the best time to kill all the witnesses. A terrifying future passed through Latz's mind in an instant. What if only the Knights of Runcandle, Jean, Murakin, and Vigo survive on the Gaifa Islands, and everyone else dies? Therefore, what choice did Amela make, what kind of death did she find, and how did the 4 main factions that had been searching for her end up? Were questions that needed answers. Even if Runcandle published an article as he wished, the other factions had no means to refute it. Unless there were witnesses who witnessed the battles on the Gaifa Islands. Unlike other Runcandles, the 12th flag-bearer is particularly good at public opinion warfare. We have to prevent that from happening. In other words, he has to survive. He had to survive somehow and tell the Emperor what he had seen and experienced today. And since you have invaded my land, not a single person will survive. Murakin finished his 3rd comment. Latz clenched his teeth, and Jean let out a sigh of relief. I will kill everyone without exception. That was exactly what the 3rd comment meant, but in reality Jean had no intention of killing them all. A few would have to return alive for the rumors to spread properly. However, individuals like Mitter Elner couldn't be spared. Excluding Runcandle, he would spare 5 people per faction, not key figures. That was the amount of mercy Jean wanted to grant. The black tidal wave was fading. The hellfire was coming to an end. Finally, the energy of the hellfire dissipated slowly, and what was seen on the ground was a devastated landscape of ashes and death. No screams or cries were heard. Jean couldn't even hear the painful sound of someone leaning on someone else. All that could be heard was the noise of burning corpses and the survivors gasping. In other words, there were no injured survivors. Those who couldn't withstand it were all dead. The 6th comment. When Jean gave a new signal, Murakin looked down. Oh, I didn't know there were so many bugs that wouldn't die even if I stepped on them seriously. It's quite unpleasant. The 6th comment wasn't all words. As soon as the comment ended, Murakin released his black breath. The breath shot towards Kinselo, and one of the top warriors of the White Wolf tribe was hit by it and died instantly. Murakin's strength reached 50%, and the resistance of the White Wolves was consumed like crazy trying to block the flames, so they couldn't respond. Of course, even considering those factors, there weren't many beings in the world who could defeat the best warrior of the White Wolf tribe so easily. Ah! The Tiger King, the lucky survivor of the Red Tiger tribe, panicked and took a step back. He was terrified once again when he saw only the remaining ankles of the dead top warrior of the White Wolf tribe on the ground. Now, not only the Red Tigers but even the White Wolf warriors had difficulty suppressing their fear. Gulp! Others who were watching involuntarily swallowed dry saliva repeatedly. The 7th comment. At Jin's signal, Murakin turned his head towards Vigo and Runcandle. And Runcandle, leave the island as soon as possible and return to the main family. And tell Rosa Runcandle. I will question her for daring to send family knights to my land without permission. She must have a proper explanation. Vigo's and the Guardian Knight's eyes widened. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. No, you just said that this land belongs to you from now on. And are you going to question my mother for sending us to your land without permission? We arrived first. What kind of nonsense is this? While Vigo thought, Muraken's words seemed to make no sense, and it was clear that he was shamelessly despising the acting patriarch. But Vigo couldn't argue with him. It was because he didn't know what would happen if he dared to fight in this situation. Moreover, opposing Muraken would only worsen the situation. Understood, Muraken-nim. I will deliver your message. But, may I ask you a question? Muraken discreetly lowered his eyes to look at Jean, and Jean nodded. Speak freely, Vigo Runcandle. What happened to the great mercenary Amela? Muraken lowered his eyes again, and Jean gestured to slit her throat. I killed her. Everyone had expected this outcome, but hearing Muraken say it directly left them with a hollow feeling. They had rushed to capture Amela, but they had only suffered significant losses. Even she was killed by a black dragon they didn't expect, and now the black dragon said he would kill them all. At least, no one died in Runcandle, and it wasn't bad because Vigo and his knights only fought in vain. You may find the ashes of that stupid mercenary if you look carefully on the coast around there. Thank you for letting me know, Muraken-nim. Now leave. Muraken-nim, can't you give us another chance? Muraken furrowed his brows at Vigo's words. What are you talking about suddenly? I have no problem if Muraken-nim massacres the imperial family and Kinzalo. However, soon, Zippel will receive reinforcements from the magic tower. It's because there's a master of the magic tower here. So we will help you. The staff of the master of the magic tower. Vigo was the flag-bearer of Runcandle, so he had read information about the staff of the master of the magic tower that had endangered Jean in Cologne in the past. The ability to call the main division in case of emergency. Jean shook his head and frowned as much as he could, and Muraken put on the most threatening expression he could. Vigo Runcandle, it seems you hold me in little regard. Are you going to help me? Only to deal with Zippel's main division. Muraken-nim, I have no other intentions. If you say one more word, I'll kill you too. Get out of here. I didn't call them. Suddenly, someone interrupted Muraken and shouted with a bright voice. It was Sandra Zippel. The eyes of everyone, including Muraken, focused on her. I didn't activate the master of the magic tower staff. So, Great Black Dragon, please stop being a puppet. And you, hidden puppet master Jean Runcandle. How about finally introducing yourself? She was very eager to meet him at once. Sandra continued with a smile. Chapter 468. Muraken didn't forgive Sandra Zippel for her rudeness. He didn't need a special permission from Jean or carefully choose his words. He just had to make her pay the price for being unpleasant. Swoosh! The remnants of the shadow energy and blue flames near Sandra swayed at Muraken's will. Silently, the remnants took the form of Lesnas. Then, like a descending hawk, they rushed towards Sandra. There were 8 of them. Most of Zippel's mages were on the verge of exhaustion from dealing with the flames, so they couldn't even react. Some mages, including Mitter, recognized Muraken's attack but didn't act. It was because they didn't know what kind of trouble they might get into if they helped her. Surprisingly, Sandra dodged 3 of the 8 thrusts. She showed agile and light movements uncharacteristic of a mage, countering 3 with a protective shield. However, the remaining 2 were a problem. Kook! One pierced Sandra's shoulder, and the other went through her thigh. Even at a glance, it looked like a serious wound, with fresh flesh and blood splattering. Muraken looked at Sandra, trembling as she fell. Muraken seriously injured a pure-blooded Zippel without a second thought. It was only possible because he had such battle prowess to support his action, and it meant he could engage in a total war against all of Zippel. At least the members of the other main factions watching Muraken couldn't help but think so. He said he would interrogate the acting patriarch, Rosa Runcandle, the Black Panther. Could it be that Muraken is not just symbolic as a guardian deity, but also has real power over Runcandle? Power beyond the acting patriarch. Indeed, the acting patriarch of Runcandle might be the Black Dragon Muraken. Then what will be the true rank of the 12th flag bearer? Anyway, Sandra Zippel is finished. She's doing this even after seeing the best warrior of the White Wolf tribe die in an instant with only the remaining ankles. Has she become so insensitive to fear after living as a Zipple? The Special Force had such thoughts. The White Wolves of Kinsalo and the Red Tigers had no thoughts. They just ran around in panic. Not only Sandra Zipple is finished. We won't survive without Zipple's reinforcements. Latz's eyes were shaking. Not a single person could survive. Latz was convinced that what Murakan had just said was not a bluff. The current crew members here couldn't even inflict effective damage on Murakan, let alone fight against him. Because of this, Latz made the decision that they had no choice but to surrender to Zipple in order to survive. Sandra didn't activate the Master of the Magic Tower staff and was gravely injured in a single blow. She will die soon. Latz felt the urge to scream. The Master of the Magic Tower is not Sandra but you, Mitter Elner. Activate the staff, Mitter. The reason I haven't killed you instantly is because I'm curious to know where that arrogance and heaviness come from. Puppet? Me? Say it again, Zipple. The cold and deep voice once again sent shivers down the members of the main factions. Ha ha. Sandra took a breath. It was natural to think that her breath had become faster due to the terror of death. But in reality, she was simply a bit surprised by the intensity of her pain. Clank, clank. Everyone heard the sound of gears turning out of nowhere. Came from Sandra. Those who watched her couldn't help but doubt their own eyes. It was because her pierced shoulder and thigh were healing rapidly. Hey, she's regenerating. A human. The White Wolves and Red Tigers had never seen a human perform regeneration at such a fast pace. On the other hand, Latz and his team watched with wide-open eyes, astonished. Has Zipple's living golem experiment progressed this much? It's at a level comparable to the Demon Man treatment received by the Imperial Guards. Living golem experiment. Zipple, Vermont, and Kinsalo have been experimenting with living beings for a long time. Zipple wanted to create a perfect living golem, Vermont aimed to create a demon man, and Kinsalo sought to make a golem using the characteristics of legends. Recently, Vermont had been confident that his experiments with living golems were clearly superior. There were still many unstable aspects in his experiments. Just like when Rick Helter, the leader of the Imperial Guards team in the past, lost his sanity after becoming a demon man. However, Sandra's high-speed regeneration is at a level similar to that of a demon man, and she retained her sanity. Latz thought that achieving this level of high-speed regeneration without using living golem surgery was impossible and superior to the magie developed by the Empire. There may be someone within the Empire who leaked information to Zipple. It's very possible. While Latz gritted his teeth, Jean also observed Sandra's regeneration with a delayed heartbeat. Jean had just escaped from the core of the murky aura, erasing his presence as much as possible with his shadow energy. He thought it was necessary to check the outside situation in person. Has she healed? High-speed regeneration. Jean never imagined, not even in dreams, that he would see Sandra using high-speed regeneration. As Murakan mentioned while looking at Amala, high-speed regeneration is the specialty of inner-core demonic creatures or demons. Amala had a special power of chaos and murky aura, which had been fully amplified so she could be like that. Is Sandra also born with chaos? If so, I don't think she would have suffered so helplessly in the murky fog. Contrary to what Jean thought, Sandra is an ordinary human not tainted by chaos. And others didn't even notice, but in Jin's opinion, Sandra's high-speed regeneration was something different from what he had experienced so far. Sandra's high-speed regeneration doesn't seem to heal the wound itself. It's as if the time of the wound is being reversed. Jean wasn't sure. The wound was healing too quickly, and she was too far away for him to see up close. Sandra Zipple. Jean had never interacted with her in his current life. However, in his past life, he had encountered her by pure chance. He had been waiting for Valeria at the campus fountain when he had a casual conversation about magic with Sandra. Matthew Morniak's 3-stage classification of magic? Wow, you're reading an interesting book. It's hard to come by. Who are you? I mistook Matthew Morniak for Matthew Werniak once, so I was scammed by a scammer. I guess you're the type of person who doesn't get easily fooled. Do you know me? I'm not so out of my mind to be fooled all the time, but sometimes I get fooled even when I know. Cute, isn't it? I didn't find out she was Sandra Zippel until a year later. Jean believed she was the typical mage lounging in the park, but he was taken aback to confirm her face in a newspaper article. Looking back, I wonder if she approached me with some intention. She must have wondered how miserably the exiled Runcandle lived and why. He was wandering around the mage area. That was the extent of Jin's interaction with Sandra. So, in his current life, he didn't pay too much attention to her. It was because she wasn't making a name for herself as a mage or contributing to her clan as a tower master, like the other children of Keliark. Just looking at the mages of Zippel who arrived at the Gaifa Islands right away, Mitter Elner is the master of the 7th magic tower, and he had the highest rank externally. In other words, he was a pure-blooded Zippel holding a rank equal to the 2nd-class flag-bearer of Runcandle. From Sandra's behavior and Mitter's look, Jean could deduce that Sandra had more influence in reality. Did she deliberately hide her power and abilities as Octavia Zippel? I thought Octavia wouldn't be the only one, but Sandra is really unexpected. The reason Jean thought so was that, through the marriage article, he learned that the woman who spoke to him at the fountain was Sandra. In Jin's past life, she had an arranged marriage with a lower-ranking member of the Vermont imperial family. It was a common practice that various powers, not just Zippel, used to their advantage. The surpluses of the 2nd generation were bound in political marriage and used as hostages or for some other purpose. If Sandra was a powerful person and hiding her power in my past life, she would have had to retire or live secluded like Octavia, but I can't think of any reason for a political marriage. The moment Jean thought to that point, Sandra opened her mouth. Ouch, this hurts a lot. I don't understand. Did my words bother you, Murakanim? What? I was afraid that the 12th flag-bearer and Murakanim would get into trouble, so I prevented the bastard from trying to activate the master's staff. I just wanted to meet Jean Runcandle and have a fight. I didn't know it would make you feel so bad, Sandra said sincerely. She thought there was no problem with the expression of a puppeteer or a puppet. To her, it's just a fact and not said sarcastically. If others heard this, what she told Mitter was also in a similar context. To be honest, even if you receive praise, it falls short. I know the black dragon is strong, but I think it's better to avoid troublesome things, right? She said. At that moment, even Murakin was momentarily silent. Sandra's calm way of speaking left no room for anything other than thoughts like, "What's going on here?" "Well, you're not wrong." Jean revealed himself and spoke. Continuing to force Murakin to deal with her would undermine his dignity. So, he decided it was better to deal with her himself. He needed to confirm the details of her regeneration. "Oh, Jean Runcandle," Sandra exclaimed with sparkling eyes. "Do you want to fight with me?" Their gazes met, and just as Sandra was about to nod, Jean closed the distance in an instant and stabbed her in the clavicle. "I think you're not worthy of that, Sandra Zippel." Before even pulling out the blade, he stabbed in her clavicle. Kong! The sound of gears turning scratched Jin's ears. Chapter 469. Kook! Sandra leaned forward and vomited blood. Bradamanti had pierced her clavicle completely, coming out the other side. A human should have died there. It was a mortal wound that couldn't be healed unless the healing power of the Holy Queen Lani or numerous blood drop was used. But Jean felt an invisible force pushing back the blade that had pierced Sandra's clavicle. It wasn't mana and certainly not aura. It's like authority/order. And it closely resembled the type of authority Jean was familiar with. An authority often displayed by the dragon of Ulta, the silver dragon Quicantle. The authority of time. As expected, I wasn't wrong from the beginning. But why is Sandra using the authority of time? It was impossible for Sandra to be the contractor of Ulta, because Enya has already been contracted for a long time. Zippel couldn't kill Enya and steal the contract as they did in Jin's past life. A god's authority can sometimes be used through various means, like receiving blessings from a deity, being granted the right to serve them, or through other methods, even if the person is not a formal contractor. However, in such cases, the authority can only be used at a low level. Jean swung again the sword that had been pushed back, intending to cut Sandra's throat. But Bradamanti couldn't reach Sandra's throat. It was because the space near Sandra was strangely distorted. When he swung his sword in the space, it only caused ripples as if cutting water, and it couldn't inflict damage. It's just like the day I met Quicantal Nim. At that time, she also countered my attack in this way. The authority to reverse time in an instant and ensure safety during the healing process was an authority that couldn't be considered low-level. Clang! Clunk! The sound of gears moving rapidly grew louder. The only difference between Quicantal and Sandra was that this noise occurred when using the authority. Murakin was also acknowledging Sandra's authority. He blinked as if he had received a considerable shock. Vigo and the Guardian Knights were barely suppressing their astonishment. I keep seeing variables that are not included in the mission information. Apparently, Sandra Zippel's ability seems to be part of the living golem experiment. But how could a pure-blooded Zippel become a test subject? And on top of that, she's Keliark's daughter. As run candles. Sixth flag-bearer Vigo knew about Zippel's experiments with living golems. As far as he knew, Zippel had never conducted an experiment with living golems using pure blood. They used zealots, civilians, or mages from lower families as test subjects. Does this mean that the results were stable enough to test using pure blood? Or is there some other reason? In any case, this alone is valuable information. He couldn't secure Amala, but he could write something meaningful in the report that would be sent to Rosa. Thanks to Sandra's special powers, Vigo slowly observed the reactions of Jean and Murakin. He thought that if he stayed a while on the island, he might report even more significant findings. Phew! I've hurt myself several times today. I don't like pain. I admit it. I'm a bit deficient when it comes to fighting. Sandra shrugged as she adjusted her clothes. That's quite an unpleasant ability, Sandra Zippel. You know, you look much handsomer in person than on the Golden Pung poster. Maybe I should consider dating you instead of fighting. Wouldn't it be a good time to activate the magical Tower Master's staff right now? Shall we have dinner? Or tea? Was it because she was so confident that she didn't even feel nervous about the situation? Or was it simply a matter of communication and conversational difficulties? Even when we briefly met in my past life, she only said what she thought. Took Jean a while to quickly understand Sandra Zippel. Ha ha ha. Do you know how I feel right now? I feel like a prince who has come to meet the princess after overcoming the obstacle of the black dragon. Sandra was literally babbling non-stop. There was no need for her to keep talking to someone with whom she couldn't engage in any conversation. I will subdue her and capture her alive if possible. Jean reached this conclusion. It was necessary to find out Sandra's ability. However, the reason he attached the premise of if possible was that capturing Sandra would once again reveal Zippel's living golem experiment to the world, and he could use that information against the other major factions. Zippel couldn't be so careless. So far, they've kept me in the dark since I was a provisional flag-bearer, but they can't let Sandra be captured alive. There was a high possibility that strong reinforcements were already nearby, or other means to prevent information leaks, so there was no need to use the magical Tower Master's staff. Just like Vermont's demon men rusted and disappeared when they reached their limits. No matter how bold she acts, she must be so sure because she has something to believe in. The ice-type sealing spell he learned from Valeria. Jean intended to use it to leave evidence of Sandra Zippel. It might seem difficult to go against the authority of time, but there was nothing wrong with trying. Bradamanti vibrated as he became enveloped in energy and shadow aura. Sandra also hastily raised her mana and created a protective shield. The threatening fire-type protective shield shimmered, but that was it. It was cut in half with a single slash, and as a result, it recoiled, and the attack magic formed in Sandra's hands did not harm Jean. On the other hand, Jean inflicted more than 3 severe wounds on Sandra even before 10 seconds had passed. Including the initial stab in the clavicle, it could be said that Sandra had already been killed by Jean 4 times. It's not that Sandra was weak. It's that Jean had become immensely strong. This was a fact that Vigo and the Guardian Knights, who witnessed the declaration of patriarchy, were already aware of. Excluding the beastmen who were still in a state of shock, The members of Vermont and Zippel couldn't help but sigh inwardly as they watched the battle between the two. Murakan alone was already too much, but witnessing the combat prowess of the 12th flag-bearer left them in absolute darkness. And that wasn't all. Lord! Two people emerged from the broken center of the murky aura. They were the Proc brothers who had just awakened from the curse. Just give the order. Faye and I will massacre them all. A black dragon flapping its majestic wings, and the Proc brothers from the Phantom Legion mercenary corps standing beneath it. And the difference in their class was evident. Crack. For some reason, Sandra was regenerating even faster with each wound. However, Sandra was unable to counterattack and only focused on recovering. Jean couldn't damage Sandra at all while her recovery reached maximum speed. Regardless of where he cut her, the wounds would heal before the blade left her body. It was a strange battle. For spectators who didn't know him well, it seemed like Jean was unilaterally harassing the weak. Jean continued to cut Sandra with an expressionless gaze. The concept of infinite strength did not exist in this world. Jean believed this and had often disproven those who claimed to possess infinite strength, like Amala, with her amplified murky aura. Haha, at this rate, I might actually fall in love with you. What? It was the first time Jean hesitated and stopped his sword at the unexpected comment. At that moment, even Jean couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. It's possible for a human to become this insane without being tainted by chaos. Jean responded with a smile. Something terrible to say. Shall we get married? I heard you're going to marry the lady from the hidden palace. What about me? If you tell me the secret of your high-speed regeneration, I'll consider it. Really? It's not a very difficult condition. Do you know the demon god orb? With its help, we can imitate the authority of some gods. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion occurred between Jean and Sandra. Jean momentarily withdrew his body, and Sandra was unable to react, and in an instant, half of her head disappeared. It was a spatial explosion. It was the authority of Keliark Zippel used by Midder Elner. Jean turned his head, and his eyes filled with killing intent. Sandra Nim, what the hell are you talking about? Bastard, do you know what you're doing? Can't you see that I'm interacting with Jean Runcandle? You acted like you were well-mannered before. Midder was so dumbfounded that he was left speechless. He didn't know Sandra would speak about the demon god orb. Jean was equally amazed. Judging by Midder's reaction, the demon god orb is still a highly classified secret within Zippel. Of course, it has to be. They must be extremely cautious when revealing the name to the outside world. Sandra not only mentioned the name but went on to say, capable of imitating the authority of some gods. It was an unexpected harvest for Jean, but it left Midder and the other Zippels completely stunned. Just interfere once more, and I'll kill you for real. Got it? I'll tear off your limbs, chew them into pieces, throw them, and trample on them. Answer me right now, you bastard. Sandra's voice had transformed from the cheerful nonsense she was spouting a moment ago to something malevolent and sinister. Even Murakan couldn't help but laugh at her poisonous energy. She's crazy. I can't even imagine how far Sandra will explode things if left alone. What to do? As Midder made his decision, Bradamanti traced a sharp trajectory. Why would you do this to me, you bastard? Why don't you respond? Ugh! Slash! What Bradamanti cut off was Sandra's right hand. Distraction or lack of concentration. Sandra had briefly lost the maximum regeneration speed while cursing Midder. There was no way Jean would overlook that opening. Unlike before, Sandra's wound didn't heal immediately. For the first time since the battle began, she suffered a wound. In a way, her amputated right arm fell to the ground. Click! Jean immediately formed an ice seal before her right arm touched the ground. Immediately, Jean could confirm that Sandra's affected area was healing. He could observe that Sandra's cut surface wasn't regenerating as if time was reversing like before but healing like normal regeneration. Now that he had obtained the evidence he needed, there was no reason to continue hesitating. Murakan! Yes! Finish them off! At Jin's command, Murakan grinned sinisterly. Chapter 470. Whoa! The shadow energy released by Murakan began to color the sky as if black paint had dissolved in a transparent water jar. It was very fast. In an instant, it darkened as if it had turned into a moonless night, and Murakan's amber eyes stood out. Murakan's eyes blinked amid the darkness, resembling the eyes of a reaper, for those who observed him under the darkened sky. If I tell you to erase them all from that point on, you can freely use all comments after number 100. Comments after number 100? It seems like everyone is talking about death and destruction. That's right. You have to use those comments appropriately and really kill them all if possible. Just leave around 5 people who are not very important in each faction. Humph, brat. It seems you're mistaken. That's something I can do well without separate instructions. Rather, it seems like your comments are used by trash trying to appear powerful. True experts like me instill fear more clearly. I know, but I said it because you need a bluff. What a bluff? You're not as strong as in your prime yet. Until you find all the strength, let's try to act with it as much as possible. You know your reputation is about to go down the drain after the Black King incident, right? Curse it. I don't like it. Anyway, I'll do as you say. How did you choose those ridiculous comments? Like, I am Murakan, the worst nightmare a mortal can suffer. You will be killed that you can never dream of? Was that 107? It's not bad. Is it? Anyway, when you kill enemies, use techniques that seem as important as possible. Inefficient but beautiful and majestic techniques. Okay. The conversation they had while making comments. Murakan said he didn't like it, but he actually felt a subtle satisfaction that his prestige had increased considerably after the Black King incident. Of course, compared to the majesty of his prime, he was now far from it, not even worth mentioning. However, he felt degraded when people who didn't know him treated him like an ordinary dragon, although there were very few occasions like that. In a way, now was the opportunity to elevate that level of satisfaction even more. I am Murakan. Vortices formed all over the black sky. Hundreds of vortices were created. In an instant, and a huge dark punch emerged from the center of all the vortices. They were black leeches spawning on the ground following Murakan's will. The worst nightmare a mortal can suffer. A solemn but chilling voice weighed on the entire island. It even resonated in all directions, riding on the shadow energy curtain, and the island's beasts and insects hurriedly hid from the ominous vibration. Birds flew off the island, and wild animals and insects burrowed deep into their dens. Once he had regained 50% of his strength, it seemed like all the movements of the insignificant creatures were being transmitted to him. The sound of a flock of birds frantically flapping their wings as they took flight, the sensation of small animals digging their burrows with front paws to seek refuge, and the scurrying and flying of insects delving deep into the forest. Murakan felt everything as he floated in the sky. He savored it. These were the senses he used to enjoy instead of music or magazines 1,000 years ago. He completely forgot about it until he regained 50% of his strength. Then Murakan waited silently for a while. He waited for the small creatures to have enough time to escape, and he also checked the positions of the small creatures that couldn't escape to make sure they wouldn't die when the massacre began. The movements of the insignificant creatures became so clear. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel the fear of the people beneath him. He created this kind of intimidation just by exerting his power. Imperial dragons were not afraid of anything. They say his heart was wounded, but is this really the power of a wounded dragon? Has he recovered? It's terrifying. Save me. That's what the members of the Imperial family, Zippels, and the Beastmen of Kinselo thought. Their heartbeats and trembles seemed like a good melody to listen to. Yes, this is how it felt. The feeling that I can kill and forgive everything at will. Murakan's tail stiffened, and his chest trembled at the exciting sensation he had felt for the first time in 1,000 years. He wouldn't be able to savor this feeling against the world's top powers. But right now, he was like the god of the Gaifa Islands. All of Jin's enemies were extremely nervous, unable to open their mouths. Only one person, Sandra Zippel, kept cursing incessantly. Mitter Elner, ungrateful bastard. I warn you in advance, Don't activate the Tower Master's staff without my permission. Huh? I'll cut your throat and place it in the middle of Draka Square. She seemed completely uninterested in her severed arm. Her amputation had healed a bit, and she had only stopped the bleeding with normal healing magic and not with the power of time. She not only kept pouring curses on Mitter, also, she spoke to Jean with an infinitely sweet voice. There's been a little problem with our date because of that bastard not worth feeding to the dogs. Will you generously understand it with a heart as good as your face? It would be better not to get involved with this human in any way. Such an instinctive signal resonated strongly in Jin's mind. Not only did a chill run down his spine, but he also experienced a strange kind of fear for the first time, to the point where Jin's entire body was covered in goosebumps. By the way, what were we talking about? The demon god orb. Ah, that's right. The demon god orb. The troubles we went through to get. Here without Kinzalo. Sandra Nim. No, crazy. Could you lower your tone? Mitter's urgent shouts indicated that Sandra is about to reveal another secret, and Murakin noticed that the little creatures have either left or calmed down. You will become a dead person who can never dream again, Murakin finished comment 107. Then he scanned the ground with satisfied eyes. It was to mark the places where the leeches would fall. Sharp black leeches began to rain from the shadow energy vortices. Each vortex relentlessly spewed a giant punch and hundreds of smaller ones forming around it. From a distance, it looked as if a swarm of locusts were attacking the islands out of nowhere. What was even more terrifying was the fact that these punches fell without making any noise. Stop! Damn it, save Sandra Nim. Gah! Despite the deluge of leeches, all that could be heard were screams and the sound of destruction. Normally, a certain degree of collateral damage is expected even among allies when using magical spells or techniques of this magnitude. However, none of the shadow energy punches had fallen on the side where the Runcandle Knights were. They were falling while maintaining a distance of less than a palm's breadth from the Runcandles. It was as if an umbrella had been put up only on the Runcandle side. Naturally, the eyes of the Runcandles could only turn towards Jean and Murakin, especially towards Jean. In some ways, he seemed even more threatening than Murakin, who was busy raining leeches. Jean stood there with an indifferent expression, savoring the spectacle of his enemy's death. For the Runcandles, it was as if they had surreptitiously spied on the hierarchical relationship. Even if the younger one gives an order like that, does he act without a hint of discomfort? It is known that the relationship between a guardian dragon and its contractor usually places the former in a somewhat subordinate role. But isn't this a case of complete master and servant? More than stabbing and penetrating, Murakin's punch was literally crushing enemies. Even if I combine all the guardian knights and application knights under me, will I be able to keep up with one of Murakin's attacks? Vigo was convinced that he never could. My guardian knights can't even compare, and maybe not even my older brother's forces. They might not be able to handle Murakin. Vigo had a sudden thought. Of course, it wasn't the correct conclusion. Even if Murakin had regained 50% of his strength, Joshua had the Black Knights, the top execution knights of the clan, and elite guardian knights. If Murakin could single-handedly face all of them, Jean would become the patriarch the next day. Vigo was wrong and genuinely intimidated by the overwhelming strength he hadn't seen in a long time. And that misunderstanding would become one of the great rumors circulating in the Garden of Swords after his return. Sandra was also being torn apart. What to do? Think marry me. Surprisingly, she kept regenerating her body just as she had been doing all along, and her gaze fixed on Jean. Af! Kook! The elders who rushed to rescue Sandra let out a cry of agony as they opened a protective shield. They had to rescue Sandra because it was an order from Mitter, but in reality, the elders were powerless. Mitter knew it too. The pure blood is being torn apart in front of his eyes. But he only gave an order because he didn't know what troubles would come to him after his return if he took no action. He also needed to create justification. So many were sacrificed to save Sandra. But in the end, she was not in a condition to command the operation. Therefore, he had to take command in her place. Seventh Tower Master, this is enough. Even if you command now, the patriarch and the elders will understand. We will be annihilated at this rate. Sandrinim's regeneration is not infinite. We have to use that method to save her, an elder said, looking at the punch that had pierced the protective shield. Mitter could do nothing but nod as if he had no other choice, biting his lips forcefully. Considering that the colossal form has disappeared, it is highly likely that the great mercenary Amala has already been defeated by Murakan. Seventh Tower Master, I know you want to avenge the former Seventh Tower Master, but you must step back now. Seventh Tower Master, stand firm. That method was the real reason why Mitter refused to surrender even after seeing Murakan and Jin's accidentally collaborated flames from the beginning. Hada! Mitter took a breath. He was trying to control his breath, stirred by the excitement of finally being able to revenge. It might be better this way. If Sandra had simply asked him to retreat, Mitter would have had to leave with no chance of revenge, leaving his nemesis right in front of his eyes. Good, Mitter said as he took something out of his pocket. Chapter 471. What Mitter Elner pulled out looked like a cube slightly smaller than a fist. As he looked at the object, Mitter's face was filled with anticipation. The cube had a blue color that seemed deafening. Mitter's face was full of expectation as he gazed at the object. The cube emitted a bluish light that seemed adorned with engravings. I will finally be able to avenge my older brother Myron Zippel. Something surged in Mitter's heart as he recalled his brother's life, who had died in agony. Mitter had been unable to comprehend the fact that Runcandle, who killed Myron, was thriving, but Zippel had not avenged him as he deserved. Click! Mitter injected mana into the cube, and the blue color intensified. It was a light so bright that it stood out for a moment even under the black storm of the Shadow Force punch. What is that blue light? Jean was also checking the blue light of the cube from a distance. I don't think it's a magic spell. An artifact. Jean couldn't see it clearly due to the black streaks. However, at first glance it was clear that it was a type of artifact he did not know. It also repulsed him. In this situation, Jean also disliked Mitter's sinister expression, as if he were about to burst into laughter at any moment. Mitter had that expression when someone showed their trump card. Murakan also narrowed his eyes at Mitter's appearance. There are always fools in every era who are eager to die quickly. Kukuku, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mitter leaned back and burst into laughter. The cube in his hand floated in the air with each side opened. 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, Jean Runcandle, and Black Dragon, Murakan. I have been waiting for this day when I can relieve the soul of my older brother Myron with your filthy blood. I can't let you get away with this. Disappear Woodash. Murakan released a breath towards Mitter and the Zippel mages. It was a breath full of strong emotions and anger, more powerful than disintegrating the strongest warrior of the White Wolf tribe with only one ankle left. Moreover, the Shadow Force punches were pulverized along the path of the breath, and it seemed to have the size to turn the mountain range into dust. Murakan and Jean were the only people in this place who could completely block this breath. The moment the breath reached the side of Zippel, Mitter and the surviving mages had no choice but to open their eyes wide, surprised, and react cautiously. Oh, it's still opening. We have to block the breath. The elders who shouted urgently were swept away by the breath and turned into black particles without even finishing their words. Then, the other mages squeezed all their strength to cast a protective shield, but it was too late. Murakan's breath mercilessly trampled Zippel's defensive line. The breath was like a war chariot rolling downhill, crushing dozens of houses before stopping. Murakan's breath, exhaled carelessly, only stopped after turning about 30 elders into dust and shattering the protective shield formed right in front of Mitter. Mitter's excited expression, full of laughter and anticipation, had disappeared. Mitter just stared with wide eyes, sweat pouring from every pore of his body. The confidence he had when activating the cube had already been crushed. Is this really a breath that can be fired without any warning or preparation? It seemed he had miscalculated something. This premonition stabbed Mitter's heart like a knife. He was wondering if today was really the right time to seek revenge. It was already impossible to recalculate things. Murakan became even more furious seeing Mitter survive his breath. His pride was hurt. Did you block it? You? It's insane, right? Hey you. Bastard. You're pissing me off. As a result, Murakan's tone went a little beyond his usual comments. But the enemies felt more fear because of it. A powerful figure with unpredictable and whimsical behavior was always terrifying. This time, Murakan took a deep breath. He had gathered strength to exhale the breath. The shadow force punch, which had been coming out silently, instantly extinguished. This was because he was adding the shadow force used for the black force punch storm to the breath. The area where the shadow force punch stopped looked like a sterile and desolate test ground for mana cannons. There was no flat ground left, and the remains of those who had lost parts of their bodies rolled on the ground like dust. The members of Vermont barely clung to their senses and organized their formation, and the beastmen of Kinsalow were completely devastated, crying while urinating and defecating randomly. From the side of Zippel, only a trembling Mitter and some of the elders remained, and in front of Jean, Sandra Zippel regenerated. Clung, clung. The sound of gears turning felt notably slower than before. It's more impressive than Time Authority just to see this. Time Authority was indeed remarkable, but, as far as Jean knew, it was impossible to recover to that level after a certain death. Not even Quicantle could restore his disintegrated body. This is the power of the demon god's orb and the living golem. It seems clear that the two are being used together. If Zippel can keep making people like Sandra... Suddenly, Jean recalled a memory from his past life. The mirror, the mana source. In Jin's past life, Zippel continuously produced 7-star mages called mass-production mages after obtaining the Cologne mirror. And later, they were used to further solidify Zippel's sole dominance over the world. Sandra's regenerative power was nothing compared to the mass-produced mages from his past life. Could this be related to my regression? Could the fact that my regression stimulated Zippel have a profound effect on the direction of his research and its outcomes? Then, is Runcandle now at a greater disadvantage than before? Jean suddenly thought, but quickly shook his head. No. Now that I think about it, Zippel couldn't have dominated so much with just mass-produced mages. No matter how many have 5-star mana, they can't handle 9 or 10-star ones well. The mass-produced mages at that time would have been just the beginning or material to create a weapon like Sandra Zippel. At that time, mass-produced mages were a tool to externally propagate Zippel's sole dominance. But in reality, mages like Sandra Zippel would have been mass-produced to fight battles that were not exposed to the media. As they did not acquire the mirror in Jin's current life, the research on the living golem was likely much delayed compared to his past life. Even assuming that Zippel's living golem had already reached this level, Sandra regenerated even when her whole body was cut into pieces dozens of times. I don't think what I'm seeing today is all of Zippel's secrets. The cube shone brightly. Jean felt intense curiosity about what could make Mitter show so much confidence, although his momentum had waned a bit after the breath attack. You bastard! Stop! Just... Sandra, whose face had partially recovered, was the first to speak. Mitter could hear her clearly. They could hear each other's breathing in the silence that followed the cessation of the shadow force streaks. However, Mitter pretended not to hear Sandra's orders and took control of his fears, thinking like that. Yes, I can win. Let's not be afraid. Today is undoubtedly a day when I can drink the blood of our enemies. There's no reason not to with my older brother by my side. Mitter knelt down and raised both hands in a courteous gesture, as if he had become a believer invoking God. That was a ritual unique to Mitter, completely unrelated to the full opening of the cube. It was his way of welcoming and showing respect to the older brother he had finally reunited with. Wah-wah! Light gushed from the fully open cube like water. The light flowing from the cube surged through the surrounding space like waves. Dark and ominous blue rays of light seemed to paint the space. It was a strange sight for everyone except for Zippel, and they had never seen anything like it, not even for Murakan, who had lived for 3,000 years. The light is forming something. This is insane. Jean, who observed the progress of the cube's light for a while, had to suppress the curses that came out of his throat. The first thing the light formed was a human being. It was Myron Zippel. Older brother. Welcome. Mitter raised his head and looked at Myron with sparkling eyes. Before Jean realized it, Myron had taken on a physical form composed of something with texture and weight, more like a substance than just light. However, he was not a completely living person like when they met in Cologne. His skin was dark blue, like that of an old corpse, and in some places it had peeled off, exposing bones, teeth, and internal organs. Additionally, Myron was not the only thing formed by the cube's light. A battleship, Zippel's ultimate weapon. A battleship symbolizing catastrophe in the sky. A battleship similar to Kozek was also forming behind Myron. The blue battleship was significantly larger than Kozek, exuding greater majesty just from its appearance. The battleship contained numerous mages formed by light, ready for battle. In other words, a battleship with a massive Zippel army formed in the middle of nowhere on the island. The shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded, their rationality overwhelmed by the surreal spectacle. Even Jean was left open-mouthed, pupils trembling with disbelief. Ah! The air is so refreshing. Mitter Myron finally opened his mouth and spoke with a benevolent yet dignified voice. Mitter's face filled with emotion, as if he were about to cry tears of joy at any moment. He felt the conviction that now he could avenge his enemies and be recognized by his father. The emotion that this certainty had produced made his whole body uncontrollably tremble. He even felt foolish for ever doubting his older brother's power and the strength of his battleship and army. And it's been a while, Jean Runken. Oi, I was watching for a while, just to see what craziness you would come up with this time. But this is what you're showing me. What a nuisance. It was then. Murakin released the breath he had gathered. A shadow force incomparably denser than the black streak that had just fallen rushed towards Myron and his army. Mitter and Myron hadn't even thought that their breath could destroy the battleship. Therefore, they initially planned to defend against the attack and then continue their assault once the breath disappeared. However, in the next moment the battleship formed. By the light shattered in the easiest way possible. It looked like paper burned with fire and disintegrated instantly. Murakin's breath pierced through the center of the battleship and completely destroyed it. Bomb bang! The sounds of the ship breaking were unreal to Mitter and Myron, and everything seemed strangely peculiar. You damn bastards! You had the audacity to cling to something as substantial as this, Murakin simply snorted with disdain. Chapter 472. Ha! What is happening? Myron and Mitter had to endure an unfamiliar sensation, as if something were escaping from their bodies, a feeling akin to the soul or spirit leaving the body. It was entirely surreal. The battleship destroyed in one breath. No, calling it destroyed was an understatement. What kind of battleship could be reduced to mere dust in a single breath? This was a battleship mass-produced following the model of Kozek, Zippel's ultimate weapon, nicknamed the power that can destroy the world. Although it was a mass-produced battleship, even the developers of Kozek claimed that this battleship had more than 50% of Kozek's maximum performance. It wasn't something that could be easily mass-produced. In other words, it was a battleship that should never have been so easily demolished. Kozek 2 Myron was a battleship created to dominate the world. Thud, crash, snap. Now the debris of that battleship rained down. A moment ago it was a downpour of black streaks, and now it was a rain of shattered fragments from the battleship. The countless broken pieces of the battleship stained the air black like a swarm of insects. In reality, if Myron and the passengers had been fully prepared from the beginning and had been able to activate their protective shields as soon as they appeared, the ship would not have been demolished to such an extent. My battleship, my Kozek 2 Myron, fell apart. The bruised Myron's blue eyes were tinged with a faint red. Had the battleship been broken? The ship was completely shattered, but that wasn't all. The falling fragments not only contained the materials of the battleship, but also the flesh and bones of the hundreds of magicians aboard. Kozek 2 Myron and his magicians debuted today as resurrected, but their debut match was against the same Jean and Murakin who had killed Myron. There couldn't have been a better debut scenario than this. But the results were so devastating. What? Are you crying? Is that bastard really crying now? Murakan raised an eyebrow and squinted. The distance between Murakan and Myron was considerable, and debris obscured their view. But it seemed there were shiny tears at the corners of Myron's eyes. Elder brother Myron. Mitter desperately called out to Myron with a hoarse voice. Thanks to that, the already collapsed dignity and atmosphere became even more ridiculous. But it wasn't the time to be embarrassed about such things. Elder brother, you have to hold on to your reasons. Elder brother Myron. Ah. Ha. Show me something before you lose your mind. Especially you. You died and came back to life. Shouldn't you do something to entertain Lord Murakan? Murakan snorted, as if he found Mitter's words absurd. And Vigo and the Knights of Runcandle were, once again, misunderstanding the situation. It was because they didn't know that the performance of Myron's Kozek II was inferior to the original. It was evident. Myron's Kozek II and the cube that summoned it had just been revealed to the world for the first time. What? Did he destroy Kozek in one breath? Kozek? No, that battleship was larger than Kozek. Who in the world can destroy Kozek like that? My father is the only one capable of such a feat. The members of Vermont also thought the same as Runcandles. In hindsight, common sense-wise, it was impossible to destroy a battleship of Kozek's caliber in a blink of an eye. Unless it was the world's only Genesis Knight, Quiron Runcandle. Rumors about Murakan's combat prowess were taking a ridiculously huge leap. He didn't seem like a person who would sob and lament like that back then. Isn't that right, kid? Jean didn't answer but fixed his eyes on Myron, Mitter, and the cube he was holding. It's not that he didn't answer, he couldn't. Unlike Murakan and like the rest of the factions, Jean was also left speechless. However, it wasn't because of Murakan's combat prowess like other factions. There were facts that everyone was overlooking due to the stunning sight of a battleship being destroyed with a single breath. First, the resurrection. Myron was resurrected without using Numerus's tears. Myron's resurrection must be thanks to the power of the demon god's orb, just like Sandra's regenerative power. I still felt uneasy because we couldn't secure Myron's corpse due to Zippel's reinforcement in Cologne. Myron's resurrection became possible after the production of the new demon god's orb. Luna had destroyed Zippel's first demon god's orb when Myron's corpse was first recovered by Zippel. The same demon god's orb that Andre Zippel possessed. Zippel must have promised you eternal life, supreme power, or something. And you must have witnessed the evidence of it with your own eyes. I think it's probably the demon god's orb. I myself have seen the dead resurrect and gain tremendous power thanks to that strange object. It was a miraculous power that anyone would covet. By the way, Bartonym, do you know what? I've already experienced the demon god's orb being shattered by Runcandle's sword. Even my father knew about the existence of the object. So don't dream of anything. The death you face today is complete. Resurrection, eternal life, those vain things won't happen. Jean suddenly remembered the words he said to Barton Vicina during the mission to assassinate the Black Knight. Indeed, resurrection itself wasn't so surprising. It was because he had already experienced how the demon god's orb saved Violetta while battling Andre when he was a provisional flag-bearer. What really surprised Jean was the existence of the cube and not the resurrection. What the hell is that cube? It didn't look like a demon god's orb. It was unlikely that Zippels would give Mitter such an important item. And it looked completely different from what Andre had. It can be said to have been upgraded and has a different shape, but it doesn't have that eerie feeling at all. Especially, Murakan doesn't seem to react much to that object either. The demon god's orb instilled instinctive fear in dragons. Murakan showed immunity when fighting Andre, but Quicantle was unable to fight as soon as he saw the demon god's orb. In that case, the answer was simple: advanced technology, a new weapon of war. The operating principles of the solid cube were unknown, but its use was very clear. Summoning. It's some kind of transfer gate. It's incomparably smaller than the current transfer gates and has higher performance. Maybe it's such an extraordinary object that it surpasses my imagination and guesses. None of the currently used transfer gates could accommodate such a large number of people at once. Furthermore, it was impossible to move a giant battleship. His heart suddenly started racing. Before his eyes was a sample symbolizing the world's #1 and Runcandle's greatest enemy: better invisible technology. Perhaps the fact that Joshua and the top flag-bearer of other factions went to a different place from the Gaifa Islands has something to do with that technology. If Jean could have it, it might have been a bigger harvest than Amela's, who became a potential ally. They keep complaining. Ugh, it's annoying to watch. Just stop and die. It's getting on my nerves. Who dash? Murakan took a deep breath again, determined to kill Myron, Mitter, and the remaining magicians. Stop, Murakan. Cough. Murakan, who was about to exhale his breath, suddenly coughed and closed his throat. Hey, why so suddenly? Jean was already running towards Mitter with a gleam in his eyes. Shit, damn it. Mitter shouted and fired a space explosion to prevent Jean from getting closer. However, the space explosion couldn't easily penetrate the runes and shadow energy armor of Myron. The Jean that Mitter knew in Cologne and the Jean now were completely different beings. Mitter also worked tirelessly to become stronger for revenge, but their vessels and willpower were fundamentally different. It was an insurmountable gap. I never forgot the pain you caused me in Cologne, Mitter Elner. Bradamanti traced a diagonal path. A swift sword against which even martial artists reaching 9 stars couldn't react without haste. So a magician like Mitter could only be stunned once. He had been blocking Murakan's attacks all along the way, causing his mana to deplete. He couldn't raise his protective shield properly, and he couldn't gather any counterattack. The older brother, whom he trusted, was panic-stricken, muttering to himself even though the enemy had just passed him and swung his sword at his younger brother. Mitter was completely exhausted. A gush of blood spurted out. Mitter's right arm was severed, and blood gushed from his chest. A cube with a creepy blue glow floated amidst the drops of red. Mana with ice attributes enveloped the cube. There must be a security measure prepared for data leaks. It was expected. Just like Vermont's demon men rusted without a trace. In the case of the cube, it was designed to explode. He felt the imminent threat and was ready to detonate to protect the sensitive information it contained. Jean planted Bradamanti in the ground for a moment, used both hands to grab the cube. He used his frost seal to wrap the cube, attempting to allow the explosion but maintain its general shape. There was a roar in his hands and in front of his chest. It was an intense explosion, as if all the fingers and bones in his chest shattered, despite having a blessedly strong body and shadow energy armor. When Jean finally released his grip, the cube was shattered, and in disarray, but most of its components remained intact. With this level of damage, it can be sufficiently analyzed with the help of the world's top researchers. Satisfied, he involuntarily smiled. Mitter, on the other hand, was shaken, glaring at Jean as his hair stood on end. Myron, you damn bastard. How can you call yourself Zipples with such incompetence? It's a shame I've lived all these years coughing up so much blood to avenge you. Chuck. Mitter raised the staff he held in his left hand. A magical tower master staff with runic characters emitting light to call for reinforcements, and aimed it at Jean. You wanted to kill me, right? Well, Jean Runcandle. Do it. But my revenge won't end today. Mitter thought Jean had made a mistake. Driven by his desire to get a sample of the cube, he failed to anticipate the activation of the magic tower master staff. But the reason Mitter could activate it was that Jean had intentionally left his left arm. It seems like you, Zipples, take death too lightly due to the high speed of regeneration and resurrection. But, Mitter Elner, do you really think I've made a mistake? Jean said as he walked towards Mitter. I don't know if you have more of these cubes, but isn't it too slow to call the main force with that staff? By the time they arrive, I'll probably be at home, enjoying a hot bath and dinner. If it weren't for Talaris that day, if you appear before me again, I'll take it as proof that Zippel can resurrect without a body. So let's not meet again, Mitter Elner. Jean beheaded Mitter as he spoke. Chapter 473. With a dull thud, Mitter fell forward. Now, The only ones left on Zippel's side were Myron, Sandra, and 7 elders. Magic Tower Master. Mid or Nim, the elders shouted. But there was nothing more they could do. There were no hidden secret weapons left, no reliable means. There was no way out. Whether they fought or not, death awaited them. That's why bravely fighting and perishing in battle was the right thing to do. But the elders couldn't lift their feet off the ground. Just by looking at Jean, whose eyes glowed behind the black helmet, they felt their entire bodies filled with fear. It wasn't just a feeling. In reality, the elders exerted all their strength to resist the aura emanating from Jean. Myron Zippel. Jean turned his gaze towards Myron. Only then did Myron seem to regain composure. He stopped muttering nonsensical words out of fear, and his eyes focused. I didn't expect to see his repugnant face again. Jean thought and controlled his anger. He clenched his teeth, thinking of the atrocities Myron had committed in Cologne. But that was not a vision he should ever show. The daily lives of the colonists whose vocal cords had been cut by Myron still remained filled with silence. Their deceased family members had not yet returned. Myron touched his forehead and shook his head. Well, I've shown a shameful side, haven't I? I whimpered and stiffened like a frightened dog. The image of Myron crying in fear until a moment ago had disappeared, and Myron's eyes were now filled with madness. I didn't know you would become such a notable knight, Jean Runcandle. Back then, not even you two could face me together. Jean continued to approach Myron without responding, remembering something Myron had said in the past. You probably think I'm crazy, right? But Jean Runcandle, it seems like you're wearing a pretty good expression even though I can't see it behind your helmet. You and I are of the same class. I also like to fight. These were the words Myron had spoken during the climax of the battle in Cologne. The reason he said that then was probably because he was in a position to look at me and recognize me. Jean had already seen through the person called Myron Zippel from that moment. A pure-blooded Zippel who indulged in alcohol every day, once known as the madman of the Magic Tower, but later fallen from grace and known for his atrocious acts. All his actions stemmed from a feeling of inferiority. The disappointment of not being able to become the patriarch of the Zippels, the humiliation and jealousy he felt towards his more accomplished brothers, and the bitter conviction that he could never achieve true greatness. If he couldn't elevate his reputation, he wanted to shine with notoriety. That was Myron's greatest wish as a human being. It was the only way he could hide his inferiority from others and express it from within. A monster driven by the desire for recognition. There was no better word to describe Myron Zippel in a single phrase. That's why Myron always hoped that his name would be remembered by people. And whenever he had the chance, he sought to recognize others. If he recognized others, it became his own virtue. The more magnificent and splendid the opponent, the stronger this tendency of his became. Myron felt that he was larger and more stimulating when he recognized bright individuals. Recognizing Mitter, whom everyone ignored, and earning his blind trust from a young age, and telling Jean that, "You are just like me," all fell within the same context. Now, are you going to kill me? Or torture me? Cooking me alive and feeding me to those red bugs you saved wouldn't be a bad punishment. Do whatever you want. You will be the winner once again. All of this couldn't be a punishment for Myron. No matter how cruelly they killed him or how much they tortured him, Myron would finally achieve victory on his own terms. He would believe that he had successfully controlled Jin's actions. He would think that he had manipulated Jean into hating him. Aware of this fact, Jean deliberately refrained from saying a single word to Myron, who had come to his senses. "Oh, Taika, right? That wretched one who ruined my show. Is that little bitch still alive? If it weren't for her, the situation might have been a bit more interesting." Myron stopped talking. His eyes, which had recently regained concentration, began to tremble rapidly, and the reason was simple. It was because Jean had just walked past him. "Where are you going, Jean Runcandle?" At that moment, the Zippels had lost the courage of death. Death held little fear. For the Zippels in most situations, as long as there was a means of resurrection. This was especially true for people like Myron. That's why Jean chose the most effective punishment for him. His pride. Peeling away the layers of lies adorning his unseemly self. Where are you going? Answer me. Jean couldn't suppress laughter after advancing about 10 steps ahead of Myron. Naturally, Myron, lost in his own madness, didn't hear it. Hey! Stop! I said stop! Ting. A blue flame appeared in Myron's eyes. It was Zippel's vision magic, the blue flame gaze, which he had also used in Cologne. That magical spell couldn't withstand Jean even when he was a provisional flag-bearer. It extinguished immediately under Tessa's authentic blue flame. And even then, Myron thought as he saw Jean summon Tess. That run-candle brat, is he going to be the greatest magician of the century? Is he going to surpass me without my permission? Myron felt like something exploded in his head as the memory of that moment surfaced in his mind. He was dying to immediately die from the humiliation and inferiority that permeated his entire being. Following Myron's gaze, the blue flame gaze produced blue flames on Jin's back. However, the flames repeatedly extinguished and left nothing but a slight burn on Jin's shadow energy armor. The shadow energy armor was part of the reinforced Bradamanti, which included a part of Tess. Therefore, Myron's vision magic couldn't harm Jean in any way, even though it was his most powerful magic spell, excluding dark magic. Burn? 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 Be you burned to death? Or kill me? Stop. The true face of inferiority is really this ugly. Most of those watching Myron in this situation were so embarrassed that they couldn't open their eyes. Even amidst the chaos that had just occurred, they were tormented by Myron's despicableness. Some even felt pity and sympathy beyond shame. They involuntarily clicked their tongues at his wretched misery. In the end, Myron's vision magic left no trace on Jin's shadow energy armor. He continued casting it until his mana was completely depleted, even though the mana reflux had begun. Myron gasped for breath, and all the blood vessels in his eyes burst. He was shedding bloody tears. A worthy black dragon, and the members of the imperial family, the few remaining Zippel elders, the beastmen of Kinselo, and the knights of Runcandle, who admired and revered Murakan. In the midst of all that, he could clearly see the steely back of a man who had simply walked past him. For Myron, it was like a symbol. It seems that the four main factions admire Jean. Do you think you have already won the era? Kahak. Suddenly, Myron coughed up blood and leaned forward. The mana reflux had begun. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from my throat without stopping. Cough, me. Cough, cough. Look at me, I say. Cough. Don't ignore me, pretending to be superior. Pretending to be noble, cough, like this. Puff. Myron felt the sensation of something cold and sharp piercing through his back. It was a dagger. Sandra Zippel, who had just fully recovered, shouted, "Oh my God, how can you be so pathetic? Myron, Oriboni, with someone else, not my lover." Sandra spoke as she pulled out the dagger. Myron wasn't surprised that Sandra stabbed him. Although he knew he was about to exhale his last breath, he continued to gaze at Jin's back. "Please look at me. Jean Runcandle recognized me. It shouldn't be that difficult for you." Now his voice was gone, and he could no longer shout like that. Myron faced his second death, within the truth and misfortune of himself. Jean confirmed that Myron had completely stopped breathing and finally turned around. Sandra frowned as she wiped her brother's blood off the dagger. "I'm sorry, Jean Runcandle. My Oriboni can be a bit exaggerated at times, right? By the way, I wanted to kill that bastard who interrupted our mythical first date. What should I do if you took away my part? You seem really crazy, unlike your brother who just died. No matter how much we love each other, we must maintain our limits. Don't do this again next time." Then, Sandra looked at her amputated right arm and shrugged. "A right arm?" She nodded as if she were calculating something for a moment. "I think it's more or less okay." "What do you mean by more or less?" "I think it's too early to give up everything I have. A right arm is neither too much nor too little. We're just on our first date." Jean got goosebumps. I'll make good use of it. Please do. But when can we see each other again? Well, it's better not to see each other, if possible. Couples should see each other often. There was no need to continue that senseless conversation. Jean ignored Sandra's last words, looked at Lotta and Faye, and then headed towards Vigo. The Proc brothers immediately stuck to Jean, ready to follow his orders, and Vigo shivered as he tried to read Jin's mood. He was worried that maybe Jean would remind him that Mirakan had just ordered him to leave immediately and he might be scolded for still standing here. Lotta, Faye, I entrust you with the cleanup. Save about 5 witnesses from Vermont and Kinslow and eliminate the rest. Yes, my lord. Understood. And older brother Vigo. Yes. Younger brother. Just in case, why don't you lend a hand too? Vigo inwardly sighed with relief. Jean had shown that consideration without diminishing his dignity. I will help. Thank you. I'll see you in the Garden of Swords when you return, Jean said as he climbed onto Mirakan's back. Chapter 474. Only 15 people were left in Gaifa when the main unit of Zippel Magic Tower and reinforcements from the main house arrived. 5 Zippel members, 5 members of the Vermont Imperial family, and 5 beastmen from Kinslow. The rest were killed by the Proc brothers, Vigo, and their knights. Members of the 3 factions had already lost both their strength and fighting spirit, so they couldn't stand against the Runcandles and the Proc brothers. Vigo had considered capturing Sandra Zippel in the process, but Mirakan and Jean just returned. He made a very wise judgment and decided not to capture her. He remembered it was a situation where he should respect the position of a flag-bearer who, although lower in external hierarchy, had a much higher practical rank. He thought he shouldn't ignore the decision of the family's guardian deity and a flag-bearer whose real rank was much higher than his, though lower in external hierarchy. Vigo Runcandle, right? Ha ha ha, you must have wanted to capture me. But you made quite a smart decision. Sandra chuckled while sipping the fruit juice in front of her. They were in the commander's room of the Kozek battleship. The other pure-blooded members of Zippel who had organized as a support team for the rescue had moved to other places. Naturally, she occupied the commander's cabin. Vigo would have died today if he hadn't given up on capturing me. If it had turned out that way, I wonder if my Jean would have been sad. Jean didn't seem particularly close to him. Saida, the elder sitting across from Sandra, let out a frustrated sigh. He was Zippel's second-class butler, named Hito. Hito was also a muscular man who didn't fit the image of the butler for the world's most famous mage family. His bulging muscles seemed to express his very conflicted mood. Miss, you should have defended yourself properly even after Jean Runcandle left. Is that so? Sandra's completely carefree attitude seemed to be churning Hito's insides. I don't know if Vigo doesn't know this, but if the Proc brothers had died, my Jean would have definitely been sad, Hito. You should think about that. Jean and I are in love, you know? Hito shook his head. The fact that Sandra was an extremely eccentric young lady was something he had known for a long time. But suddenly, love? Romance? Moreover, she fell in love with Jean, of all people, the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle. What kind of joke is this from the heavens? Such a situation had never occurred before. However, what he was sure of was that, whatever the reason she had suddenly fallen in love with Jean, Sandra would never abandon her feelings in the future. Hito had seen Sandra Zippel for a long time, and she was that kind of person. A completely spoiled brat. An incredibly uncompromising human. It was not a matter that would end as a mere love affair or fleeting romantic emotions. Hito found it difficult to suppress the tumultuous feelings. And miss that arm. Are you really going to leave it as it is? Yes. You can heal it, right? Why would you leave it like that? I can commemorate my encounter with Jean every time I see my amputated right arm. Miss, you're right-handed. You've done everything with your right hand your whole life. I can eat with my left hand from now on. It will definitely be inconvenient, very inconvenient. Hito was left speechless as he tried to control his anger. It's okay. It's all for love. Hito took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. A cigarette burned like a fuse as he took a deep drag, and a puff of smoke escaped out of the commander's room when he exhaled. Hito felt a bit calmer after smoking 5 cigarettes in an instant, quelling his urge to scream and curse. Hito combed his hair back and looked Sandra in the eyes. All right, I understand. But what about the technology leak? It's highly likely that the young lady's right arm, as well as the space-time device that Jean Runcandle took, will become a problem. Dealing with the first issue was relatively simple. Sandra's sealed right arm would have returned if she had attempted high-speed regeneration using the authority of time instead of normal healing. But the young lady won't heal her arm until recoverable time has passed. Although the latter is equipped with a security device to prevent the leakage of space-time device technology. Hito was not inclined to trust such technology. He remembered the scholars and technicians who had been shouting that there was no way it would leak because they had prepared an infallible preventive measure. That thought made Hito feel incredulous. Yes, that's true. But, Hito, please continue, Mississippi. I have to do that for my lover to compete with our clan, right? At least it becomes something like a competition. Doesn't it? Sandra said, smiling maliciously as she continued. There is literally an abyss of difference between my Jean and our family, so I thought giving him that opportunity wouldn't hurt. I see it has a deeper meaning. Hito nodded as if giving up. Sandra found his reaction quite amusing and chuckled for a while. Hito, you understand me, right? Soon. Sandra stopped laughing and looked at Hito. After a brief pause, Hito responded. Yes, of course. I will do my best to explain it to the patriarch. As expected, there's no one like Hito. Hehe. The land of the beastmen, Kinzelo's headquarters. Oh, ag. It hurts. Too painful. I feel like I'm going crazy. Aya. Bouvard Gaston had been suffering for several days, complaining about his pain and screaming in strange agony. Each time he contorted his body and let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. His belly grotesquely swelled. Bring more painkillers quickly. Rather kill me. The medical staff and the beastmen barely holding on to Bouvard were sweating. Baract, Margiela, and Cold Joe watched from a distance. Ha! I thought we were about to achieve the great cause. How things have gone so wrong with so much bad news piling up. Joe clicked his tongue and said, Shut up, Joe. As if I'm not frustrated enough. Hearing your annoying voice frustrates me even more. I apologize, Baract Nim. I told you to shut up. Don't say a word. If you don't want to be eaten alive. Joe turned his head with his mouth full of curses. Bad news. As Joe said, lately Kinzelo had gone through days filled with bad news. The leader fell ill after using more power than expected during the terrorist attack on Sword Emperor Castle. And to make matters worse, Zephyrin, she, went berserk on her own, causing more strain on the leader's body. And this time it was Bouvard's turn. Although almost everyone in Kinzelo, excluding someone like Margiela, despised him, Bouvard Gaston would play a crucial role in achieving the great cause. The reason Bouvard was suffering so much was his fusion with Amela. The process of releasing the fusion was not smooth, causing damage to Bouvard's soul and chaos. If the leader were in perfect condition, he would have fixed it quickly. But for now, Bouvard only relied on painkillers. To persuade Amela, Kinzelo decided to highlight the fact that they had more information about the chaos than any other faction. As a result, Kinzelo's best warriors brought some of Bouvard's chaos when they went to Gaifa, in the form of sculpture. The result was a great success. Amela felt extremely satisfied when she realized that chaos could merge, creating even more powerful abilities. She felt like she had gained a clue about the chaos she had been searching for alone for a long time. From then on, Amela didn't even negotiate with other forces. It was because someone had spoken to her through Bouvard's chaos. If you join me, I'll tell you everything you want to know about chaos. The voice was strangely trustworthy. The leader even sent a message to Amela with his exhausted body. Amela, she showed her stance that she would kill our warriors once the negotiation was over, saying that we still had to pay for bothering her, but I decided to endure it. Cracked. Baract continued grinding his teeth as if going crazy. In the healing room on the other side, 5 warriors from the White Wolf tribe and the Red Tiger tribe who had returned from Gaifa were receiving treatment. But now Amala has died, our warriors have been massacred, the survivors are completely mad, and Bouvard is in that state. We gained nothing and only suffered severe damage. How to accept that the center of all these bad news is Jean Runcandle? Baract couldn't comprehend it. Margiela, who was also listening, showed a rare somber expression. I'm sorry, Baract Nim. Honestly, I didn't expect Jean Nim to be so uncooperative. You don't have to apologize to me, Margiela. I said it because I'm frustrated. The leader's condition is constantly in danger. So something has to change, don't you think? Baract shrugged, pointing at a map on the table. There were several marks on the map, representing Kinslow, Runcandle, Zippel, and Vermont, indicating strategic points for their operations. Baract spoke while pointing at a point on the map where many marks gathered. What should we do if, by chance, Jean Runcandle causes trouble here and starts meddling again? It was the place where the thing greater than Amala was at stake, as Jean expected in Gaifa. At that moment, Margiela paused. At that moment, I will seriously consider whether Jean Nim is the right person to be with us. Baract Nim. Yes, you should consider it. I hope Jean Nim doesn't know what's happening here. If he continues to obstruct us, he might really become our enemy. Not expecting Margiela to take this calmly, Baract cleared his throat as if embarrassed. In reality, Baract had no choice but to agree with Margiela, even if she insisted that she was always right and expressed her disgust. Well, he probably doesn't know. If he knew, he would have gone there first, not to Amala. That's true, Baract Nim. By the way, it's a pity that our vice leader can't witness Bouvard's state. He would have loved to see Bouvard suffering like this. Yes, he would have been very pleased. But Baract Nim, you know that Bouvard Nim is our friend, right? Meanwhile, the Black Knight of Runcandle, Dox McRolin, was infiltrated in the southern region of Huffister, Rickalton, to fulfill Jin's orders. And as he checked the basement of Rickalton's execution ground, he noticed a strange and terrible phenomenon. What is this? Chapter 475, Dox McRolin saw countless humans. To be precise, it could be described as a kind of tower formed by countless humans. It seemed to be at least a dozen meters tall. The bodies of the humans forming the tower were grotesquely twisted and bent, resembling large bricks. Dox had experienced many battlefields where blood, bones, and flesh mingled, but he had never seen a tower constructed with humans like this. Dox involuntarily held his breath. The toxic stench of decay and pestilence was so terrible that he felt like his lungs were rotting. He also felt nauseous, making it difficult to endure. They are alive. All the humans turned into the tower's bricks were alive. Their waists were completely bent in the opposite direction, their necks twisted, and their bodies bent into square shapes to form the bricks, but they were still breathing. Sounds of humans exhaling heavily could be heard from various parts of the tower. With each breath, the tower expanded slightly and then sank again. And their pupils, countless pupils, blinked. Some simply opened and closed without focusing, while others seemed to do something by moving their gaze. The latter were trying to look. Dox, is it some kind of ancient dark magic? Or perhaps a divine possession ritual? Either way, this was happening in Huffister, in Runcandle's backyard. Of course, this place was an execution ground. Most of the humans used for the tower were probably serious criminals, but even so, this should not have happened. Dox didn't care how prisoners died, but this would desecrate the land that venerates combat and battle skills. As soon as you recover, head to the city of Rickalton, in the southern region of Huffister. Investigate the truth of what is happening in Rickalton. Dox remembered the words of the 12th flag-bearer. Even a black knight like me knew nothing about Rickalton. The 12th flag-bearer has less access to records than I do, so how did he find out about this place? The 12th flag-bearer possessed an information network that exceeded expectations. Naturally, he could reach that conclusion. In reality, Jean discovered this place by chance based on the story Emma had told him, rather than Tychon's information network. However, that was not an especially important matter. What was truly important in Dox's mind was how many people within the family knew this fact. And who is the owner of this facility, and what is its purpose? The patriarch, the deputy matriarch, the chief of the Black Sword Association, and the top flag bearers. That was the limit of people who could own a facility of this size. Siren and Luna were out of the question from the beginning, and the chief of the Black Sword Association had recently lost his influence. If it belonged to the chief of the Black Sword Association, someone from the Elder Council would have exposed this facility to gain an advantage. The remaining possibilities were the acting matriarch and the higher flag bearers. It is highly likely that this is the work of Rosanim and the second flag bearer. The third and fourth flag bearers wouldn't have done such a thing. Until recently, Luncia had been living as someone who had renounced the world, and Dyphus couldn't do anything because of Mary. Rosa and Joshua, on the other hand, were different. Especially Rick Alton belonged to Joshua. After the first flag bearer abdicated the throne, Rosanim showed an obsession with the second flag bearer that was sometimes incomprehensible. And how everyone around the first flag bearer was killed and taken in that process was a well-known fact too. All Black Knights. When the 12th flag bearer chose Barasada during the selection ceremony, there were reports that the acting matriarch and the second flag bearer were in contact with a magician who was good with curses. They said it was just a circumstance. His head was heating up. It was because he recalled that the senior knight who mentioned this was withdrawn not long after due to an injury during a mission. He was naive. It was by no means a typical injury, and Dox shook his head. Still, I have to report to the second flag bearer. I will personally confirm whether this place really belongs to him and report to. The moment Dox thought up to that point. Kakaka, kikik dash. Suddenly, laughter echoed throughout the human tower. They were the voices of the human bricks forming the towers. Dox prepared himself and assumed a defensive stance as he was about to unsheath his weapon. Kaka kaka. Then he heard a woman's laughter. Dox had the intuition that the owner of this voice was the manager of this facility. Step, step. The woman walked among the human towers. It was the prophet. Now, a riddle for the foolish intruder. The prophet stopped. Her face was not visible, hidden in deep shadows, but she didn't seem corpulent and gave the impression of being quite young. What are you doing here? Dox looked at her without answering. Although she felt vulnerable, for some reason, he couldn't extend his claws towards her. Dox's body had stiffened, like prey encountering a predator. A Black Knight from Runcandle had gone stiff. You foolish child. It seems like you understand nothing. Well then, here's the next riddle. The prophet extended her open palm. Womb. Dark energy gathered above her. The power of Sodaret, shadow energy, emanated from the prophet's hand. Whose place is this? The prophet smiled satisfied, and Dox felt like he had been hit on the back of the head with a mace. Observing the shadow energy, he thought the prophet was closer to Jean than Joshua. I am the subordinate of Jean Runcandle, the Sodaret contractor. So, if the Black Knight of Runcandle is here without permission, he'll have to pay the price. I came here under the orders of the 12th flag bearer. Kakak, if that's true, my master is playing another trick. Anyway, I can't let you go. Surrender quietly. I'll have to confirm it with my master. I'll kill you if you resist. Ha ha ha. The human bricks of the towers laughed in agreement with the prophet. Dox's body was not in its usual state. He had hurried to Rick Alton to settle his debt with Jean without fully recovering. I can't win in these conditions. Dox turned around as soon as he made that judgment. The prophet seemed disappointed as Dox began to move. Tisk, that's not fun. When the prophet extended her hand, a purple beam shot out. After seeing that purple beam pass by him and graze his shoulder, Dox couldn't help but think of the Black King's mountain. This power is similar to what Zephyrin used. A shiver ran down his spine. Dox had never experienced such a crushing defeat as he did that day after living as a warrior. The purple beams struck him again. He managed to dodge or deflect most of them, but a few pierced through. And it was unfortunate that the rays he missed aimed at vital points. They were heading for his heart and throat, meaning certain death. Strangely, as death approached, the face that came to his mind was not those of his Runcandle companions but someone he hadn't thought about at all. Then, just as he was about to speak that name in his mind, "Dox, wake up!" Clank. Someone deflected the rays aimed at Dox's heart and throat. "That's it, Your Majesty." The Imperial Palace. Lats, wrapped in bandages all over his body, reported to the Emperor. The Imperial family sent so many people to Gaifa, but only Lats and the other 4 whom Jean deliberately left behind returned. Even those 5 returned with severely damaged bodies. Lats, in particular, could no longer perform his duties as the leader of the Special Forces Division. He couldn't even carry out ordinary movements anymore. Unlike Jean, the Proc brothers had no qualms about making their enemies as miserable as possible, regardless of their personal feelings. It's a pity that the great mercenary Amila died. Haha. But it's quite a gain. The Emperor's first words after Lats's report were about the gain. The first gain was none other than information about Zippel's living golem and the demon god orb. Zippel's living golem technology seems to have superior effects compared to our demon men. They're using god authorities without being the contractors. He shivered, and a chill ran down his spine. The power possessed by Zippel, the world's greatest, always filled the Emperor with reverence. Surely, Myron Zippel has revived with the help of that demon god orb. The Emperor stood up, exclaiming with admiration. Since Jean became a provisional flag-bearer, no, even before he was born, the Emperor had always been curious about the name of that object. It was the name of the orb that the great Zippel had coveted. Yes, Your Majesty. Based on the circumstances, it seems that Sandra Zippel's high-speed regeneration and Myron's resurrection were phenomena caused by the demon god orb. No doubt there will be a price for it. Besides, it's probably stronger than the Magians, but there must be limitations to mass-producing these living golems. The second gain the Emperor had in mind was information about Jean and Murakan. Jean Runcandle. The Emperor smiled at the thought of Jean. Although their first meeting was disappointing, the Emperor never underestimated Jin's skills. However, he was convinced that someday those seeking friendship in the battles of the major factions would naturally disappear. Lats's recent report on Jean and Murakan's combat prowess made him think they might become a variable like Siren in the future. It was a remote possibility, but still. Does he have the unique confidence of people like Siren Runcandle or White Whale? You knew that all information about Zippel would be communicated to me. Why bother sending Lats alive? Jean Runcandle. Is this a provocation? Or is it a sign that this information is not as important? In any case, the Emperor felt uncomfortable with the sense that Jean is underestimating him. The Emperor let out a light chuckle. Well, my discomfort is nothing compared to the pain you will soon feel. A smile formed on the Emperor's lips. Sword Emperor Castle. Suddenly, the Emperor was curious to see how Jean would react when Heron's house, which was slowly being restored, collapsed again. Hiran was in an isolated state, like an abandoned island, following the terrorist incident in Sword Emperor Castle. Zippel was constantly pressuring Hiran, and the Imperial family did not protect them. The dignity of the Sword Emperor was more necessary than ever, but Ron was gradually reducing his external activities. Amidst the circulating rumors that Hiran might fall as it is, the Emperor was determined to make those rumors a reality. I'm eager to see how that tough guy values his friendship. The Emperor murmured to himself and organized his thoughts. The Emperor was unaware that Zippel had been pressuring Hiran more than necessary lately, largely because of Jean. Lats. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll give you a new mission. As soon as your body transforms, investigate Ron's movements. Chapter 476. Tychon continued immersed in the transfer and installation of equipment for the Black Kings. The works, which began with the arrival of the Black Kings, were a crucial task for the defense of Jean and his companions and the safety of the residents. It was a long and meticulous process. Lower it, further down. There. Adjust the cannon angle a bit. Left. Left. That's it. Well, the world's most formidable mercenaries worked tirelessly day and night, but their voices were cheerful and lively for some reason. It was all thanks to Amala. Deep down, everyone had been worried. Worried that the great mercenary Amala could surpass Jean and Murakan, or worse, that she wouldn't surrender. Of course, whether she did or not, they didn't doubt Valkaz's unwavering loyalty to the new lord. But somehow, they felt they might lose if Amala resisted well. Fortunately, Amala yielded after a short time. As soon as Jean began to show his true strength, she surrendered immediately. Haha, anyway, our leader chose the right side. I was a bit worried that both us and the Lord would look bad because of the great mercenary. There's also a matter of leader hierarchy. The title of great mercenary was just a bluff? I heard from Murakan Nim that she simply surrendered. Bluff? You're saying frustrating things. So, are you saying the people who faced her directly on the battlefield were just a bunch of braggarts? The great mercenary not only surrendered but also agreed to play dead. What does this mean? It means that our Lord, whom our leader chose, is that remarkable. In any case, the Black Kings were satisfied that their Lord's journey to the Gaifa Islands ended with satisfactory results. The Phantom Legion mercenaries sent to work with them also thought the same. On the other hand, two brothers in Tychon's mansion didn't share the same sentiment. Ugh! Go away! Huff, you're so annoying. Lada and Faye, the brothers of the Phantom Legion mercenaries. They also believed that Jin's forces were increasing even more thanks to Amala, but they couldn't accept the situation as entirely positive. Have you had enough, my cuties? Play more with me. Let's play. Amala reached out beyond her chubby and dense camouflage and hugged them, and the Proc brothers clearly showed their displeasure. However, the brothers tried to balance things to some extent to avoid causing trouble. For their lord, normally, they would swing their swords or at least curse, but for now, they only showed slight irritation and avoided running away. Lada and Faye surprisingly get along well with Amala. Do they really not hate her that much? That's what Jean thought as he watched them. However, it was a misunderstanding. The three were running around the mansion, playing what seemed like a hide-and-seek. You've been playing for a long time. Calm down and stop running. Do you want to run all day? As soon as Murakan shouted, Amala stopped. Sorry. Amala bowed her head to Murakan. Leaves and twigs fell from her chubby and dense camouflage. The Proc brothers wiped sweat from their foreheads and looked for a cigarette with faces that said life was tough. Jean stared at Amala. Sorry, Jean. Why did your tone change like that? You were so confident in the Gaifa Islands. I lost my head for a moment back then, from what they had observed since Gaifa. Amala was somewhat like a playful, poorly socialized beast, lacking common sense and a sense of situations. However, she didn't show the killing intent they saw in Gaifa. Occasionally, those who survived, by sheer luck and returned from encounters with Amala, showed signs of being terrified. It's hard to express it in words, but it seemed like she considered us toys or playmates. She wielded a sword at us while saying she was bored. Also, it matched what the Proc brothers had explained. So, it means we should recruit Amala. It's totally different when you temporarily fight on different sides due to different employers and when you become declared enemies. Personally, I think you should consider the possibility of having to kill her if you think she can become an enemy. I understand what you mean. Our top priority is to understand what Amala wants. Do you have any specific information? Exploration. Exploration? Amala has been wandering and exploring the world her whole life. I asked her about it when we shared a meal after a battle. She seemed to have a strong desire to find something, but she didn't tell me exactly what it was. It felt somewhat different from what Valkaz had described. The Amala who had come to Tychon was not as aggressive when playing with the Proc brothers, and she didn't seem to have the intense desire to search and explore something that Valkaz had mentioned. She simply enjoyed playing, especially with the Proc brothers, had a friendly personality, and didn't differ much from children who were a bit scary, especially Murakan and Jean. Amala, big sister. Amala. As a result, she got along very well with the other children. Not only with Ko and Pinti, Yuria, and the others, but she also seemed to closely follow Enya. Because of this, it was quite perplexing for Jean. She's still dangerous. At first glance, it might seem that, after surrendering, she instantly turned into an ally and integrated into Tychon. But Jean still couldn't truly trust Amala. It was a fact. With the unpredictable elements that Amala possessed, you never knew when and how they might come into play. It was impossible that a bond had already formed between her and the people of Tychon. Tell me something. I'm no longer friends with Bouvard and Kinselo. I'll be your friend. There's also the fact that she betrayed Kinselo too easily. If someone gives her clues about chaos, she might betray Tychon in a similar fashion. Someone who couldn't be fully trusted or outright rejected. That's how Jean perceived Amala. Amala. Yes. There are quite a few things you need to tell me. About Gaifa, how you used Bouvard's soul to amplify the power of chaos, the information about chaos you found so far, and more. You can ask anything, and I'll answer. But right now, I can't trust what you say. I don't tell lies because I, Amala, am a good girl. That's why I've brought someone who might see through you. Amala raised an eyebrow, and her face hidden under the dense camouflage seemed to have a question mark floating over it. Someone who can see through me? Is it Yuria? Unfortunately, it's not me, Amala. Yuria didn't address Amala as sister. Her way of treating Amala was more like treating a younger brother. Of course, you could verify Amala's words with the truth-telling power Yuria possessed. However, Jean and his companions had decided not to use Yuria's power on Amala due to the uncertainty of how the power of chaos might affect her. They still had very little information about chaos energy. Wow! Eek! Someone appeared out of nowhere and shouted loudly into Amala's ear. Amala jumped as if struck by lightning, and others nearby were equally surprised, their eyes wide open. It was Yona, the person Jean had brought to examine Amala. As always, she approached Jean unnoticed using her ghostly stealth. Hee. Yona smiled as she looked at Amala. Her first words were, "Do you want to die?" "Me? Yes, you." When Yona started walking, Amala took a few steps back. Before she could walk more than a few steps, she was trembling and unable to meet Yona's gaze. "Ugh, I don't want to die." Hee. Shoo. Ack. Amala reached the wall and cowered. Yona looked at her with her characteristic murderous gaze. "I don't know what's going on with her, but if I stop her, I'll be in an even worse situation." No one interfered with Yona's actions. Even Murakan refrained from commenting on her actions. Come to think of it, she exuded a powerful aura the first time she saw Bouvard's sculpture when I was a provisional flag bearer. Someone like me. Back then, Yona had mentioned that she was of the same type as her while observing Bouvard's sculptures in the feudal state of Carano. At that time, Jean didn't know it was related to chaos, but now he could understand. Suddenly, a gust of wind began to blow near Yona. Magical lamps randomly shattered, cracks formed in the walls, and the ceiling seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Jean signaled with his eyes, and the Proc brothers quickly ushered everyone out of the room. Meanwhile, Yona's power continued to intensify. "Get out." Yona's voice echoed as she began to float in the air. In the darkness, Yona's shadow, which had grown disproportionately, hid Amala, who was crouched. Elder sister Yona's shadow is different from her. The gigantic shadow was drawing a different shape, not Yona's. It seemed to be drawing the mouth and fangs of some kind of monster. Instinctively, Jean and his companions realized that was the shape of chaos that Yona possessed. And an instant later, Suu. Amala slumped forward as if fainting, and something like a black soul emerged from her. It was Amala's chaos. Unlike Yona, this chaos had a clear form. It had a black humanoid shape with horns and a tail. If it had been alone, Amala's chaos would undoubtedly have emitted a tremendous sense of intimidation. But in front of Yona, her chaos seemed paler than a fawn. "You thought you could hide, huh?" Yona, with her cold gaze, observed Amala's chaos. "You have mercy. This is my first and last warning. If you ever harm my little brother..." Thud. Swish. Arg. The black lump fell to the ground. They were the cut arms and legs of Amala's chaos. Yona didn't wield any weapon. She had simply moved her gaze to cut the limbs, and her chaos devoured them. "And you'll never enjoy freedom again. I will obey you." I will follow you and your little brother as my masters. Even after experiencing the loss of its limbs, Amala's chaos obediently lowered its head in submission to Yona. Chapter 477. Is it the manifestation of chaos? Yona's chaos continued to lick its lips as if hungry. Amidst the confusion caused by the sudden appearance of chaos forms, Jean focused on a particular aspect of the chaos taking shape in Yona's shadow. At first glance, it resembles shadow energy. He had a similar thought when he saw Amala using the murky aura on Gaifa. However, Yona's chaos gave an even closer impression to shadow energy. Furthermore, this manifestation, it almost seems like a manifestation of a god. Some gods could manifest through their contractors. In the Bluebird Islands, P12 manifested through Yulian, and Pecan Minche and Almango had also manifested in front of Jean in the same manner. The manifestation of Yona and Amala's chaos seemed like a phenomenon similar to the manifestation of a god. The only difference between Amala's chaos manifestation through contractors and Yona's chaos was that Yona seemed to control her chaos while they lost consciousness after the manifestation. Amala's chaos vomited something that looked like black blood. You must keep that promise. From now on, you must treat my only little brother with more care. Understood. Definitely. SSSHHHH. Amala's chaos bowed its head and slowly faded away. It vanished to hide deep within Amala once again. It was also due to the severe and irreparable injuries that it couldn't maintain its form. Yona, who had been floating in the air, landed on the ground, starting to absorb the chaos energy. However, the chaos seemed reluctant to comply with her intentions. It lowered its head to avoid Yona's gaze and groaned in an attempt to break free from the restraint. But as the pressure grew stronger, it seemed it could no longer resist. The form of chaos returned to Yona's shadow. Just before disappearing completely, Yona's chaos left these words, "Run, or kill him." At that moment, Jean felt as if he had encountered the rebellious chaos for the last time. Jean had a hunch that the chaos was referring to itself. From now on, you must never bring out that power in front of me. Please don't ask me for details. I lose my nerves when I see shadow energy. You don't have to regret not explaining to me. I thought the younger one would hide that power from me, at least until he became a flag bearer. Suddenly, Jean recalled Yona's words, after they had investigated Bouvard's sculpture workshop. At that time, Jean had brought out shadow energy, a sign of his trust in Yona. However, as soon as she saw shadow energy, she screamed in agony as if struck by lightning. Yona's chaos feared shadow energy. That's why Yona's chaos whispers to kill Jean every time they meet. For a normal person, no. Even someone who had grown up and trained to awaken extreme willpower found it difficult to ignore that sweet voice. Yona had been overcoming all those temptations and intimidations by herself, even at this very moment, and she asked for nothing in return. Protecting her dear little brother was something Yona simply considered her duty. Yes, go ahead and die. Kiki. In a short time, chaos had completely faded away, and Yona's shadow returned to its original form. The darkened interior brightened as if the storm had passed and the weather had cleared, and all the objects that had been swept away by the wind fell to the ground. Ugh. Cough. What? During a brief moment of silence, Amala, who had fallen, suddenly got up and coughed. Her camouflage suit trembled, and her eyes anxiously moved behind the hood. Kook! However, upon meeting Yona's eyes again, she fainted once more and fell to the ground. Wow, is she dead? Hey, wake up. Ah, she's just sleeping. As they approached, they heard the regular sound of her breathing. Murakan seemed puzzled and shook his head as if expressing his surprise, then tossed Amala onto the bed. She'll sleep soundly for a good while, Hello, Murakan. It's our first meeting, isn't it? Pleased to meet you. The brat talked a lot about you. Really? Seriously? Yes, seriously. He talked a lot about me? That's right. But why are you talking to me so informally? I'm a black dragon who's over 3,000 years old, and I'm the guardian deity of your family. Because Jean also talks to me informally. I see. Surprisingly, Murakin didn't seem to have any issue or make any sarcastic comments about Yona's lack of etiquette. He simply shook hands with Yona. Elder sister. When Jean approached, Yona's eyes sparkled. In contrast, Jean could only look at her with a worried expression. Yona's face was unnaturally pale. It was a face Jean had never seen before, a face that looked exhausted. I missed you, my little brother. Are you okay? You look very pale. I'm not okay. I'm going to die soon. Don't say that, not even as a joke. Jean took out a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from Yona's forehead. Yona smiled, feeling proud of her little brother. Then, suddenly, she made a pout and lightly tapped Jean on the forehead. Bam! If Jean had been a normal person, his head would have gone flying. But Jean ended up with a bump on his forehead like a big chestnut. Wait, is this the strength of elder sister Yona? Isn't this Luna's? Instead of feeling unfair or hurt by the sudden blow, Jean was more stunned by the overwhelming power. Ugh! As expected, you get stronger every time you call me. Sorry, little brother. I didn't mean to hit you so hard. But it's okay to get hit, right? No, you should be hit. Call me something so trivial? You'll get in trouble. Jean thought that the big issue Yona was talking about was Siren's order. After all, Siren had always made it clear that no one from the family should use Yona for their purposes. Sister, if it's about father. No, it's not. I was so happy that you called your elder sister for some reason. I thought you wanted to play with me, of course. But I had no idea you had another reason. Jean got chills, and he felt genuinely sorry. As Yona said, it was a matter that could easily offend her. I'm sorry, sister. At that moment, Kashmir, Valkaz, and Jet, who had sensed the commotion, arrived at the room where Jean was. Jean Nim, what's going on? My lord, are you? Kashmir and Valkaz began to inquire but fell silent upon seeing Yona. Is this Yona Runlandel? Jet didn't recognize her. If you keep acting like this, your precious friends will die one by one. Do you understand? Then Yona spoke with a playful smile. Hey, what's this girl saying? I should give her a good beating. My lord, please let me do it. Jet shouted without realizing the situation. Yona looked at Jet as if finding his reaction quite interesting. Yes, Jet. I am Yona. Long time no see. Ha! When did we see each other for you to pretend to know me? Wait, Yona. Yona. Yuna? Oh, are you? Yona. Run candle. Nim. At the words long. Time no see. Jet's hair stood on end. Although Jet couldn't see her, Yona had seen him quite frequently. The same went for the other companions. I take full responsibility for my boldness. I'll do anything if you forgive me. I'll teach you anything. Oh, my lord, please help me. In reality, Kashmir and Valkaz were on high alert, ready to protect Jet if they felt any killing intent from Yona. He is a loyal subordinate of our lord. What if you forgive him, Yona Runlandel? Valkaz had experienced Yona in the past, and he knew there were very few people she couldn't kill if she set her mind to it. Valkaz also knew that she regarded life lighter than a feather. Yona shrugged. Little brother. Yes, elder sister. Now you might understand why ordinary people find me so uncomfortable or frightening. Well, at least a bit. Yona had recently gained the ability to control a part of chaos thanks to her desire to protect Jean. This made her stronger and closer to others. Some of the emotions that chaos had damaged had been restored. In other words, Yona no longer treated life as lightly as when she met Jean. Of course, as she could only control a part, her emotions had not fully returned to normal. She didn't give more explanations, but Jean felt that Yona's words held deeper meanings. People who are precious to my little brother are precious to me too. I was just kidding, Black King leader. Relax a bit. Jet, lift your head too. Thank you, Yonanim. Yona turned around and met Jin's eyes again, who was regaining his complexion. Anyway, the next time you call me, it'll be for play. I'm dying to know how your declaration as patriarch went. I always see it in the newspapers and hear it from others. Every word of hers made Jin's heart race. So, from now on, Come out with me for a stroll and let's talk about the stories we've missed. Hee hee. In fact, Jean had initially planned to ask for Yona's help and deal with one more matter before returning to Samuel, just to break the ice with her, as Yona said. The reason Jean was moving so urgently was that there was something bigger than mercenary Amala. Jean had not found any clues about this matter yet, so Jean had planned to go to the Garden of Swords as soon as he finished verifying Amala's words to meet Vigo. Since Vigo had gone to Gaifa on behalf of Joshua, he likely possessed more information than Jean, which is why he had planned to use Gaifa's debt as leverage to find out. However, Jean couldn't deny that Yona was important, not only out of regret, but because Yona is more precious to Jean than anyone else in the world. Above all, there were times when family feelings took priority. And that's exactly what was happening now. I have so much to talk about and stories to share with you, elder sister. Thank you for your forgiveness. Shall we go for a walk? Hee hee, sure. Clang. Yona smashed through the window and jumped outside, and Jean followed her. As they landed in the garden, is that a ship? Jean could confirm that a ship was approaching Tychon from the other side of the sea. The ship stood out because it lacked identifying marks. Oh! Yona, on the other hand, tilted her head as if she knew whose ship it was. It's Sister Mary's ship. Chapter 478. Is that the elder Sister Mary's ship? Yes, it's been a while since I saw that ship. The name of the ship is probably Puberty. Hee hee. The ship's name is Puberty. That's a strange name. Sister Mary didn't come up with the name herself. It was Dyphus Oraboni who named it. Mary's ship, which wasn't that large, didn't even have the hull number written on it. There were no sailors on deck, and it felt more like a ghost ship. Why did the elder Sister Mary come to pick me up? Is it for that? A duel. Jean and Mary had signed a contract stating that the two would duel once every 3 months. The last duel had been at the end of August last year, when they were subduing Ozdok, so it was time for another match. Jean looked a bit perplexed as he shook his head. The duel with Mary was a separate matter from the walk with Yona. He needed to find information about that important thing as soon as possible, and if he dueled with Mary, he definitely wouldn't be in good shape afterward. Also, Sister Mary's Puberty doesn't sail alone very often. And why is that? She always takes her obedient subordinates with her. A person appeared on Puberty's deck. The distance was too far to confirm if she wore an eye patch, but from the lively way she stood on the bow, dramatically raising her sword, it was clear that it was Mary Runcandle. Gethian, Ruin, Caen, Deal. Mary shouted the names of her younger brother with a voice so loud and powerful that it shook the entire sea. Naturally, the inhabitants of Tychon opened their windows to see what was happening, as it was impossible to ignore such a striking and destructive spectacle. Jean had to hold his head with his hands due to the headache caused by the sight. Hee. Sister Mary's voice is really amazing, isn't it? It's not just that, right? Anyway, luckily it seems like Sister Mary is alone right now. Wait, what's that? Swish. Above the calm sea where only Puberty sailed, white foam began to bubble and churn. It looked as if something was about to emerge at any moment. The next moment, what appeared on the sea was a fleet that at first glance seemed to have more than 50 ships. What is this, submarines? They don't look like submarines at all. The ships that surfaced were too large and enormous to be considered submarines. Thanks to that, the unimpressive Puberty seemed to stand out even more. It was impossible to know how such a fleet had emerged from the depths of the sea. But the important thing was that Mary had chosen that moment to appear. Ha! Rise, Mary Runcandle's fleet. Unfurl the sails. While Mary shouted, the ships quickly raised their masts and began to unfold like wings on both sides of Puberty. All the unfolded sails had Mary's face drawn on them. Fire the fireworks! Bang! Boom! At Mary's command, the entire fleet fired their fireworks into the sky. Although the noon sun shone brightly, the nearby sea was filled with colorful explosions due to the thunderous fireworks. Wow! Impressive Mary Runcandle! What a spectacle! Everyone, come out and take a look. At first, The inhabitants of Tychon were a bit startled by Mary's tremendous voice, but now they couldn't help but get excited by the sudden spectacle of the fleet. Tychon had a tower-like structure. Before they knew it, all the residents had come out, waving, whistling, and cheering in the direction of Mary's fleet. Jin's headache worsened, so he decided to ignore Mary. Well, let's go for a walk. Yes, we should finish before Sister Mary arrives. Elder Sister Mary is an uninvited guest, and you are a guest I have personally invited, so she should wait. Why do you think otherwise? Well, I probably don't sit well with Sister Mary, right? She probably dislikes me. Hee hee. Except for Jean, Yona had no relationship with any of her brothers. After committing her first murder at the age of 8, Yona had always been alone, even in the Storm Castle or the Garden of Swords. She couldn't even become a cadet until she was sent to Samel, and until then, she hadn't even had a proper meal with her other brothers. That was Siren's will. The battle for hegemony was important, but it was necessary to prevent all the children who grew up with Yona from dying in vain. Young Yona was naturally much more vulnerable to chaos than she is now. At that time, Yona could have killed any of her brothers at any moment. Since then, Yona had become one of the best assassins in the world and an uncontrollable sword. The reason Yona knew Mary's ship so well, which she used in her youth, and the story of how Dyphus gave it the name puberty, was because whenever she had the opportunity, she investigated her brothers. Her brothers didn't know that Yona was curious about them, and sometimes she even tried to kill them impulsively. Just like Jean didn't know that she was the protagonist of The Green Rose. It was because of Yona's ability. If Yona approached someone with determination, there was only one person in the world who could sense her presence and find out her location at any time and situation, and that was Siren. I haven't thought much about it consciously as we're quite close. If you think about it, the elder sister, Mary, and the elder brother, Dyphus, probably don't know that she knows the name and origin of puberty. Jean felt sorry for Yona, and something bitter seemed to well up in his heart. I think elder sister Mary would really like you if she knew you. You don't bother her. His words weren't just to console Yona. In reality, Jean thought that Mary and Yona, those unique sisters, would get along. Hee hee, really? Yes. I'm glad you say that, Jean. But elder sister Mary has never come to see me. You're making me nervous. Think of it as my excessive love for my younger brother. You don't know how surprised I was when you came. Not even the friendly elder sister Luna came to visit me. You're making me sad too. Does elder sister Luna hate you? I don't think she likes me. I broke some promises. No, actually many. Jean recalled a past conversation he had with Yona in Samel. As the conversation implied, no one else had come to fetch her in Samel besides Anna, in her past life, and Jean, in the present. The main reason was Siren's strict orders not to touch Yona, but it wasn't the only one. Lack of emotional ties. It's impossible to develop any kind of bond or relationship between people who have never shared a meal at the same table. Moreover, Yona was an extremely dangerous individual. Therefore, her brothers had no reason to go look for Yona at the risk of being killed. Hee hee. Anyway, I don't have much time left. I'm fine. Don't make that expression. Don't hesitate. Meet her once. Elder sister Mary will like you. Jean kept that thought to himself. It seems unlikely, but if Mary shows any sign of discomfort, Yona will feel emotionally hurt again. A better idea came to Jin's mind, a way for both of them to form a good relationship in the future. Understood. Yona briefly glanced at Mary's fleet. The fleet was now rapidly approaching Tychon. My sister is getting too close too fast. Maybe I should get straight to the point. Listen carefully, my little brother. Jean nodded. The straight to the point she was talking about was related to chaos. Firstly, Amala will never betray you. To be precise, she can't betray you. I've completely subdued Amala's chaos, so you can relax and manipulate her at will. Yona was now speaking at a very fast pace because she felt increasingly uncomfortable as Mary approached. Hee hee, brat. Hurry up and come out to greet your elder sister. It's time for our duel. Unaware of Yona's feelings, Mary continued shouting. Yona was now even moving her fingers and toes. And Amala's way of speaking and behavior are like that of a child. She's roughly the same age as the Black King, but in reality you should see her as a child. Just like me. She was born with an innate self that hasn't been invaded by chaos. But she's old. Yona grabbed Jin's arm and took a step back. Mary was almost at Tychon. Ah, there you are, younger brother. Jin Runcandle, my proud younger brother. Brat, you're not even responding. Speed up. I need to see my little brother up close. Ha ha ha. Did you hear what the captain said? Row faster. Scoundrels. Jin heard a familiar voice from the pirate. Pirate King Cosmos? Has he joined elder sister Mary? Amidst an increasingly confusing situation, Yona seemed ready to escape at any moment. Elder sister Yona, are you really going to leave like this? Hee 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 hee. If you have more questions, ask them quickly, Jin. It seemed like Yona couldn't contain herself. What is chaos, elder sister? I can't tell you that. Anything else? If you keep drifting away like this, how can I ask questions? Anything else? Oh, I'll see you in Samal later, and explain it then. By then, Yona was quite far away. All right. Then I'm going. Wait, before you go. Green rose. Do you have any green roses with you? Yes, I do. Leave them behind. I've already put some in your pocket. When Jin checked his pocket, he found 5 woven green roses. Jin hadn't realized that Yona had slipped them into his pocket while they were together moments ago. Looking up, Jin saw Yona crossing the mansion wall. Jin couldn't help but chuckle as he saw Yona look back one last time and give him a mischievous wink. Elder sister Yona is something else. Once Yona left, Mary's fleet reached Tychon. Mary had anchored her fleet on the side near Jin, ignoring all the procedures to enter the city. She was ready to jump off the ship and meet Jin directly. Little brother, elder sister Mary, you're responding now. Wait a moment. I'm coming up now. I guess you're ready to fight with this elder sister. I warn you, don't jump here. What? Have you forgotten father's orders? No Runcandle can set foot on Tychon soil without my permission. Are you really going to break our contract? We decided to fight at least once every 3 months. Although Mary was close to Tychon, Jin was on the upper floor, so the two had no choice but to speak loudly. All the residents who had come out to watch listened casually to this conversation. It wasn't unconditional. Check the contract. Anyway, not today. I'll contact you soon, and then we can fight. Mary seemed quite displeased, but she seemed to have expected this kind of development this time. Soon, she flashed a triumphant smile. Is that so? All right, then I'm leaving. The fact that Mary left so easily unsettled Jin. We can't duel. But how about we share a cup of tea before you go? Sure, that's fine. But it will be after our duel. Okay? Well, in that case, agreed. Take care. Oh, by the way, what a shame. I was going to tell you about a great catch if you won this time. Jin couldn't help but feel like he had been hit on the back of the head with a hammer. It must be something more important than Amala. Mary had brought a proposal that Jin couldn't refuse from the beginning. Chapter 479, Mary shared all the information with Dyphus, who is one of the main flag bearers. So, it wasn't anything unusual for Mary to know something that Jin didn't. In fact, Jin had no idea about the most important thing aside from Gaifa. Other important matters that had crossed Jin's mind were continuously checked by his companions. But there were no unusual updates. Dyphus Oriboni's words were right after all. He's reacting right away. Mary suppressed her inner laughter. It was a shame she couldn't enjoy the look of bewilderment on the younger one's face from a closer distance. Elder sister. Jin opened his mouth, and to Mary, who had turned around, his lips were almost reaching her ears. What? I rushed into thinking. You've come a long way, so it wouldn't be polite to send you back just like that. What are you saying? Please come up. I permit it. I can't hear you well. I'm sorry. Come up, and let's have a conversation. Ha ha ha. Kid. I can't hear you. Say it once more. Of course, she heard him clearly. It's just that she pretended not to hear with exaggerated gestures, trying to mock her younger brother. Of course, Jean showed no signs of embarrassment or discomfort, as Mary had anticipated. Only Mary was incredibly amused. When Jean continued Mary's joke for a while, thanks to that, soon, everyone in Tychon saw her and her fleet. At first, Jean's companions and the residents shared Mary's feelings. It seemed incredible that Jean would play along with this childish prank. This facet of Jean was not only unknown to Mary but to everyone else. "Hey, Captain, could you stop now? The atmosphere is cooling down a bit." Only after Cosmos spoke reluctantly did Mary stop her joke. When she turned around, she saw Jin's expressionless face and Murakan, who was looking at her sternly. Other people, though they couldn't show it openly, probably shared the same feeling as Jean and Murakan. The situation was getting quite awkward. "If things went on like this, you should have told me earlier, asshole," Mary whispered, and Cosmos nodded. "I thought they would hit me like last time, but it's different from back then. Even so, don't worry. I'll find a way to lighten the mood when the chance comes." When Cosmos stepped aside, Mary looked into Jin's eyes again. "Cough, cough. Well, if you're so eager to welcome me, I'll indulge you by coming up." With a jump, Mary landed on the outer wall and the construction, heading to the mansion's garden. "Ha ha ha. What's with this act of being a fierce pirate, Mary Runcandle? It suits you very well." "Humph. What's with this act? My dignity, that's what." "What? Dignity? Are you saying losing an eye is an honorable wound? Or it could be a bluff? You're still very amusing, Murakanim." Although Mary had arrived at the mansion, Tychon's residents continued to watch, not returning to their homes and workplaces. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Cosmos, the Pirate King and King of the Corsair Fleet operating in the waters of Huffister, with the permission of Captain Mary. The reason our pirate crew has come to Tychon today is because Cosmos began to work hard to create an atmosphere outside." Bam! Bum! Fireworks exploded, and the pirates on the deck breathed fire and demonstrated various feats, capturing the attention of the crowd. Moreover, the crowd was already filled with anticipation. After all, Mary had shouted for a duel that shook the entire sea with a thunderous voice. "Cosmos owes me, and he was going to lead the Corsair fleet for me one day. But you've taken the lead. How did you find out, elder sister?" After the incident of the compass theft, Cosmos pirates were being chased by both Vermont and Zippel. Jean had secretly worried about them from time to time, but strangely, Cosmos pirates, a small pirate crew, had never been caught by any major faction. I ran into them while wandering around, taking down anyone who crossed my path. Besides, that guy was already familiar to me. I even thought he was quite useful when I was young. Good enough to run errands for me when I'm training. Training, you say? Haha, yes. Lately, your dear sister has set some goals. What kind of goals? You don't need to know. There won't be any more contract duels for a while after this. I'll leave after deciding which of the two is superior today. I'll go to very harsh lands to look for demon core creatures and hermit masters. I haven't given a firm answer to the duel request. Under normal circumstances, Jean would respond like this, gaining time to observe the situation and gain some initiative. But he had no choice seeing Mary's gaze, the resolute and determined gaze of someone who has prepared firmly for something. The Mary who had been full of joviality a moment ago now had that look in her eyes. What has happened to my elder sister? Jean completely ignored that the reason for Mary's determination and her training were the recent actions she had shown. Anyway, judging by the seriousness with which elder sister Mary approached this matter, it seems that the issue related to that big thing is not very urgent. In a desperate situation, the family would undoubtedly have mobilized Mary. It was a case where the first division of the four main forces had given up on Amala and clung to her, and Mary couldn't come here for a duel in a hurry. It's an honor that my sister's training includes a duel with me. I'll accept this challenge with gratitude. Yes, that's the spirit. In that case, shouldn't you give me a hint about that big case? I'll let you know once you defeat me. I'm worried that I might become too curious and lose focus while fighting you, elder sister. Wouldn't that be discourteous to you? Jean was half sincere. He felt that he could figure it out even with a small clue. Jean had been wandering aimlessly since he left Gaifa, and that had left him frustrated. "You're trying to trick me again, elder sister. I can't count the number of eyes and ears that have already seen and heard you. Please let me know, lest I take the lead and leave you out." Mary stared at Jean as if she could see through him. Finally, she shrugged as if she had no other choice. "I'm talking about Zippel Jean." Jean opened his eyes wide. Members of the 4 main factions who hadn't come to Gaifa were preparing to contain Zippel. Zippel, huh? Is it living golems or a new type of battleship? Or that cubic thing? From the perspective of the 4 main factions, these things were much more important and dangerous than Amela. Research facility or production plant? Zippel. That single word made a sharp intuition pierce Jin's mind. Living golem. Kozek. Myron 2. Research facilities for the cube and production plants. The major factions had found them and were set to take control. It seems you've already figured it out. I feel my unease fading. I'll tell you more details if you defeat me. If you can't defeat me, then it'll become something that never existed. We'll fight one-on-one until one of us is unable to continue fighting. Let's settle it without killing or causing permanent injuries. Very well. Do you have any place in mind for this fight? No, I'm planning to fight you right here. Well, elder sister, I'm speechless. If you and I fight seriously here, there might not be much left of Tychon. Jean and Mary, both elites, possessed the power to easily reduce the entire city to rubble wherever they fought. With the ongoing construction of defensive structures, a slight misstep could lead to the total collapse of Tychon. It seems like today has been a special day to witness your reckless behavior. Fool, did you think I suggested fighting here without knowing what I was doing? Hey, Cosmos! Mary turned her head towards Cosmos and shouted. Speak, Captain. Prepare the stage. Understood. Did you hear that, you stinkers? Prepare the stage. Come on, come on, come on. Boo dash. Cosmos blew the trumpet. When Cosmos blew the trumpet, the ships in his fleet began to move in perfect order. The scattered boats came together instantly, forming a space like a plane, with no gaps between the decks. It was like the arena of a battle competition. As I mentioned before, this competition is a one-on-one duel. It's also a swordsman's duel. The rules are simple. You and I will fight on the fleet. However, any highly destructive technique that excessively damages the fleet is strictly prohibited. Oh, I really like that, elder sister. In that case, Tychon won't be destroyed. But you'll be the one who is destroyed, however. Let's start. Cosmos, who had been maintaining the atmosphere, cleared his throat before making the announcement. Cough. Please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, elders and children. Now, get ready for an incredibly intense duel between 2 individuals. Are you all ready? Cosmos had completely captured the audience's attention and was an experienced organizer of this type of contest. Given his long experience as a host of events, I'm also having a hard time containing the excitement. Let's all applaud together. Known by everyone and each one, the greatest fighter of our time. Truly crazy about fighting. The madwoman of the southern continent. Oh, I guess she doesn't like that nickname. And the madwoman of the wind, Mary. Her titles always include the phrase mad. Who is this person? Who, I ask? Mary. Mary Runcandle. Yes, Mary. Runcandle. Step forward, please. Mary jumped onto the deck, and thunderous cheers erupted from all directions. She seemed to be familiar with this type of situation and casually waved with a mischievous smile on her face. She turned to Jean, pointing at him with her index finger, making a throat-slitting gesture with her thumb. Chapter 480, Mary, Mary, Mary. The atmosphere, already peculiar, had now literally turned into a frenzy. The residents had become spectators of the arena, and witnessing a fight like this up close was undoubtedly a unique stroke of luck in life. Ah, that's it. This is exactly what I felt. Cosmos, the pirate king and the king of corsairs, was truly experiencing the excitement and joy coursing through his body after a long time. Since he assisted Jean in the operation to steal the compass 3 years ago, Cosmos had never celebrated a competition. He always roamed the dark places of the sea as a wanted criminal. Come to think of it, Jean Grey and Paul Mix combat in my arena was the greatest spectacle of my life. From today onwards, I hope to organize a genuine martial arts competition with Runcandle's support. Jean was more aware of Cosmos, who was looking at him with moist, shining eyes as if about to cry, than Mary's mockery. What's happening? He's so moved it's almost overwhelming. Cosmos casually wiped the corners of his eyes and opened his mouth again. Yeah, Mary. It's the wind's fury / crazy Mary. Well then, the opponent is Dash. If they had reached a prior agreement, the commotion among the spectators suddenly subsided as Cosmos began introducing Jean. Surprisingly, the connected covers started glowing, and subordinates resembling executives moved along the ropes between the masts, firing what looked like cannons in Jin's direction. Boom! What the cannons fired were thick ropes with hooks on the ends. The ropes were connected to dozens of thick cords, each tied to a bunch of silk and velvet, forming a bridge that connected Tychon and the ship. This time, not only the spectators but also Jean and his comrades, even Mary, couldn't help but admire Cosmos's incredible performance. I've long felt it, but I can't understand why someone with such skills would become a pirate. Jean contemplated the path of ropes that followed his landing. He was the most famous provisional flag-bearer, the assassin of Archmage Kiddard Hall, the Solderet contractor, and the Black Dragon Murakan, the savior of the Holy Kingdom of Vankila, the magical swordsman, the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle, and perhaps the next patriarch of Runcandle, the winner of the Cosmos 1796 contest. The last part was unnecessary, but it wasn't the right atmosphere to question it. Jean Runcandle. Jean Runcandle. When a couple of people shouted Jin's name from the railing, Cosmos silenced them by putting a finger to his lips. He then continued, making a brief pause. According to the latest rumors circulating among sailors, innkeeper stories, and recent gatherings of various critics' associations, night orders, and the alliance of warriors and mercenaries, he has recently been given this name. Jean still didn't have a representative title. Shadow Contractor, Magical Swordsman, Hero, and many other titles were there, but there wasn't a specific and widely recognized epithet. I present to you the Black Star and the Sharp Sword, Runcandle's monster, Dark Crown Prince. At that moment, Jean coughed unintentionally, and Murakan pointed at Jean and his companions in turn, exclaiming, Dark Crown Prince, Dark Crown Prince, ha ha ha, Dark Crown Prince. While Murakan laughed hysterically. Fortunately, his laughter was drowned out by the continuous drumming. Indeed, no one had ever called Jean the Dark Crown Prince. Partly because Jean was not a member of royalty or nobility, but the main reason was Joshua's existence. The term Crown Prince referred to the person next in line to the monarch. Joshua was the next patriarch in line, and there weren't many brave souls in Huffister who would dare label Jean with such a title. In that sense, Cosmos was a very brave person, and he had a hunch. The nickname Dark Crown Prince he had just given Jean would become a symbol representing him worldwide in the future. Jian Runcandle. As soon as the introduction ended, a thunderous ovation, more than double, no, triple that of Mary, echoed through the waters of Tychon. Tychon was Jin's base, and given how grand Cosmos's introduction was, it was natural for there to be differences in reactions. So, when everyone was still gaping at the sight of Jean descending slowly down the silk and velvet path, Mary pulled Cosmos's earlobe. Bastard! Who do you serve? Why is the little brother's introduction much noisier than mine? Ugh! My ear, please! Ugh! No, Captain! How can you blame me for that? What? This is insane. The silk path was originally prepared for you, Captain. But you jumped even before I could use it, so I had no choice but to let your younger brother use it. And do you really hate it when your younger brother does well? You couldn't stop bragging about him throughout the whole journey here. Of course, it's great that the younger one is doing well, but it feels weird. Hee, don't worry. If you win, Captain, I'll set off an even bigger fireworks show. I wish you luck. Finally, Jean descended to the deck via the silk path. The enthusiastic cheers continued, but the atmosphere became tense as Jean and Mary silently locked eyes. The audience swallowed saliva, enjoying the tension, and the siblings remained silent for a while. By the way, is Yona gone? Hello, Insect. Note: Insect is Kashmir's nickname. Yes, Murakanim. Who do you think will win? Make a bet. 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins might be too much for a bet. Isn't it? You're right, let's bet more. Then 2,000. Now that I think about it, I have something to buy. If there were no rules, I would have chosen Nim without a doubt. But in this situation, well, it's hard to say. One thing is for sure, no matter who wins, the world will stir again. Many eyes are watching this. The current generation of pureblood run candles rarely fought in public. This will be a battle to clearly show the public who is superior, and the losing side may have more to lose than they think. Elisa gave an additional explanation, and Valkas nodded. Especially Mary Runcandle has a lot to lose. She is the 7th flagbearer, and many say she is the flagbearer Sirenim showed the most interest in after the White Whale. This was a well-known story among the warriors. Indeed, Siren had shown a lot of interest in Mary, to the point of directly imparting some of Runcandle's secret techniques to her. And, Ghostblade, did you mention that you don't know what the result of their fight will be? Note: Ghostblade is another nickname for Kashmir. Yes, Valkas Nim. You have never seen Mary Runcandle's sword in person, so don't say things like that. Valkas Nims. Isn't it true that you haven't seen Jean Nim's sword either? If it were me, I would bet on Mary Runcandle without any doubt. There's no need to worry if the Lord competes in pure fencing. Absolutely. All right, you two bet on Mary. I will bet on the brat. Swish. While exchanging bets, Mary spun her chain sword in the air and began speaking first. Your nest is still under construction, younger one. It's not an exaggeration to say that the entire hideout of the Black King's Mountain is moving to Tychon. But didn't you know that Dyphus and I protect your loot from pests? I didn't know, elder sister. I also wanted to have a good fight with the Black King leader at least once. Brat, when did you grow so much? To the point of destroying the Black King on your own. On your own? Just as he was about to question it, Mary continued proudly with her statement. You were protected by Zippel mages by my Oriboni and me until last year. You used the rain sword of the Kingdom of Legends and the secret technique of the magic sword in the Black King's Mountain, just like in the Garden of Swords, right? In fact, the target I mentioned a while ago was precisely that, surpassing you by a wide margin. There seemed to be some misunderstanding, but Mary didn't give Jean a chance to speak. She was like an excited child, revealing her grand ideas for the first time. Somewhat, you had a look in your eyes as if you were determined to do something big. From the beginning. Is that where the misunderstanding comes from? Mary clenched her fists. Little brother. Yes, elder sister. Although we've decided to seal most of the great techniques in this duel, your elder sister is going to give her best. So don't fool around. If you don't fight properly, I'll destroy Tychon immediately. How am I supposed to fight you, elder sister? It's an impossible task from the start. Instead of responding like that, Jean decided to choose other words. Since this fight has become inevitable, Jean will use what he does best. As always, the act of provoking and stirring up the opponent to create an opening was one of the elements that Jean considered most important in a fight. All right, sister, I understand. But if you're evaluating me like that, isn't there something you should fix before starting the combat? Mary's eyebrow twitched. What is it? The conversation had been spoken quietly until now, in hushed tones up close, so it hadn't transmitted to the crowd. But the next moment, Jean shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. Take off the eye patch. Jin's shout echoed on the walls of Tychon. Ha, elder sister. Murakan burst into laughter once again, scratching at Mary's insides, and the crowd remained silent, unsure whether it was okay to laugh or not. I'm beginning to understand why Uncle Jordan cut off your arms in the past. In an instant, a bright aura gathered around Mary's chain sword Viper. The aura was so dense and formed so quickly that it was almost unbelievable. Jean immediately recognized what she was trying to do with her first strike, just from her posture. On the other hand, Mary smiled mischievously, displaying a secret technique she had further improved since the last time. Runcandle's fifth secret technique. Light speed thrust. What Mary executed was the same sword she used to defeat Ozdok in the past. No, this is insane. She said to refrain from using the grand techniques that could destroy an entire fleet. It was impossible to wonder whether the Runcandle flag-bearer retracted her words so quickly or lied. Mary's Viper was already rushing towards Jean.